Hey friends, welcome. What if Mikoto witnesses Naruto mistreatment movie? First of all, you really should check out my profile page, since there are a few things I strongly dislike in the setting, and in a sense, represent my collected thoughts on a lot of those things can be found there. I wouldn't want you to go into this with false expectations of what awaits you. You have returned from taking a look at my profile page? Good, there are a few more things I have to mention that are relevant to the story. The premise of this story is heavily inspired by a dark obsession by Sabaku Ukami. All of you who know the story should be aware that this story will start out pretty dark, touching strongly upon themes like mind control, mind rape, and slavery. Although I am not sure how detailed the descriptions will turn out, a dark obsession never progressed past a certain point, but what I think was reasonable to expect, in case it would be sexual slavery, rape, and incest. All of these things will most likely also be featured in this work. What it doesn't feature is self-harm or suicidal thoughts and tendencies. Small mercies, I know. For all of you who don't know a dark obsession, the cliff notes are the following. Mikoto runs into Naruto and ends up obsessing over him, therefore the title smiley face, and she tries to provide him with the life she thinks he deserves. For that goal, she takes out the majority of the Uchiha clan, and the remaining members, virgin girls not past a certain age, she takes with her and Naruto as his servants. This story will have some parallels to that. What this story wants to do is have Mikoto and Naruto flee the village as it occurred in a dark obsession. Let's be clear, if she would have done that, Konoha, and the moment other villages learned Konoha Jinchurikis, a little boy, is out there ready to be grabbed, the whole world would be looking for them. Therefore the entire thing would essentially be unfeasible. It is one thing as an S or a rank shinobi to survive under those conditions. However, it is something entirely different if you have genin, academy students, and a young untrained Naruto along for the ride. Furthermore, this story will use my rules for the Sharingan, as stated in my profile page, and heavily feature them in the first few chapters. This means I will make use of one of the early instances we see of the Susanoo, where it is shown to possess 4 eye sockets, and in the case of the Mangekyo Sharingan, with 2 being closed and empty. So in order to get an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, you will need to offer up another set of Mangekyo Sharingan to your Susanoo, which then fills up those empty eye sockets with those eyes, thereby creating one set of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This eliminates the eye swap that is quite prominent in this fandom, thus allowing for a clear divide between the Mangekyo Sharingan and eternal Mangekyo Sharingan eyes, which canon doesn't provide. The only difference is the number of previous owners, and it also, since eye swapping is not possible, creates an underlying greed and evil theme for people pursuing an EMS, since the swap to me always felt like a loophole taking away from the Uchiha curse of hatred. In addition to this, I will use the premise of another story called Infinite Sharingan by Arthur Hansen. It is a story that takes the idea of Naruto's healing ability, which allowed him to regenerate having a fist through one of his lungs, to its logical conclusion. It allows for the regeneration of body parts, including the eyes. Both of those premises IMO have incredible potential. Unfortunately, I have yet to see either one being used aside from those stories. You might have noticed, but I am usually not a fan of Naruto having the Sharingan. A descendant of the Senju, Uzumaki and Uchiha should always end up with a Rinnegan from the start, and as I mention on my profile page, Rinnegan should have been a stage in the Sharingan development. It should always have been its own unrelated dojutsu. Even so, for the second premise to work as needed for this story, Naruto will have a Sharingan. The reason he didn't get a Rinnegan is rooted in the way he got the Sharingan in the first place, which boils down to essentially not allowing his Senju, Uzumaki and Uchiha DNA parts to fuse to create the Rinnegan and instead kept them separate, which at the moment I have no intention of changing throughout the course of the story. However, Naruto's Sharingan will be different and follow its own rules, and it might have 1 or 2 aspects of the Rinnegan in some fashion. You'll see what I mean by that eventually. I think I have bored you long enough with some drivel, so without further ado. This chapter was edited by Pretorkson. Chapter 01, Fateful Meeting. I was on my way to the academy, feigning irritation at Kasumi and her apparent lack of skill, to fetch Sayuri in her place, for a Chunin engaged in a friendly sparring match, not noticing the change in the trajectory of a kunai coming her way the very instant it was outside her field of vision was cause for concern, although I couldn't really complain, given how easy it was to injure my housekeeper and thus get her out of my way for the day. Then again, it hadn't really surprised me that since I married Fugaku and surrendered the clan leadership to him, I had noticed a steady decline in ability in our younger generation. It mostly stemmed from an unhealthy over-reliance on our eyes, with most of them just becoming mindless apes mimicking their opponents. Worst of all, many seemed to be proud of that fact, not realizing that a generation ago, being called a copycat was one of the gravest insults to people bearing the Uchiha crest. Yet, with the spark of genius that was once present in every single member of the clan being absent in most, it didn't surprise me. To be fair, this development didn't start with Fugaku, if the accounts of our clan history are to be believed. The clan's decline started back when we were entrusted with the security of the village and the founding of the Uchiha police force. This resulted in the clan, for the most part, being confined to the village, with only the occasional exception from within our ranks being allowed to join the shinobi forces proper for any length of time. This reduced the number of Uchiha whose mere existence could strike fear into the hearts of our enemies to a scant few. And it got rarer and rarer each year. Our clan, by now, was lazily resting upon the accomplishments of our forefathers. I was convinced that in a generation or two the Uchiha name would be said in the same breath as the Yamanaka or the Nara. The Uchiha falling beneath the recognition of even the four noble clans. The reverence of old would be a fading memory, with the tale of the great shinobi wearing the Uchiha crest believed to be an exaggeration. Despite not sharing the misgivings of Fugaku and the elders, it was apparent that the clan's confinement was a measure taken by the second Hokage to keep us close. Some would call it a reasonable precaution, but there undoubtedly was reason to fear us. Madara made the fact of what one of us could accomplish should we put our minds to it more than evident. We are warriors first and foremost. Our place is on the battlefield, where we can feel at home amongst the carnage. Glorified guard dogs we are not. The Inuzuka would fit that bill better than we ever could. So it was no wonder that Madara, who spent every waking moment of his life on the battlefield, managed to get as strong as he did. Since Tobirama crossed blades with the Uchiha more than once, he must have been painfully aware of this fact. He knew better than to underestimate us, and by trying to keep us away from the fighting, he succeeded in stifling our growth. Barring the rare exception, a sensible precaution, one it seemed he managed to instill in his successors before he got himself killed. As a result, even during times of war, the village leadership hardly called upon us to fight, and when they did, most of the time, it was because they had no other choice. It was a vastly different treatment than the Hyuga received, although they too had certain duties within the village. Perhaps Kushina was right when I had brought the matter up with her during our Chunin days, that the unequal treatment was rooted in the fact they had chosen to safeguard their eyes while we hadn't. Unfortunately, her attempt to fix that went nowhere. When I presented the seal she came up with to my father, neither he nor the elders deemed it worth their time to fully hear me out, and they dismissed the whole concept out of hand, calling the Hyuga seal a flimsy excuse to justify slavery. Hypocrisy at its finest. What had made it worse was that by so doing, they had called into question Kushina's trustworthiness that the seal worked as described and had no hidden function. It didn't help that they had considered us the superior dojutsu-wielding clan of Konoha, which would have been enough on its own for them to reject the idea. Obviously, they couldn't have given the Hyuga the opportunity to lord something like copying them over us. Ignoring the merits of my proposal entirely, despite our secret history of stealing eyes from one another in the pursuit of lasting power, then again, the vehemence of their refusal had struck me as odd. A few years later, I had learned the real reason why they had refused. One of the duties of the clan head was harvesting and preserving the eyes of our dead. A secret I had never seen fit to inform Fugaku about, despite officially having handed over leadership of the clan to him. I had believed myself incapable of contending with the elders on a regular basis and had been sure that if they needled me enough, I wouldn't have been able to resist the temptation to rip their tongues out and put their heads on spikes. On second thought, the condescending looks I would have had to endure for being a woman ruling the clan, coupled with their constant offhand remarks wishing for my little brother to succeed me, would have ensured they wouldn't have survived the first month of my reign. Besides that, I could do well without the headache this would have created when their next of kin would have inevitably come complaining, knowing that, by the time I was done expressing my displeasure, our clan probably wouldn't have counted more than 10 members. I have never been able to tolerate incompetence and stupidity around me for prolonged amounts of time, so not having to suffer through the elders' incessant nagging served me quite well, although I occasionally couldn't help wondering if the price I had paid for it had been worth it in the end. Arriving at the academy, I joined a cluster of other parents waiting for their kids to storm out of the gate. With nothing better to do, I allowed my eyes to wander. Besides, some parents or caretakers averted their gaze after seeing me. In some cases, they even went so far as unsubtly steering clear so as not to be seen associating with an Uchiha. I could understand the sentiment. Seeing your family being killed by what could only be described as a force of nature and then being unable to take their pound of flesh in retaliation was something many struggled with. Not knowing where to direct your righteous anger was even more so, and I would like nothing more than to give them a chance to sat their cravings for revenge. Unfortunately, in doing so, I would confirm what was currently considered nothing more than an unsubstantiated rumor. That the Uchiha clan was responsible for what happened. I highly doubted the general populace would care that cousin Obito had been reported dead years prior to that. Nor that my investigation into the aftermath of the Kyuubi attack revealed that he hadn't had any contact with any of our kin living in the village. Still, I couldn't be sure he hadn't had anyone else backing him. Another Uchiha was unlikely, since there was only one other body that couldn't be recovered in the last 20 years. According to the reports, he had been killed by Onoki's dust release during the Second Shinobi World War. Given that he hadn't flaunted an Uchiha clan of their own, I was inclined to believe the veracity of that report. No, the modification of his body pointed in an entirely different direction, and after I confirmed the validity of my theory, there would be a reckoning. It was only a matter of time. So when I had found Obito's dead body as I had been trying to reach Minato in order to help him, I had done what I had always been made to believe every reasonable member of a clan would have upon realizing that one of theirs had been responsible for destroying half the village. I had made the evidence disappear, thus marking the greatest regret of my life. If only I wouldn't have been required to follow what my father had ingrained into my head since I had been a child. And instead could have followed my heart, then I could have been in time to. I stopped myself from going down that path again as I noticed an Enbu hiding on the roof of a house from where he was overlooking the crowd. He didn't bother hiding very well. Back in the day, Dragon would have had his hide for such a lack of skill. Luckily for him, it seemed I was the only one aware of his presence. Carefully maintained instincts put me on alert as I continued to scan my surroundings, searching for his teammates. It was rare for Enbu to operate alone. At least not for anything considered crucial. It was likewise rare for them to operate within the village bounds. I didn't have any time to wonder further what his presence was all about, as a horde of screaming children ran out of the building, searching for their parents. Sayuri had no trouble making me out amongst the people. The superior eyesight every Uchiha possessed even before the activation of the Sharingan showing its worth, she immediately hastened her pace and ran my way with a smile plastered on her face. Her face had more than just a passing resemblance to her father's. Possessing the same eyes and cheekbones, but more importantly, she bought into the same Uchiha exceptionalism as her father. Thinking herself to be better than everybody else, this sentiment had only been reinforced since her first day at the academy by becoming top of her class. To this day, a feat I wasn't entirely sure how she managed it. She was average at best, not even close to the skill her older sister called her own at half Sayuri's age. Surely nowhere near good enough to be labeled a genius. A term that had seen such excessive use it had seemingly lost all meaning. I couldn't recall a year in recent memory in which the top student in a class was called anything else. I missed the times when you actually had to back up such denominations since there was nothing more dangerous than a contorted perception of your own ability. She was already buying into it all, and short of receiving a wake-up call, it would only get her killed sooner rather than later. Sayuri came to a stop right in front of me, her grin widening. "Mom, what are you doing here?" she asked while searching the crowd. "Where is Kasumi?" "She hurt herself while training. Nothing serious," I informed her. "Oh," she momentarily deflated, only for her grin to return with a vengeance. "I like you better. Anyway, you can come to get me from now on if you like," before mumbling under her breath before she clarified. "Well, on those days Izumi Oni-chan can't. If it were up to me, I wouldn't mind being here every day, just not for her sake." As it stood, I was already taking a risk by being here. Nonetheless, it was a chance I had to take. I couldn't remain oblivious about his well-being. I needed to know that he was taken care of. "Unfortunately, that will not be possible," I told her, my words wiping the smile from her face, taking on the same bland expression her father constantly wore on his face, thus further highlighting the similarities between her and the semen donor responsible for her existence. To be honest, I had never come to like either of my so-called offspring for the simple reason that they were also Fugakus, Sayuri, in particular. With her mediocre talent, looks, and entitlement that made her a younger female version of her father, had made that rather difficult. Not that I could say I hadn't tried. But it had become clear rather early on that the children I had to bear him would never be mine in any way that counted. I had merely been supposed to be the breeding cattle providing an immaculate lineage. The children had always been supposed to be his and his alone, to mold them as he had seen fit, in accordance with our agreement. As a result, after realizing this, I had ceased all attempts to bond with them on more than a superficial level. I hadn't even nursed them to prevent myself from getting attached. It hadn't been easy to stay away in the case of my firstborn. She had been gifted and intelligent, but most importantly, her features hadn't had any clearly discernible resemblance to her father. Having been being a perfect melding of mine and his, it made her look like just another cousin, unlike Sayuri. There were moments when it had been hard to resist the temptation to nurture her spark instead of seeing it slowly doused in the mold Fugaku tried to press her into, seeing him gradually destroy one of the scant few in our clan who had actually possessed some talent had been difficult to bear. Naturally, she had easily exceeded her peers despite being under his tutelage. Not that it had been challenging by any measure, she most likely would have managed it lobotomized and blinded. The problem was that by helping her, I would have had to renege on the agreement that had freed me from any kind of responsibility of leading a withering clan in exchange for 2 children and playing the perfect wife, his very own Yamato Nadeshiko. It had come to me easily enough. The role had not been very demanding, especially since I hadn't had to suffer his touch. Not that I had believed myself to be capable of it. The very thought of it had turned my stomach. His daughters, whom had merely been the product of impregnating myself with the semen he had provided, had been cut from my body by myself 9 months later. After my first meeting with a prospective husband, I had known that none of them could ever hope to come close to anything resembling what I might have had with Kushina and Minato, the only family I ever had. Since then, I hadn't been given a choice other than to follow the suggestion forced upon me, Koto Amatsukami. The sole genjutsu I hadn't been able to overcome. I had chosen the lesser evil in Fugaku. He at least hadn't been twice my age and had been amicable to accept my deal if it brought him the clan leadership. I probably should have considered myself lucky because if not for my progenitors, the word father does carry an implied closeness that hadn't existed between us. Lack of skill, and poorly worded instructions, the marriage would have been happily consummated. Any belief I might have held onto that this had been the result of a consideration on his part not to infringe on my mind, at least not any further than he absolutely had to, had been crushed just yesterday. He had overheard a reoccurring argument between me and Fugaku, during which Fugaku had expressed his displeasure about the 2 agreed-upon children, both girls, and had demanded that we renegotiate the terms. My progenitor, realizing the loopholes he had left, had tried to rectify his mistake by attempting to use his eye on me again. I hadn't been able to break the compulsion he had already placed on me, but preventing a repeat had been well within my power. My rather violent objection had made sure of it, as I had taken his life in his eyes for myself. This had been an auspicious occasion since his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had possessed the power to break any genjutsu, making it possible to remove my conditioning. As it turned out, it hadn't by far been the only instance he had used his eye on me to enforce a specific behavior. It had simply been that in all those other instances, he had thought it prudent to keep me from remembering, something he had decided to forego when he had compelled me to marry, to show me my place. It hadn't been until that moment that I had realized the full scope of how he had violated my mind over the years, how none of the decisions I had made throughout my life had truly been my own. It had also never occurred to me before that the reason I hadn't killed him and made him suffer for his actions could be rooted in another genjutsu placed on me years earlier. What had turned out to be his fatal mistake was not having altered how I perceived and reacted to threats, thus having allowed me to defend myself. Since I hadn't been keen for my mind to be played around with, I had considered him trying an attack upon my very being, as an attack on my life, and had reacted accordingly to it, using deadly force. I had been his puppet all along, an unwilling one for sure, who had fought against being manipulated using every loophole and trick imaginable, but a puppet, nonetheless. Every decision I had ever made had been influenced by his machinations. I had joined Anbu to spy on the village for him. My disinterest in leading the clan had stemmed from his not wanting me to be in charge. By marrying me off to somebody sharing his vision and making me hand over the clan leadership to my husband, he had avoided breaking the succession laws. Because without someone holding my strings, I had been bound to go against his vision of the Uchiha clan. Eventually, something my proud entitled progenitor Kagami couldn't have allowed to happen, which was why my rebellious brother had never been deemed a suitable replacement for me either. Compared to what I had lost by being forced to marry Fugaku, the son he always wanted, this hadn't even registered. It had never been my hurt pride at coming in second place at winning Minato's affection, or jealousy, that had prevented me from sharing my life with the only two people I had ever truly loved, but another compulsion. The truly unforgivable act, however, had been forcing me to keep my status as Naruto's godmother a secret. And for allowing the village to take custody of him, the last living piece of Minato and Kushina left in the world, my progenitor had even seen fit, given my proclivity to find ways around his compulsion, to steer me clear of every location I could potentially run into him. He obviously hadn't wanted the village to see an Uchiha associating with the host of the Kyuubi, thus stoking the rumors. Sayuri, no longer disheartened by my words, took my hand in hers and tried to drag me away, a futile attempt. My feet would stay rooted in place until I accomplished what I came here to do. As I continued to scan the crowd for a yellow mop of hair, I vividly remembered the single instance I had seen him from afar just moments after his birth and the death of his parents. Watching the third removing the newborn boy from the grasp of his dead parents had been the worst thing I had ever witnessed. The crushing guilt at arriving too late had been the worst feeling I had ever felt, and courtesy of the Sharingan was something I could never forget. The memory had burned itself into my mind to never fade away, and it had haunted my dreams ever since. Just as Sayuri got tired of pulling at my hand and opened her mouth to complain, I found what I was looking for. A patch of yellow blonde hair made its way through the crowd. I trained my eye on him and didn't waste a moment following him. Sayuri's mouth escaped a sudden yelp as I dragged her along. The people surrounding us only allowed me a few fleeting glances at him, for the most part blocking my view. "Where are we going, Mom? Our house is that way," Sayuri saw fit to mention. As he reached the edge of the area, the boy's way was obstructed by three boys standing in a loose circle next to the academy railings talking to each other. Without hesitating, he pushed through, grazing the shoulder of one of the boys. A mumbled sorry on his lips. The boys took a moment to look at each other, and the big-boned kid I pegged as an Akamichi asked, "Was that?" Only to receive two nods in response. A sadistic grin was the unspoken signal for them to turn around and pursue Naruto running. I increased my pace and directed chakra to my eyes. Immediately my perception sharpened, and the world seemed to move in slow motion. The Sharingan helped me to navigate the maze of people without having to clear the obstacles in my way with force. When I cleared the crowd and turned into the same street, I saw the tail end of the three older boys having Naruto in a headlock and maneuvering him into a side street. My jog turned into a full sprint as I closed the distance, dragging along a stumbling Sayuri. When I reached the mouth of the alleyway, the three older boys had Naruto against the wall, surrounded on all three remaining sides. "Mom, what are we doing here?" Sayuri asked. Only after a few moments in which I didn't respond did she follow my view. What is that idiot doing picking fights?" The grip of my hand around hers suddenly strengthened considerably, threatening to crush her fingers. It took her screaming out in pain and trying to free her hand for me to realize what I had done. I released her hand and saw from the corner of my eyes how Sayuri was nursing her hand. "That hurt," she wailed. I ignored her and instead focused on what was happening in the alleyway. "Let me go, you big jackasses," Naruto shouted. A hard shove against the wall stopped his attempts to push through the encirclement. Laughing, the brown-haired boy standing in front of Naruto said, "We might do that after you kneel before us and beg for forgiveness, demon brat." Neither he nor the third boy with his moss-green hair seemed to belong to a clan, lacking any of the typical features associated with them. This in turn called my initial assumption for the big-boned kid to be an Akamichi into question. A clan child should know better than to mess with a Jinchuriki. That was a term for which it was hard to put my disdain into words because none of the three people I knew who had qualified for carrying that distasteful designation deserved to be called human sacrifice. More importantly, how did they even know about Naruto's status? Wasn't it forbidden to talk to kids about it? The Anbu from before shunshined on top of the wall the boys were standing next to, interrupting my thoughts. This could only mean one thing. That he was Naruto's protection detail. So far, I wasn't impressed with his performance. As pleased as I was at his presence for rendering my interference redundant should this get out of hand, it also complicated things. It prevented me from making contact with Naruto if I didn't want the Hokage and Danzo to know about it. Just being here might suffice for my name to appear in the mission report of that Anbu operative. Another foiled escape attempt from Naruto made them change their strategy. Hold him, ordered the brown-haired boy. Naruto wasn't given a chance to react as the two remaining boys grabbed one of his arms each, holding him in place. I am really gonna enjoy this, he proclaimed as he took a loose stance and punched Naruto in the stomach. The hit from the older boy, who was a full head bigger and at least 2 years older than Naruto, made him retch in pain. The only thing stopping him from crumbling into a ball on the floor were the hands holding him upright. I balled my hands into fists, and my head tilted upwards, glaring at the Anbu operative. Since he hadn't intervened yet, I wondered what it would take for him to do so. Meanwhile, the brown-haired boy threw his second punch, a well-placed right hook that made Naruto sputter blood on the big-boned kid's shirt. Hey, careful, he protested at his friend, taking a step to the side. My bad, the brown-haired kid apologized, scratching the back of his head. Just make sure it doesn't happen again, it's bad enough I have to touch him. Hearing this, I clenched my fist even harder, my nails painfully digging into the palm of my hands, and one thing became abundantly clear to me. My progenitor's death came far too swiftly and easily. He deserved to suffer for months on end. He should have died begging for his death. Nodding, the brown-haired boy returned to his stance and once more landed a devastating hit on Naruto's stomach that lifted him from the ground. Despite that, the Anbu continued to observe and didn't see fit to act at seeing his charge being pummeled. I, however, had seen more than enough, kicking up a thumbnail-sized stone at my feet straight up into the air, waiting for the stone's descent. I kicked it again shortly before it could touch the ground, propelling it at Naruto's attackers. A dull sound resounded as the stone hit the moss-haired boy facing away from me in the back of his head. The force of the hit made him stumble forward, releasing the grip on Naruto's arm at the exact same time the brown-haired boy swung his fist for the 4th time. The sudden absence of a hand pulling Naruto right made him move left, taking full advantage of this momentum and putting everything into his strike. Naruto smashed the big-boned boy's face. The boy's nose broke with a loud crunch. Dazed, he stumbled backward and fell over his own feet. At the exact same time, the brown-haired kid fist made contact with the wall at the very spot Naruto's head had been just a moment earlier. A painful yelp escaped him as he withdrew his hand and cradled it against his body. Naruto didn't waste any time and took advantage of the opening I had created and viciously attacked the sole remaining and still standing opponent. The Anbu operative's gaze, perched on the roof, fell on me, falling right into my trap. The moment our eyes met, I put him into a genjutsu, rooting him in place. An instant later, my attention returned back to Naruto. His form was off as if he had never received formal training in the academy. His wide swings were something you would expect to see in a brawl between civilians, not a fight between academy students. Despite this apparent lack of skill, his punches were undoubtedly powerful, judging by the reaction whenever his fists made contact with his opponent's body. The brown-haired boy's one-handed attempts at protecting himself were awfully inadequate. Naruto's attacks were about to overwhelm his opponent any moment now. Unfortunately, it was time he didn't have, as the green-haired boy with the broken nose was moments away from rejoining the fight. Sayuri, go help Naruto, I ordered, in an attempt to even the odds. Crossing her arms in front of her chest, she hissed, helping that idiot? Definitely not. I couldn't help but notice that this was twice now she had insulted Kushina's son. 2 times too many, and I would make her regret it. Sayuri's refusal wasted precious seconds. Seconds that would have allowed her to arrive just in the nick of time to intercept Naruto's second adversary before he could rescue his brown-haired friend from the brink of defeat. A yell was all the warning Naruto got before the green-haired boy rejoined the fight by delivering a kidney shot from the side. The powerful punch made Naruto stumble against the wall, aborting his flurry of attacks. The newly opened up distance created a short lull in the fight that Naruto tried to use to recover, but he wasn't the only one taking a breather. The green-haired boy used the time to wipe the blood from his face that continued to run down his crooked nose. His brown-haired friend, worse for wear, raised himself up from his defensive shell to his full height. Touching his busted lip, he gave Naruto a hateful glare. What I found most curious was the labored breathing the brown-haired kid tried to get back under control, whereas Naruto's breathing was hardly accelerated even though he had exerted himself to a far greater degree.
it was a testament to the famed endless Uzumaki stamina.
With a nod shared between the two kids, they once more advanced on Naruto, trying to flank him. Naruto, who had leaned against the wall, pushed himself upright and put up his guard for round 2.
In the meantime, I was torn between stopping the fight and allowing it to play out a bit further now that Naruto was in a position to defend himself against his attackers. At the end of the day, a fight like this with no rules was a rare chance to get an accurate measure of his character. I needed to see what he was made of before irrevocably tying my fate to his.
So far, it seemed he had gotten more from his mother than just his stamina. Minato, by this point, would have made a run for it, either realizing the danger of facing multiple opponents at the same time posed, or getting them to split up and ambush them separately. Kushina, on the other hand, would have been too stubborn to employ such tactics and would have stayed and slugged it out to the last one standing, just like her son. Staying my hand for the moment, I watched the fight proceed. His opponents shuffled closer and closer in an attempt to make use of their greater reach. They tried to keep Naruto at bay while they hammered him from two opposite sides, realizing he could only effectively defend against one of them at a time.
Naruto was having none of it. Instead of allowing himself to be cornered, with his back literally against the wall, he went on the offensive. I couldn't tell if he instinctively sought his fortune by attacking, or if analyzing the facts and concluding it was the most promising tactic to apply. Either way, it was the right choice to make. Take out one of your opponents as fast as possible before he can receive help or a breakthrough to end the encirclement, at least momentarily.
The problem was both of his opponents had superior range, were bigger and had around 40 pounds more mass than Naruto. Unlike last time, they were alert, no longer underestimating him, and it showed. Naruto made a good attempt when he suddenly struck.
Arms raised, shielding his head, he closed the distance to the brown-haired boy.
And even though he anticipated a punch coming his way and was fully prepared to block it,
he didn't account for the power behind it. The straight aimed at his head, although not penetrating his guard, slowed down his advance, if just barely. This resulted in him ending up a few inches short of where he would have been if not for that hit. A few inches in a fight can make all the difference, as Naruto learned the hard way when his right hook swished past his opponent's chin straight through the hole in the brown-haired boy's guard that opened up when he had thrown the straight. A slight miscalculation of distance, or depending on one's perspective, a miscalculation of timing now that he missed, made the fight far harder.
Another straight from his backtracking opponent that ended in Naruto's guard stalled his advance again.
Long enough for the green-haired kid to move behind him. I wasn't sure what tipped Naruto off, instinct or perhaps the green-haired boy's wheezing, but he managed to evade the punch aimed at the back of his head, ducking beneath it, and nearly ramming his nose into the raised knee of the opponent in front of him. Only his fast reaction, catching the knee with both hands, let him escape the same fate as the green-haired boy and prevented him from getting his nose crushed.
Unfortunately, with his hands occupied, the middle kick from the green-haired kid hit home. Naruto was struck an inch above his hip and stumbled backward, in the direction of the big-boned kid my stone throw had taken out.
The two standing opponents drew closer from the front, trying to herd him closer to their downed friend. I didn't think he would be in any condition to render them any help for a bit longer, since he was still dazed, lying on the floor and arms raised protectively over his head, nursing his injury. Neither did I think it was what they had planned. It was more likely they hoped to get Naruto to trip over their friend to give them a chance to pin him on the ground, which, if successful, would end the fight decisively in their favor. Naruto, given his far smaller stature, would have no chance to escape their grasp. They relentlessly attacked Naruto, who tried to minimize the damage he suffered by putting up his arms and curling in upon himself, thereby reducing the surface area that could be struck. Meanwhile, he was waiting, looking for the opportunity to launch a counterattack, an opportunity he realized, after one punch after the other battered his defense, with some even penetrating it, wouldn't arise if he didn't create it himself. His opponent's longer reach, double the number of limbs, and doing their best at covering each other's mistakes sufficed at keeping him at bay. He chose to do it in a way that would have made his mother proud and embarrassed in equal measure. Proud because I knew for a fact she had done the same at least once, leaving no doubt that Naruto was definitely her son. Embarrassed because it was a stupid thing to do. No one in their right mind would forego defense and decide to trade blow for blow. Still, that was what he chose to do, without any regard for his health. He was giving as good as he got as the three of them were beating each other bloody. A punch followed by a punch,
a kick by a kick, with the occasional counter mixed in.
It made predicting who would win a thing of impossibility. The outcome would be determined by who could take more punishment, something I usually would never dare bet against an Uzumaki and certainly not against Kushina's son On. But it might just as well come down to who landed the lucky punch. Given that Naruto was fighting against two, the odds were not in his favor. Additionally, I had no intention of allowing for the off chance his spirit could end up broken by losing a meaningless fight in a side street.
I was about to step in and put an end to the fight when there was a sudden shift.
Naruto, who until mere moments ago had been severely struggling, with his defense entirely consisting of the occasional block, and out of nowhere added parries to it. This allowed him the masterful deflection of even their fastest attacks.
It took him only a few more exchanges, and he started to slip around their attacks. He was reading them like an open book. After a short adjustment period, not lasting more than a few heartbeats, he was entirely evading any hit,
leaving him to dish out the hurt. His wide and flailing swings from before in just a few exchanges gained a precision I would not have thought him capable of for a few years yet. He was accurately, and with perfect timing, striking whenever there was an opening to exploit. By now, he was taking them apart, the slugfest having turned into a one-sided slaughter.
It nearly seemed as if, but that couldn't be, if only he wasn't fighting with his back to me so I could make sure. I was about to dismiss the thought as nothing more than mad ravings when he slipped under a punch, and by so doing, had to turn his head slightly when I caught a glance of something that should be outright impossible. How could he have a Sharingan, the ritual? It all suddenly occurred to me. Kushina's blasted adoption ritual had worked. Her hair-brained idea of creating artificial Uzumaki by transferring genetic markers I helped her develop had actually worked. I had been convinced after we had tried to become real blood sisters and nearly died in the process that it had been a failure. Clearly, I had been mistaken. The boost in chakra capacity and the increased density I gained in the aftermath were decidedly not the results of my training efforts as I had initially believed, and Kushina had never mentioned anything because shortly after our folly, she had discovered she was with child. Suddenly it all made perfect sense. We used that ritual in April, and Naruto was born on October the 10th. By then, she must have already been pregnant. That was just like her. Only the scatterbrained Kushina could lose track of her cycle like that. Then the realization hit me. This meant nothing else than that Naruto wasn't just Minato and Kushina's child. He was mine as much as he was theirs. He was mine too. I couldn't help but grin.
Convinced of Naruto's impending victory, my focus wavered, and I allowed myself to get distracted by my thoughts. As a result of that momentarily slip, I only registered the steps behind me as they came to a sudden stop. What the was as far as the shrill voice of a rotund woman managed to get when my eyes landed on her. She stilled instantly as I put her in a genjutsu and made her walk into the mouth of the alley to avoid attracting undue attention.
When I turned back to the fight, I saw the tail end of how the big-boned kid smashed a brick from behind against the side of Naruto's head. A single moment of inattention threatened to destroy everything I thought I had just found. Despair clenched my heart. My eyes recorded every gruesome detail of how Naruto's eye socket was smashed in, with blood and chunks of his eye getting splattered onto the floor. Another memory, ripe to be added to my collection of the ever-increasing number of my failings. That would undoubtedly haunt me for the rest of my life, a punishment fitting the crime of allowing Naruto to be injured. I pushed myself to go faster, faster than I ever moved, to reach Naruto, fully aware that despite all my powers, it just wasn't enough. I was once again too late to protect what was most dear to me. And the Sharingan, my clan's lauded bloodline, once more proved to be a curse, ensuring I could never forget another one of my failings.
Naruto crumbled into a heap on the floor, unconscious. An instant later, I came to a stop beside the boy, catching the wrist of his hand mid-swing in an iron grip, stopping his motion cold. Looking him up and down, I didn't think I had ever felt so much hatred for a person as I did for him at that very moment. As not even my progenitor registered, it would be so easy to snuff the life out of these insects for having dared to raise their hands to my Naruto. In the last moment, my calculating mind prevailed over my raging feelings. And I only ended up kicking the kid's feet from under him while holding onto his hand. His shoulder dislocated, accompanied by a sickening crunch, and he landed painfully on his side. A glance in my eyes kept him from crying out in pain. I wouldn't want his screams to alert anyone. Naruto had two other adversaries attacking him from the front, which I had put under a paralyzing genjutsu on my approach, keeping them in place.
I might have need of them, especially should I decide that further punishment was in order. This time I wouldn't allow my prey to escape me into the clutches of death, not before they made amends.
I didn't waste another second on that human trash. Kneeling down next to Naruto, I carefully turned him onto his back and lowered his head to the floor, clinging to the hope that up close, the damage to his eye would be far less severe than it seemed. That hope evaporated into thin air when I finally saw his face. His eye socket was a bloody ruin, his eye destroyed beyond repair, only a few tiny bits and pieces of it remained after it had popped.
Desperate, and unwilling to accept this, I used the mystical palm technique trying to fix it, even though I knew it was futile. Jutsu in hand. In the middle of bringing it closer to his face, I halted mid-motion, unable to believe my eyes as right in front of me. His injuries began to rapidly heal, the chunks of flesh connecting to each other grew in size, and within moments his eye regenerated as if it had never been damaged. Wiping the blood from his face, I couldn't help but notice, seeing him up close for the first time, how much he looked like a perfect blend of Kushina and Minato. He had his father's yellow blonde hair combined with Kushina's round chin and cheekbones, and now it seemed he had my eyes. The raw power they had emitted was unlike anything I had ever felt before. To confirm my suspicion, I used a diagnostic jutsu and found myself surprised at how much even I had underestimated the density and sheer amount of chakra at his disposal. He easily outclassed anyone in the village, and the gulf would only grow wider as he grew older. In addition, I couldn't find a single scar or other lasting damage on his body, even though he was malnourished and seemed to lack some vitamins and minerals. I couldn't even imagine how powerful a shinobi he could become with the right tutelage. He was perfect, our perfect little boy, Kushina and Minato, I thought to myself, with my lips curled upwards as I caressed his cheek. From now on, I would make it my life's mission to protect and care for him, as it always should have been. The beginnings of a plan formed in my mind. Sayuri's careful approach, eyeing the downed kids, reminded me that we weren't alone. My gaze flickered to the big-boned kid on the floor. It would have been easy to assign full responsibility for why my Naruto got hurt to him, but that would just be lying to myself when, in truth, I was to blame. It was my presumption that the big-boned kid lying on the floor was incapacitated which had led to this. He must have shaken off his daze when I wasn't looking, and, upon realizing there was still a fight going on, must have reached for the first thing in the immediate vicinity and found a loose brick. He then must have risen from the ground, and, before he was fully upright, must have been swinging the brick in his hand in a smooth motion with all his might toward Naruto's head. This had forced me to watch in slow motion as the brick shattered against his skull right before my eyes, making me regret the decision of letting that fight play out. I should have interfered right from the very moment they had dared to lay their hands on my Naruto. He might not have liked getting rescued. After all, Kushina certainly never had, with one exception, when Minato did the rescuing, but at least he would have been safe, and none of this would have ever happened. Kushina would have scoffed at me. Don't sweat it, Mickey, there was no lasting harm done, and you can't always protect him. What you can do is teach him to do it himself. For all the goofing around she was prone to, she had a habit of voicing profound wisdom out of nowhere. Oh, how I missed that crazy redhead. She would have been right, this insect wasn't worth my time. I returned my attention to my Naruto, making sure to numb his pain receptors. I took out a scroll and retrieved an alcohol-filled cylindrical bottle from within, and removed the cap. Stroking through his hair, I steeled my nerves for what I was about to do. No matter how much I would rather not hurt my baby, even if I knew it was only temporary, it had to be done. I needed to know, for his sake. Carefully lifting up the eyelids of his left eye with one hand, I worked my thumb index and middle finger slowly under the eyelids until I could grab his eye. A small yank later removed it from its socket, and with a chakra scalpel, I severed the optical nerve. I waited, holding the eyeball in my hand until I saw him regenerate the eye I just took, and only then placed it in the bottle and proceeded to take his other one. A retching sound reminded me that I wasn't alone. A glance over my shoulder showed me how my daughter desperately tried to keep her breakfast down. Since I couldn't allow her to contaminate this site, I put her under a quick genjutsu, which had the added bonus that it also prevented her from voicing any questions. Not that it would make a difference even were I to answer them, since I fully intend to be the only one who remembered this incident had ever occurred. Closing the lid on the bottle, I sealed it back into the scroll, cradling Naruto in my arms. I stood up and carefully positioned him against the wall. He would wake up any minute now. Concentrating more chakra into my eyes activated their advanced form. Seeking out the gaze of all 5 other people present one after the other, I went to work and modified their memories, or in Sayuri's case erased the knowledge of ever being here. Except for Sayuri, they would remember Naruto kicking the 3 kids' asses.
And since I made sure he would be the first to wake, they wouldn't doubt it. Waking, lying in their own blood with their prey-turned predator nowhere in sight, I made sure the woman, who turned out to be the big-boned kid's mother, the family relation undeniable, wouldn't take too kindly to her child beating on someone younger, a mild lingering suggestion that the Hokage wouldn't like it if someone hurt the QB brat doing the trick.
The Anbu was the only one for which I took my sweet time sifting through his memories. They were a treasure trove of information, although most of it was not really useful to me other than learning that Anbu were used with increasing frequency to watch the Uchiha compound and to shadow its members when outside. The only conclusion to be drawn from this was that we were under surveillance, since I doubted he would risk alienating a founding clan over rumors.
He must have had some credible intel to motivate this course of action. I suspected someone inside the clan was willingly or unwillingly feeding the village information, pondering that for a moment made my oldest offspring and my little brother the most likely candidates. They were amongst the small number with the necessary skill, had ties outside the clan, and given they both were Anbu enjoyed the trust of our village leader. I had known Fugaku would be an obstacle to my plans, but I had assumed for entirely different reasons, and this certainly complicated things. If I wanted to preserve the clan as a tool, dedicating it to one goal and one goal only, safeguarding Naruto, then taking drastic measures was inevitable. The infestation that had brought the clan low need to be cut out, root and stem, to allow for a new beginning. Only this time, I would personally make sure it was done properly.
Sayuri, come here. It is time to go home, I informed her, putting out my hand for her to grab it. There are some important errands I have to run. Author's note. To clarify a bit, since there is not really a place to do this in the story. Among the commands Mikoto had to follow were commands such as honoring the clan, respecting your elders, etc. Furthermore, Mikoto was ordered to marry one of the few Uchiha candidates she was presented with. All the sons of the clan elders, their ages ranging from half a decade older than her, Fugaku, to more than twice her age. She decided to pick the least egregious one of the options presented to her in Fugaku. She was then ordered to marry him and bear his children, with no further specifics, so unable to go directly against the command. Mikoto, out of spite for being forced into that marriage, only put in the effort to fulfill the letter but not the spirit of it. This included not birthing her husband's children the natural way by C-sectioning herself. It helped with dissociating from the kids as her children. She made a deal with Fugaku. I chose you, but for doing so, I want certain concessions. She would bear his children, but he wasn't allowed to touch her, among other things. In regards to Mikoto's MS, or to be more precise, M's most will be explained in the coming chapters. Only so much in the story itself. The abilities she awakened when she activated her MS, seeing both Kushina and Mikoto dead at the Kyuubi's hands, are the following. Left eye. Eminata Kotachi. Allows her, after making eye contact, to sift through a person's memories, not unlike Tsukuyomi. Right eye. Kamimusubi. Allows her to insert or alter memories. Alter obviously requires her to have seen the memory, and thus it works best in tandem with her left eye. In case you were wondering, Sayuri's date of birth got changed in this O. She was born in March, a few months earlier than Canon Sasuke, so the ritual could occur after Mikoto's pregnancy, but before Kushina would really start to show, at least according to my internet sources. Lying in my bed under my covers feigning sleep, I listened closely to every sound in my surroundings. I could hear Fugaku snoring from his room at the end of the hallway, the friction of Sayuri's blanket brought about by the lifting and lowering of her chest, and absolute silence from Izumi's room. A casual look into her memories during supper disclosed that she was out guarding my Naruto tonight. She would have been the only person in the house I would have had to take extra precautions not to wake. Unlike Fugaku, she was taking missions outside the village. Her senses and instincts had been honed by regular brushes with death. Outside the house was a different matter. From the memories of my Naruto's Anbu detail, I knew they were watching our clan compound. It had been rumored among those of us who regularly wandered into the village proper that the number of Anbu operatives around our compound had seen a notable uptick in recent months. A rumor I knew to be true since my run-in yesterday. This was odd for a variety of reasons, the most important being that they weren't supposed to be policing the inside of the village. Their stated purpose was to guard vital infrastructure, the Hokage, and the village against outside threats. Since they had apparently been tasked with watching us, it indicated that the village leadership no longer trusted us. This fact, at least according to Fugaku's memories, was responsible for swaying most of the undecided and reluctant to see things his and my progenitor's way.
It was getting harder to deny the reality that the noose around our necks was getting tighter every day, and that this was no longer about someone's pride being hurt, or the villagers not showing the clan the respect and deference it was due according to them, but about survival. At this point, helped along by the village's actions, their coup was the inevitable consequence.
For all I cared, they could go and kill one another until there was no one left. Regrettably, however, the clan still had some uses for my Naruto and me, and in order to submit them to their rightful purpose, I needed a few things from the Uzumaki compound.
Since I couldn't afford to be seen going anywhere near it, I had to make certain my absence wouldn't be noticed. To that effect, the ability I had gained from Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan proved to be useful.
Unlike Minato's Hiraishin no Jutsu, which connects the sealing array on his body to one of his markers like a door he can step through, Kamui puts a room between those 2 points.
This comes with its own sets of advantages and disadvantages. One of the foremost advantages is that it allows the user, once inside the room, to open a door virtually anywhere. It suffices to imagine where you want to go for a door to appear, which is another advantage of the jutsu. Just because there is a door doesn't mean you have to cross the threshold. On the contrary, once a door is summoned, it can be used to look upon the other side.
Admittedly, the view is distorted and colorless, and no sound goes through. Unless you move your eyes past the threshold, which will make them visible on the other side.
It's quite different from how Minato described pinging one of his tags. A short burst presenting him with a snapshot of the immediate vicinity of his tag's location as his detection jutsu washes over the surrounding area. This, given enough tags, gave him complete awareness of what was going on a battlefield, not limited to just one point of view that was slow in altering its angle and relative position. Thus, Kamui certainly wasn't the best spying or battlefield awareness jutsu imaginable, but it served my momentary needs rather well. It allowed the repeated creation of doors high up in the air around the Uchiha compound to search for hidden Anbu operatives. The bird's eye view combined with the superior eyesight of the Sharingan allowed me to identify their hiding spots nearly effortlessly. With chakra sensors that were worth anything being rarer than a drop of water in the desert, and the occasional sensor the Yamanaka clan produced hardly deserving the name, I only had to make certain that no Hyuga was amongst those watching us, since I doubted one of them would miss my sudden disappearance. The animal mask and cloak most solely relied upon to hide their identity made identifying the Anbu clan affiliations difficult, but it was not impossible if one knew what to look for. In the case of the Hyuga, they had a particular lithe build, essentially no calluses from holding kunai or other weapons on their hands, and they rarely, if ever, turned their heads. While one of those factors alone was insufficient to tell, finding all three made it a near certainty that it was a Hyuga. Fortunately for me, there didn't seem to be one among them. It was no great surprise the number of Hyuga who found themselves in Anbu was relatively low, not because of lack of skill on the Hyuga part. Dragon would have given his right arm and leg for a mere dozen of them. Their ability to gather intelligence was unmatched, but the caged bird seal made branch members liabilities since they come equipped with torture and deadman switches not under the control of the village. As a precaution, I also looked outside the Uzumaki compound. All it would take would be a single Anbu seeing me appear out of nowhere to ruin it all. It was presumptuous to assume that the residence of the former Hokage wouldn't be watched, despite it being protected by seals Uzushio would have been envious of.
According to Kushina, Uzushio's downfall hadn't gone by Mito without leaving marks. She used the last years of her life to turn the already formidable protected Uzumaki compound into a venerable fortress. Kushina, on more than one occasion, jokingly said other Obaa Sans would take up knitting in their old age to pass the time, while hers devised new ways to dismember and kill any uninvited visitors. If only half the things I was privy to were accurate, I didn't doubt for a single moment that Obito would have had a few very bad last few seconds had he dared to attack Kushina within her home. Still, thinking about this made me furious, because if not for those precautions the first thought up, she wouldn't have had to give birth inside a cave to protect his precious village, and Kushina would still be alive. The assumption alone,
that no one in the decades since it was built would have stumbled over that secret cave just a few leagues away from the village and deduced its purpose, was outright presumptuous, but the illusion had to be maintained, which was the reason the few Anbu who accompanied them couldn't have been from a clan. God forbid someone with actual skill being part of the team guarding the sitting Hokage, his wife, and their soon-to-be infant child.
If not for Hiruzen losing his wife in the attack, a woman I was convinced he had loved, I would have made sure he wouldn't have lived a day past the attack, since one could argue he was one of the few who profited from their demise. Still, no matter how hard I tried, I could never shake the suspicion that there was more at play here than even Obito's part suggested. With him dead at Minato's hands, I wasn't sure I would ever get the answers I was looking for.
While my thoughts had run rampant, I had finished scouting the compound. Looking through the tiers in reality, watching it from a dozen elevated positions confirmed that no one was anywhere near it, let alone watching it. My caution momentarily satisfied, I vanished beneath my blankets and reappeared inside my Kamui dimension. Reaching beneath my nightgown, I retrieved a sealing scroll. I changed into the outfit the scroll contained, consisting of a black unmarked mask, some simple black pants, a black shirt, and a black hooded cloak. The white silk kimono I wore to sleep was hardly suitable for a night raid. Steeling myself, I reappeared in front of the main gate of the Uzumaki compound. This was it, the moment of truth. I would either get my hands on everything needed to put my plan into action, or it would all go up in flames, and with it, the best chance to provide a better life for my Naruto. Taking one last deep breath, I placed my hand on the Uzumaki swirl adorning the stone gate. It was time to find out whether Jiraiya had messed with the seals and locked me out. He was the only other living person I knew of with access to the control seal. When the gate wings parted before me, splitting the swirl in half, I released the breath I hadn't known I was holding. My anxiety only fully left me when I made the first step past the gate, and nothing happened. I followed the narrow paved stone path, leading through a small forest encircling the entire compound. It wasn't an easy path to follow, and I don't mean the overgrowth from years without anyone taking care of the plants growing alongside it, nor that I was occasionally forced to cut my way through plant obstructions. The reason it was hard was the memories I was plagued by. Wave after wave rained down on my mind with every step I took. I had walked down this path countless times, whether it was with Kushina, Minato, or both by my side, talking, joking, or just teasing one another, and sometimes, when I was visiting them, I walked it alone. Never once had it seemed so lonely, nor had my heart constricted in such sorrow that only grew worse the closer I got to their home the way it did now. Halfway there, it hurt worse than when I had watched them die. Deep down, a part of me must have been unable to accept the reality and still held on to the hope they were alive and well, living happily with Naruto right behind the next hill. Somehow we had just drifted apart, and one day in the future, we would just run into one another, and everything would go back to how it was. The only thing keeping that illusion alive was the uncertainty of what awaited me in their home. My body was fighting me every step of the way, not allowing my conscious mind to shatter what my unconscious mind desperately clung onto. I stopped, hand placed on the trunk of a tree for support as I was warring with myself. My breathing was fast and shallow, and my emotional pain suddenly turned physical. Clenching my breast, desperately trying to get my accelerated heart rate under control, I slumped against the tree. Looking up at the star-spangled night sky, I finally realized that something wasn't right. It was as if a powerful compulsion prevented me from taking another step in the direction of their home. My eyes advanced to their eternal Mangekyo state and shattered the last vestiges of my progenitor's genjutsu using his eye ability. My heart rate began to normalize immediately, and the world felt as if a haze I hadn't noticed was even there had been cast aside. Koto Amatsukami, it had to be. My progenitor must have planted another suggestion deep within me, not connected to all the other commands he had given me. That's why it hadn't already broken and only weakened when I had gotten rid of the others. This one forced me to stay away from the Uzumaki compound, the only place he wouldn't have been able to reach me. It became clear, even though I hadn't been allowed near Naruto, why, in all those years, I had never sought solace in their home. Why I had never visited to wallow in reminiscences, and why I had never bothered to come here to take a keepsake to remember them by. Insidious is the only term fitting to describe Koto Amatsukami. Allowing the mind of the affected to justify their actions deserves nothing less. However, now I knew what I was looking for. Sifting through own memories, I began to question every decision I had ever made. looking for anything I had done that seemed out of place. It was only when I was completely convinced that this time it really had been the last genjutsu compelling me and that I had fully regained my free will did I stand up and resumed my travel. Emerging from the forest, I came to a stop on the small hill overlooking the enormous building complex in the middle of the clearing. It was a sobering sight to see the once beautiful and well cared for garden from my memories covered in weeds. Their growth had gotten rampant with no one here to rein it in, choking the life out of crops, herbs, and flowers. It wouldn't stay that way for long if I had anything to say about it. At a measured step, I cleared a path through the greenery right up to the front porch of the main building. Placing my hand on the handle was all it took for the door to swing open. Compared to the garden, the inside of the house was the complete opposite, spotless and clean. My first stop was the master seal in the basement. I had been in this remote part of the house only once before, during Kushina's pregnancy. Shortly after she asked me to become Naruto's godmother, she had led me through this part of the house until we ended up in front of a heavily reinforced door. She, with a sheepish smile, had reached above the doorframe, and her hand had come back with a key. She had then proceeded to use the key to open the door. Standing before the very same door, I, too, reached above the doorframe and swept for the key I hoped was still there, since getting access to what was behind that door was instrumental to my plans. When my fingers curled around what I was looking for, it took a load off my mind. The key was warm to my touch, a step below being unpleasant, and vibrated in my hand, making its displeasure at being wielded by a non-Uzumaki known. It felt like only yesterday that Kushina had had a stern talk with it, explaining in great detail the concept of a godmother before the key allowed me to so much as touch it. It helped to put into perspective why the whole world considered all Uzumaki to be nuts. Talking to a key, you couldn't make that up. As I placed my hand on the wall, the lights adorning it flared to life, illuminating the spiraling staircase leading deeper into the basement, leading into a small antechamber containing only a single monstrous door on the opposite side of the stairs. Time had done nothing to lessen the impression I got from the door since the first and only time I had visited. The intricate seal carvings adorning it still gave me that ominous feeling that a single wrong step could be my last. Looking down at the key in my hands, I couldn't help myself and addressed it. I am aware you don't like me, but I need to get into the vault. It's important to protect Naruto, Kushina-chan's son. I couldn't be sure if it would do me any good in dissuading the key from having me killed, but it at least calmed my nerves. I got my answer when the key's temperature sank, not wasting any more time. I put the key into the door and with bated breath, waited for the heavy double doors to swing open and give way to the extensive library full of scrolls hidden behind them. Although not nearly as extensive as the Uchiha library full of jutsu we stole with a glance since the conception of our clan, it was still an impressive collection of knowledge encompassing every field of jutsu imaginable, the sole exception being the Fuinjutsu section. I doubted there existed a more comprehensive collection in all of the elemental nations short of the lost Uzumaki library on Uzushio. Fuinjutsu was a shinobi art that wasn't really practiced inside the Uchiha clan since it was the one art in which our eyes didn't grant us a noteworthy advantage over others. While it was helpful to be able to commit a once-seen unencrypted seal memory with perfect clarity, it did little to help one's understanding of it. It only allowed us to recreate an assortment of specific tools, akin to a blacksmith who could only make standard kunai unable to do anything else. Even just changing the blade length or the handle being far outside our capabilities unless we put in the same hard work to study and practice any non-Uchiha would have to. That was what distinguished a true master of this art from the rest. The ability to create seals tailor-made to any given situation. An arduous and long path. Most haven't had the patience to follow. This was especially true for members of my clan since there were numerous far easier paths, helped by their eyes, open to them, a path I, regretfully, had barely set foot on, despite both Kushina and Minato having walked it. Nevertheless, it was still a treasure trove of knowledge, albeit not the reason for today's visit. I would have to spend more time here in the near future than I would prefer when it came time for me to enter and catalog the Uchiha library I intended to take with me into it. Without pausing, I removed the key and attached it to the delicate metal necklace around my neck as I stepped through the door leading to the master seal. It was one of 4 doors, the other 3 leading to an armory, a forge, and a training room, respectively. It was a bland room beside some carvings on the walls, ceiling, and floor, all leading into a hip-high pedestal in the middle of the room, Hovering a few inches above the pedestal was a whitish-blue glowing orb roughly 1 foot in diameter. I placed my hands on the orb, just as Kushina had shown me. Immediately, the glow of the orb intensified, and the inside began to change. The chaotic milky swirling pattern slowed down, and the white hue separated into an assortment of different colors. At first, they took the shape of letters, then words that combined into whole sentences. With a mere thought, I selected the guest book and had a look at the last visitors and the dates of their visit. To my great relief, no one had seen fit to enter the compound after the QB attack, so I didn't have to fear any surprises, nor having to track down something that had been stolen. After another thought, I found myself staring at the compound's access list. My name was listed under Administrator, which I had assumed would be the case. The death of Kushina and Minato had promoted my prior status, and just as I suspected, I wasn't the only one whose status had been bumped. Jiraiya's name was right next to mine. With what I had planned, the last thing I wanted to deal with was him having access to this house. Nothing good would come of his meddling. Not that he had any right to, after abandoning my Naruto. Without hesitating for a second, I stripped him, the only living person beside me who was allowed to enter the premises without prior permission. Of all rights, I was about to remove my hands, having achieved what I came here for when I noticed that the sealing array was months away from failing because it was running low on chakra. It had never crossed my mind that this could happen. I had never used any seals with an effect that had to be constantly maintained, like barriers, since there was a chance that someone attempting to breach the compound could deplete the remaining chakra even faster. I had no other choice. I needed to replenish them as far as possible. Relying on them while they might be compromised would be a grave mistake. Taking a deep breath, I reluctantly started the process. Instantly, there was a heavy drain as my chakra was siphoned away in large gulps. It took the globe a few scant seconds to nearly empty my reserves and leave me panting on my knees. Despite being aware that the device was created with Uzumaki in mind and prepared for the drain, the speed with which it robbed me of my, for anybody not named Uzumaki, large reserves took me completely by surprise. Not being a censor, getting such a reminder of how vastly more chakra they had on average truly drove the point of why the Uzumaki were this highly regarded more than Kushina just shrugging off our training sessions ever could have. Thinking on it, the only times I had seen her show signs of exhaustion were when she had spammed high-level ninjutsu like a woman possessed during our spars. This only hardened my resolve. I took a few moments to recuperate before I tried to get back up. After a few unsure steps, I left the basement the same way I had entered it. I returned to the lobby of the main house, and, for a moment, just stood there staring up the stairs. It was one of the two large elaborate staircases hugging the right and left corners of the room, each spiraling upwards around a potted bonsai standing 10 feet tall in the center of each.
It was the right side my eyes were focused on. I dreaded what I would find up there. The confirmation they were truly gone. Unfortunately, there was no escaping it. I needed to do this for my Naruto's sake.
With a deep sigh, I began to move once more. As I was ascending the stairs, my fingers were caressing the wide railing Kushina and I had misused countless times as a slide when we were children. I couldn't recall a single instance of us walking down the stairs as normal human beings, not as apes. The words Mito Obasan used to chastise us with a grin plastered on her face whenever she caught us doing it.
This was it. The final step, one more, and I would be on the second floor proper. From there, it was 20 more steps to Kushina's room, the first door to the right. I shook off the trepidation threatening to draw me into its grasp once more and at a hastened pace, closed the distance. I allowed myself one last deep breath with my hands around the handle before I pushed it down. The door opened seamlessly, and I couldn't stop a smile from forming on my lips. As I saw the metaphorical battlefield before me, scrolls in various stages of being opened were not only strewn around on the large table and took up most of the right wall,
but also littered the floor. In some cases, the scrolls were piled into heaps, the occasional clothing article mixed between them. It was like a look into the past. The seals placed throughout the house that prevented dust from settling made the room look like she was still living here and had just stepped out for a minute. Taking a few steps into the room, careful not to step on anything, I could only shake my head. It was a wonder Kushina could work at all in this chaos, let alone find anything. She was the exact opposite of Minato, being chaos personified while he possessed a near-compulsive need to create order. Sorting and labeling things was seemingly one of his hobbies.
It was no wonder they had separate studies. They wouldn't have lasted a week without killing each other. Apparently, opposites do seem to attract, as they say.
Now it was only a matter of finding what I was looking for. I had originally assumed a few hours would provide me with plenty of time to achieve all my goals in coming here. As my eyes roamed the room, I began to doubt that assessment. Well, there was no helping it, and with that thought in mind, I went to work. I started in the corner. I remembered Kushina hurling things at me whenever her frustration got the better of her. The scroll containing the seal intended to safeguard the Sharingan was no exception when I had told her about my progenitor's decision to refuse to use the seal, rendering all her hard work in coming up with it in the first place for naught. As a result, offering to pay her out of my own pocket for the time she had invested had done nothing to improve her mood. On the contrary, it had caused the opposite effect, and instead of placating her as intended, I had drawn her ire. It was one of the few truly heated arguments we'd had with each other. As Kushina had been affronted, I would think she would take money in exchange for a favor rendered to a friend. That was by that point one of the increasingly rarer instances in which she had proven her nickname had been a well-deserved one.
Age, or the relationship with Minato, had surely been responsible for mellowing her out.
Then again, when it came to Kushina, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't picture age slowing her down. With what we had nearly ended up doing while in the middle of the argument, she had suddenly decided to turn the battle of words into a battle of strength and had tackled me onto her bed.
It definitely had to be the sex with Minato. Nothing else made any sense when it came to her. I could still recall the feeling of her lips on mine.
The hunger as she nearly devoured me whole, fondly basking in that memory. I caught myself as my fingers absent-mindedly traced my lips. Giving in to a sudden urge, I walked over to her bed in the corner of the room and picked up her pillow. Just holding it in my hands allowed me to smell Kushina's scent. Still clinging to it after all these years, bringing it closer to my face, taking a whiff nearly overwhelmed me with all the memories it triggered. I had to fight the temptation to just lie down in her bed, wrap myself in her blanket, close my eyes, and let myself fall, ignoring the time constraints I was operating under and the reason I was here in the first place. I couldn't bring myself to do it. This might very well be the only place that kept Kushina's fragrance alive, and the thought of denying Naruto the chance to get to know his mother's scent by lying in her bed because of my selfish desires made me feel sick. I placed the pillow back onto the bed and then returned to my work, making sure to not disturb this temple any more than absolutely necessary. I was carefully looking at scrolls for half an hour, and during that time, I came across the craziest ideas and was already reconciling with the fact the seal was no longer here and that I might have to look elsewhere. When I lifted another scroll from the pile and pried it open, I remembered some of the diagrams. This was the scroll. Placing it onto an unoccupied corner of the table, I released a seal. A device about the length of a kunai of cylindrical shape with a handle piece appeared. Kushina had designed it. In essence, a seal stamp, allowing one of two possible registered users to apply what she called a micro seal directly to someone's eyeball. Once the seal was applied, should the eye leave the eye socket or the person the eye belonged to died, the seal would activate and destroy the eye.
I picked the device up and moved the slider forward. And a small needle emerged from within the object. All it would take to apply the seal to someone's eye would be pressing it against someone's eyeballs and pushing a little chakra into the handle. Creating a seal no bigger than a dot. It was so small it was barely visible. Moreover, if placed on the eye while the pupil was looking upwards and pulling the eyelid aside, it could be completely hidden, making a distinction between an eyeball with the seal and one without impossible short of a close-up inspection. No one else would ever know it was even there to begin with, meaning that, unlike the Hyuga cursed seal broadcasting for the whole world to see that stealing their eyes was for naught, I had to tell people of its existence to dissuade them from even trying. This was half the reason for such seals to exist in the first place. It wouldn't do my clansmen any good if their eyes were destroyed after they were stolen, even though the faces the thieves would have made realizing they had been outsmarted might be worth it. Since this wasn't the only way for someone to get their hands on the Sharingan, I released another two instruments from the scroll. This time they looked more like actual stamps. One for each gender, able to suspend their ability to produce offspring outside the barrier they were keyed to. The original idea was to key it into the detection barrier surrounding Konoha, thereby preventing conception outside of Konoha's walls. This was a measure that would have served the needs of the Uchiha clan just fine. Kushina even had enough foresight to realize that keying such a seal into a stationary barrier could become an issue, and therefore she had included contingencies. After all, Something as simple as a major overhaul of the detection barrier, or it stopped working properly, a far too likely prospect without an Uzumaki present to maintain it, or some other reason why the Uchiha would no longer live inside it would essentially render everyone with the seal effectively sterile. The instruments themselves could be keyed to selected users, those being the only ones able to apply and remove these seals. The original idea was to link them to the clan head and the heir or heiress. They were designed in such a fashion that other users could be added only with the consent of one of the keyed-in users.
As a precaution, there could only be 2 registered users of these tools at any given time, and keying in a new user also removed the previous user not assisting in the process from being able to use the tool. The seals themselves, Kushina swore it, were impossible to remove without using these tools. The encryption was unbreakable, randomized, and used the user's chakra to create a different key for every seal applied, with the keys being stored within the tools.
It was a nice concept, and I could easily substitute the barrier surrounding Konoha with the one surrounding the Uzumaki compound for my needs. Considering the precarious state my plans would put the clan in, keeping the seals keyed to the barrier surrounding Konoha would leave too many avenues of abuse open for my liking. And while using the Uzumaki compound barrier instead would be more secure, it still was far from ideal, so what I was really after was the original seal Kushina had based it on, which she called a relic of patriarchal society. Originally the seal was intended to ensure that no line theft could be committed, which was achieved by preventing any female marked with the seal from becoming pregnant by anyone except the man whose blood was applied to the tool prior to crafting the seal. I knew she had sealed it into the same scroll, the height of what her twisted sense of order would allow her to do. As luck had it, she hadn't rearranged it after she tossed the scroll away, and another cylindrical tool appeared after some twiddling with the scroll. This was it. None of these seals had the additional functions the Hyuga caged bird seal possessed. To be fair, it had never been intended to be used the way it still was to this very day. Kushina, at first, had been very reluctant to even entertain my request to create a seal to safeguard our eyes. It had taken some prodding, but eventually, she had told me why. It was not a commonly known fact, but the caged bird seal had been created by the Uzumaki under false pretenses. Long before Konoha's founding, the Hyuga clan had approached the Uzumaki desiring a seal to keep their criminals in check and to prevent them, in case a prisoner was to escape, from passing on the Byakugan to their enemies. As the Uzumaki realized what the Hyuga had actually used the seal for, to say they weren't happy was an understatement, and this got the Hyuga blacklisted as recipients of Uzumaki seals. From what I had gathered, they had even considered cutting all ties to that particular seal, including waiving the fee the Hyuga had to pay. Seals are expensive. Customized reusable seals, in particular, were more so, but ultimately decided against doing it, not wanting to reward them for this. So the Uzumaki clan, to this day, grudgingly accepted the money just so the Hyuga couldn't hold onto it. Who would blame Kushina? Not wanting to go into the annals of history as the one responsible for another such folly was quite the understandable sentiment. Not that I would have ever considered such a seal. To inflict pain as a means of control was such a crude and barbaric method and completely unnecessary. All it did was foster resentment in the recipients, and considering that the caged bird seal wasn't foolproof, it was a spectacularly idiotic idea. No, I would have to rely on different tools to ensure the fealty of my clan. I didn't particularly like the prospect, but I wasn't in a position to be picky about my methods. That was the moment my eyes fell on a half-opened scroll lying on the table. I could only read a small part, but the words prisoner and execution I managed to decipher aroused my curiosity.
Giving the contents a once-over, I had a hard time believing my luck, and the urge to kiss Kushina came over me. Even from beyond the grave, she was still giving me ideas. Admittedly, this time it might actually not be such a bad one. Leave it to her to have seals for which most clans would gladly kill casually lying around with no care in the world. To be fair, the compound was virtually impregnable, and I had my suspicions about why the door handles leading into most rooms glowed when touched. Still, seals like this were supposed to be locked up behind the thickest door and defenses one could possibly find. Uzumaki, time and time again, I was glad they were peace-loving people when they were still around, which hadn't stopped people even back then who considered them to be too scary to be allowed to live. Just looking at what I had lying in front of me, which was just a glimpse of what they were truly capable of if not hindered by moral constraints and aversion to any form of violence, told me that assessment was more than accurate, frighteningly so.
It was a good thing the only thing Kumo and Kiri received from Uzushiogakure was the deaths of their troops. The Uzumaki took them all with them when they wiped the island not only of any sign of life, but also of the evidence that there had ever been a civilization settled there.
The seal depicted on the scroll in 2 variants would come in very handy. From what I understood, it was designed as a means to execute people. The creator apparently considered it wasteful to just kill criminals when their lives could be repurposed, which was why he intended to give ending their lives some lasting meaning by giving the community something back, essentially making them atone for their sins with their deaths. In a sense, he succeeded in that with the seal he came up with. Some would even call it poetic justice, because in order to be sentenced to death, you would have to be convicted of a capital crime, which in most cases was murder, so by transferring the life force of the criminal to another person, adding that life force to theirs, he gave back a life, not figuratively, but literally. According to the description, this meant, among other things, that the remaining lifetime of the donor was transferred to the recipients, thus prolonging their lives. Additionally, the life force could be used to heal terminal conditions, even going so far as being able to regenerate lost limbs. The first variant in the scroll was a sacrificial altar array intended to be used for executions. The second, more interesting, variant explained how that seal could be used to link 2 or more people together. In this form, its intended purpose was for it to be used as a death switch on criminals if, for some reason, they needed to be kept alive while still maintaining the means to kill them should they try to escape. It was noteworthy the sealing matrix was flexible enough that with a few additions, it would allow people connected by it to share a life force with one another. But what I considered more interesting was that the activation of the seal could be tied to preconditions that would trigger the activation of the seal. I already was getting ideas on how to repurpose that seal to fit my needs.
With the detailed instructions of the seal, I might just barely be able to craft what I had in mind following the instructions to the letter. Even though the particulars went way over my head, this admittedly wasn't exactly a good idea. Messing with seals without understanding every aspect of them never was. But the opportunity they presented me with was just too good to pass up, since it was more than just unlikely I would get such a golden opportunity again. Combined with the detection seal I had found earlier, and the scroll full of paralyzing seals Kushina had crafted to sell, I had everything I came here for and more. Although it took some effort not to think overly much about why a seal originally intended for parents who grew tired of searching for their wayward children was among one of Kushina's pile of open scrolls, it allowed people marked with it to sense the general direction of one another by tugging at a metaphorical string connecting them so long as they were alive. Gathering my chakra, I created a single cage bunshin, the extent of what I dared to do after I was drained by the orb, and handed the scrolls over to her, tasked with preparing for what was about to come. She would remain behind. I reached for the warm key hidden beneath my shirt and activated Kamui. A second later, I emerged unharmed and without incident in the Kamui dimension. I released the breath I hadn't been aware I had been holding, and changed back into my sleep attire before teleporting into my bedroom and slipping beneath my covers. With a smile on my face anticipating what tomorrow held in store, I drifted off to sleep.
"Hey, there's sis," Shisui greeted me. "So what's this all about?" he asked as he plopped down across from me at the Chibudai. In response to the stern look I threw his way, he didn't hesitate to raise his hands in surrender and allayed. "Not that I am complaining, but you have to agree it's not every day that you break into my house to leave a note saying to come over for some tea." Raising my eyebrows at his cavalier attitude, which even for him seemed out of place considering recent events, I wondered aloud, "You haven't heard?" Then again, neither one of us could say we were close to our father. "Heard what? Father died yesterday." "What? How?" he exclaimed, shocked. "They say his heart gave out, at least, that was what Fugaku believed the coroner told him, since I burned his body to ash as is the tradition within our clan. After I removed his eyes, nobody would ever learn the truth of the matter." "His heart, he repeated, only to add, mumbling under his breath, "I didn't know he had one." Playing my role of the prim and proper wife of the clan leader and loving daughter, I chided my little brother, "You should not speak ill of the dead, it is unbecoming." "Sorry," he said, cowed as silence settled over us. It took him more than a minute to regain his voice. I hummed my agreement as I filled the cup in front of him with hot tea. "I know father and I didn't have a good relationship and that we weren't close. Hell, I'd say we weren't even family, a sentiment we apparently had in common. Little brother, I thought, after all, I was just the spare, the second born, who couldn't hope to live up to his expectations.
Everything about me, according to him, was just wrong. My personality, the way I walk, the way I talk, you name it. I am sure father could have found a flaw in it when it pertained to me, he said with a hint of regret in his voice I couldn't empathize with. I never understood how you could get along with him. I am actually curious. How did you manage him not constantly looking at you as if your mere existence was an insult to him? Years and years of having him adjust and mess with my personality and mind until I became what he envisioned his perfect daughter should be like, I thought as I balled my hand under the table into a fist. Calmly and with a pleasant smile on my lips, I told him, it certainly did not help your case that you made a sport out of trying to get a rise out of father.
Yeah, there was that. He made a bad attempt at hiding his embarrassment behind a laugh, and we fell into a comfortable silence sipping tea. Well, when's the funeral?
In a week from now, his ashes will be scattered across the Naka River as per his will. I see, he mulled over my words. You know, I never could wrap my head around why your husband ended up taking the mantle of clan leadership and not you.
After all, you were father's perfect little princess. The answer to his question was a simple one. Father hadn't considered me a suitable replacement for himself, and instead had made me serve his chosen successor as breeding stock. To suit that role, father had groomed me to become the most agreeable wife possible. That way, father had tried to ensure Fugaku's heir would carry his blood and ideology. Still, those were not truths my brother needed to know.
It was my decision. I didn't want to spend most of my time with those stuffy elders and instead wanted to take care of my family. Who could blame you? He said sagely. Where is the rest of the family? The last time I was here, Sayuri wouldn't stop talking and asking questions about what being in Anbu was like. Apparently, her one-chan refuses to talk about it. Fugaku is working, Sayuri is with Kasumi, and as for where Izumi is, you would probably know better than me.
You might have a point there, he conceded with a laugh.
Speaking of kids, what can you tell me about Sayuri's classmate, Uzumaki Naruto? That question immediately put him on guard. What makes you think I know anything about him? He shot back. Please, do not insult my intelligence. Need I remind you that I was once part of Anbu, too? I also know how the higher-ups think. They would never allow a vulnerable village asset to be without protection that, as it happens, is not provided by the Uchiha police force, which in turn just leaves us with Anbu. He completed my sentence for me. Let's assume you were correct. That still doesn't mean I know shit. I inclined my head, wordlessly relaying to him the question. Really? This is how you want this to go down? No, it does not if we were talking about anything else than Uzumaki Naruto. As I mentioned earlier, little brother, I wore an animal mask myself. I know how popular those missions within the village are, for obvious reasons, and that for the sake of fairness, there is a rotation in place for all low-risk recurring missions. A mission like guarding the village Jinchuriki certainly enjoys great popularity with your comrades. So let us try this again. What can you tell me about Uzumaki Naruto? Why the sudden interest, one-chan? You didn't once ask me about the kids since I joined Anbu, and I've been with them for, wow, nearly 3 years. Time does fly. I recently regained my freedom and am interested in the well-being of my godson, who turned out to be my Kain was on the tip of my tongue. Instead, I said, father's death made me reconsider some of my life choices. It did? He had trouble containing his surprise at my statement. Don't tell me you also are going to divorce Fugaku, he joked. Of course not, I said in fake indignation. He is the father of my children. He deserved so much worse for his part in preventing me from taking custody of my Naruto. If not for him running to my progenitor when I had made my intentions clear to get him to talk some sense into me, Naruto would have grown up calling me his mother. Right, he drawled. You do know that getting rid of him doesn't change that? It would also allow you to depose him. You couldn't be a worse leader if you tried, he added playfully. I saw it for what it was. An obvious attempt to blunt the edge of his prior statement. It was hard not to notice that he seemed awfully interested in a change of leadership. Given his strong dislike for politics, it seemed my suspicions that my little brother was a spy weren't completely unfounded. To be fair, he had a point. In an ideal world, different leadership might be able to avert the village and the clan clashing. Realistically, if I were to take over the clan and make inroads in that direction, the hardliners within the clan would undoubtedly try to kill me. Since this would mean they had to cross the line of going against their own family, they would take care of Shisui at the same time. I was confident in my skills, but I was also aware that there were countless other ways to be killed besides getting a kunai rammed into your throat. It wouldn't be the first time that motivated shinobi succeeded in bringing someone said to be impossible to beat in a fight down via some exotic means. And the clan, Fugaku most likely leading the charge, would be very motivated. So, no, little brother, that wasn't actually a viable option, not for me. The only one who would profit from that would be the village by pitting the Uchiha against each other in order to prevent them from starting a civil war with the village. It could work at least for a time, and it would allow them to pick up the pieces, or, if they were bold enough to violate the Konoha charter, support one side over the other. I had no interest in becoming the village's patsy or puppet. I had already had enough of that to last me several lifetimes. Nevertheless, he was playing a dangerous game, voicing those thoughts to the wife of the current clan leader, especially considering his status as a spy. It was reckless, but then again, when wasn't my brother? Although, I doubted he had done that to gauge my loyalties. I know what you are doing, I chastised. Stop trying to change the topic and answer the question. Taking his time scrutinizing me, he eventually dropped his shoulders, eased the tension, and sighed. Well, I guess there is no harm in telling you. I don't think you would hurt Kushina's kid, but please keep what I tell you to yourself. The last thing I need, at the moment, is being dragged before Dragon cause I mentioned some irrelevant tidbits of info over tea with my sister. In response, my brother received the best encouraging smile I could manage while internally I was seething. The impertinence of him to even consider me capable of hurting my Naruto. I had half a mind to remove his intestines through his nose for that slight. Where to start, he considered as he thrummed his index finger against the chabudai. He's a good kid. Kind, boisterous, exuberant, and, just like Kushina, has a verbal tick. He's also smart, alarmingly so, contrary to what the academy instructors write into their report cards about the Kyuubi brat. They're the ones sabotaging his education by removing him from class for made-up reasons. Under the chabudai, my fingers painfully dug into my thigh. I've never seen anyone come up with traps on the fly the way he does for those pranks of his. Using only the materials he has at hand, it's frankly mind-boggling. The sophistication of some of them is unbelievable. To say he had a talent for them is the understatement of the century. He's that good. I wasn't surprised there were quite a few overlaps between making a trap and crafting a seal, as both required the imagination and creativity necessary and the ability to piece it all together. He was shaking his head at that point. If only it would be acknowledged as such. What do you mean? I asked, dreading his answer. There's no easy way to say this. He mused. The kid is ostracized. Pretty much any adult he interacts with treats him like shit. No doubt blending the kid and the monster residing in his seal into one entity. This wouldn't necessarily be a problem if not for the children unconsciously mirroring their parents' behavior, if they are even allowed to get near him to begin with. As you can imagine, the result of this is that he doesn't have a single friend to his name. Some of the clan kids tolerate his presence. Probably because their parents aren't morons and taught their kids better, but peer pressure at that age is nothing to scoff at. Those pranks of his I mentioned are, for the most part, aimed at people who slighted him in some fashion. Some would credit that to a vindictive streak in the kid. But I don't think that is really the case. I think it's just a means for him to cope. To turn a sad experience he suffered at the hands of someone into a happy one, with the probably intended side effect of excluding the people who wronged him in a similar fashion. Also, it attracts attention towards him, which he's starved of, so he might already be at a point where he's willing to draw the bad kind of attention rather than getting none at all. He surmised, and I couldn't argue with that. It made too much sense for it not to be true. Basically, my brother continued, the kid only has a few people in the village who treat him like a person rather than a plague. That ramen chef and his daughter among them, although, it might be because he's their best customer, he added with a smirk. Sometimes I wonder if the kid eats anything besides ramen. Tucci, I spurted out, realizing that I hadn't been there for a bowl or ramen since Kushina's death. She was the one who dragged me and Minato there nearly daily to worship the best food ever made, as she liked to put it. Yeah, how did you know? It was Kushina's favorite. Ah, he said, scratching his cheek, that makes a sort of sense. I guess. After a short pause he continued, the sole other positive relationship the kid has is with the third. He calls him old man. The cheek of that kid, he said laughing. Hearing that conjured a soft smile on my lips. Kushina was the same. Not caring for titles or social standing, sobering up a moment later. He said, the troubling thing is, I am pretty certain this all is by design. I know for a fact that at least 3 people came back from guarding him and informed the Hokage about the worrying degree of isolation Naruto had to endure without effect. Well, that may not be entirely true to be fair. The ones who brought it up were barred from taking that mission again, and the next day the Hokage gave Naruto a short visit. I think they're conditioning him. Limit positive relationships with him to a scant few, and hell latch onto those that remain that much harder. Eventually coming to consider them as his most precious people, willing to do anything to make them happy, I concluded, they were doing the same thing to him my father had done to me, just without the means of Koto Amatsukami, if I didn't already have a plan in motion already that, as an unintended consequence, would result in getting my Naruto out of that situation. I would be on my way to have words with Hiruzen. Heated words with some sprinkling of fire and carnage. Yeah, pretty much, he agreed. Where is he living? I asked. The grimace at the question on my brother's face was telling. Surely he has a caretaker. He is still just a kid even though our village seems to forget that quite often. Tell me about it, he said bemused, but unfortunately not. He's on his own, and as I understand it, the only reason he isn't living in the orphanage until his graduation is as usually the case goes back to some kind of incident. I am not privy to the details since the incident predates my joining of Anbu. I only know whatever happened was enough for the Hokage to give him his own 2-room apartment on the eastern edge of the civilian district. You mean to tell me he resides in that rundown part with all those abandoned warehouses? Is there even anyone living there? Not really, he shrugged. It makes keeping an eye on him easier. What he implied in that statement without outright saying it was that it also made it harder for him to interact with anyone. Thank you for telling me, little brother, don't sweat. He stopped mid-sentence. Something isn't right, he said worried, swaying back and forth. It took him glancing at the half-full teacup in front of him before glancing up at me to press out. What have you done? With the last of his strength as his body threatened to fall over the chabudai, if he was surprised at my eyes being closed as I moved to catch him, I couldn't tell, and he was certainly no longer in any condition to voice it. Softly maneuvering him by his shoulders, I placed his head into my lap and started caressing his head. A croak escaped his throat. If you are wondering why I have killed you, then the answer is that you are a traitor putting the village above the welfare of the clan. You are also too dangerous to allow to live. Your eyes in particular have proven too dangerous to be left in the wrong hands. I also have a need for them. You are also in the way. My real target happens to be the subversive elements who have taken over the Uchiha clan. Their transgressions are too numerous to count. Some I could have found it in me to forgive. But when their actions, even if only by accident, negatively impacted Naruto, their lives were forfeit, a foregone conclusion with me as their judge, jury, and executioner. Do not worry, little brother, I have no intention to exterminate the whole clan. Some will be allowed to live in order to make up for the clan's crimes. It will be a chance the clan was undeserving of as we tie our fates to someone else. I will make sure this second chance is not squandered, and it will eventually lead to a stronger and better Uchiha clan rising from the ashes, residing in the shadows of something even greater, I explained. Don't fight it, it is futile. The poison I used was a special concoction of my own making. It will blast right through whatever little protection the poison resistance training you received as Anbu gave you. Once ingested and the onset time passes, you die. No exceptions. The poison is slowly suffocating you as your lungs stop working and your heart stills and makes you drift into a dreamless sleep before it is over. I tried to make your death as pleasant as possible. Lamenting, I added, it is ironic. It was me who first held you when you came into this world, and it will be me who holds you when you leave it. Am I not a good, dutiful sister, little brother? I raked my fingers one last time through his hair when I noticed his heart had stopped beating and he was already dead. I bowed down and gave him a kiss on his forehead, whispering, sleep well before I sat upright again. I then removed his head from my thighs. Unwilling to risk exposing myself to an attack from him somehow clinging to life, faking his death, patiently waiting for an opportunity to strike, I kept my eyes closed, tracing his face. I found his eyelids and pulled them apart as I went to work and removed both of his eyes. Only after I held them in my hand did I open my eyes, Sharingan ablaze to look at him one last time, burning his sleeping form into my mind. For a brief moment, I regretted that I couldn't have taken the risk of going through his memories. Getting confirmation of some of my theories would have been nice, in case I was right. Learning what the village was up to would have been even better. Pumping more chakra into my eyes, I advanced them to my eternal Mangekyo and called forth the first stage of my Susanoo. I handed over my brother's eyes to one of his limbs and directed it to implant them within itself. This took only a second, immediately after which I dismissed the chakra construct. It was a risk to do this in the Uchiha district, but I would need Koto Amatsukami shortly, and I was hoping a second set of eyes with the same power might strengthen it somehow. This being the first time I possessed eyes with duplicate abilities, I had no prior experience of what the end result might be. It didn't take long for those eyes to settle, and a wave of power ran through me, although it was nowhere near what I had felt with my Naruto's eyes. Even though they weren't promoted to their Mangekyo stage, it was a similar boost to what I had received from my father's eyes. Certainly nothing world-shattering, but nothing to scoff at either. I reached under the chabudai and withdrew a sealing scroll, and unfurled it on the floor right next to my brother. Grabbing his hip, I proceeded to roll his body over atop the scroll, and by applying some chakra made it disappear in a puff of smoke. I rolled up the scroll and walked to Shoji leading into the house. Glancing back over my shoulder, I took one last look at the Uchiha district in all its glory, immersed in the red light of the setting sun. A scene depicting the state of the clan better than 1,000 words possibly could have. I didn't linger and returned back into the house. I had cut it rather close with Shisui. There was not much time left until the start of the clan meeting set to take place right after sundown. Nonetheless, it could not have been helped. If I had taken care of him any earlier, his sudden disappearance might have been noticed and spoiled my plan, which I obviously couldn't allow. I made my way to my room and stripped down to my underwear, discarding my apron, blouse, and plum skirt onto the floor. I wouldn't need those clothes, the ones my progenitor and husband had made me wear, any longer. They were a symbol of my oppression, designed to show off nothing more than my departure from my life as a shinobi. I was more than happy to finally be rid of them. Tonight called for something special, something appropriate to be worn on such a joyous occasion. Opening my wardrobe, I knew just the thing. I obviously couldn't go there in anything resembling a combat outfit since it would give the game away, so I settled for the next best thing. I reached for a black kimono adorned with a flower motif consisting solely of an intricate pattern of higanbana. The scarlet flower is associated with final goodbyes. According to legend, these flowers grow wherever people part for good, and they are said to serve the dead as a guide through samsara. The latter was the reason I had commissioned the kimono 8 years ago. It was made by the finest seamstress in the village using only the best materials, knowing full well Kushina would need all the help she could get to find her way to eternal peace. Today the other meaning would be at the forefront of my mind. The fine silk felt even better on my skin than I remembered. Stepping in front of my full-length mirror, the kimono fit perfectly. Just like the last time I had worn it, I took a moment to admire the floral pattern. Consisting of one large higanbana on the back, sprouting from it were 4 dark green tendrils, one trailing along each arm in a wavy line, whereas 2 remaining ones formed a double helix pattern around my legs. Furthermore, there were 2 more large higanbana on the inside of the tyu furisid, so that when my arms were crossed in front of my stomach, it hid the flower pattern from being seen from the front, making it look as if it was black in its entirety. The tyu furisid would take me a few minutes to get reacquainted with. It definitely wasn't the most practical thing to wear in a fight, should it come to it. Despite that, I was sure I could manage. That only left my hair. Wearing my long hair straight didn't pose a problem for a housewife. In contrast to a kunoichi in a fight, back in the day, when I was still active, I would braid it into a single braided fishtail to keep it out of my field of view, but just like my old combat attire, I couldn't wear it without arousing suspicions. As a result, I settled for a plaited low bun. It wasn't nearly as suitable to wear with a kimono as a nihongami would have been, but it was far more practical. I put all my sealing scrolls containing my equipment in the back of my scarlet obi, and removed a tile from the floor of my wardrobe. It gave way to a wooden case I removed from the secret compartment. Placing it onto my bed, I opened it, and found its contents exactly as I left it earlier this morning as I prepared it. Several vials filled with freshly mixed fast-acting paralyzing poison that needed a few hours exposure to air for its full potency to unfold. The box also contained a few hundred of the finest senbon money could buy. They were fashioned out of bone, and specifically treated to add liquid-absorbing properties, making them ideal as a tool for delivering poison. I spent a few minutes carefully dipping them into the poison and watched them soak it up, resulting in a slight discoloring of the senbon, a visible representation that they were ready to be used. When I was done preparing them, I corked up the vials, closed the lid on the box, and sealed it all up in one of my scrolls. Also housed within the box were 2 holsters, which I strapped to my underarms and filled with senbon. As a finishing touch, I used the last few remaining poison senbon and decorated my bun with them. After one last glance in the mirror, I decided then and there this would be the outfit I would wear the first time Naruto would lay eyes on me. It would undoubtedly leave an impression. The next step in my plan warranted my presence during the clan meeting that would begin shortly. I left the house and made my way to the Naka shrine. It had been a long time since I had last set foot in it. Entering through the front gate, I walked into the main hall, and was surprised to find the seventh tatami from the far right was untouched. Even though it wasn't required for me to be the first to arrive, since I simply couldn't have expected this occurrence with any reliability, it was a pleasant surprise nonetheless that would make things easier. I removed the tatami and the sealing stone atop the entrance, and proceeded to the secret underground bunker where the stone tablet was located. The most well-kept secret of the Uchiha clan. Walking up close, I activated my Sharingan, and the parts decipherable with it appeared. I must have read them hundreds of times, especially the part depicting how one could obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan. To see the truth of all creation without obstruction, one must first witness true despair. It was oddly unspecific, just like every other line written on it. It resembled a riddle more than true instructions, and left a lot of room for interpretation. For example, witness true despair when it would be more correct to read experience true despair. Unquestionably, a not insignificant number of my ancestors took that meaning literally and inflicted cruelties on people to bear witness to their despair. This was undoubtedly the source of the implacable hatred some clans felt towards us and cling to until this very day. It was a worthless slab of stone whose meaning only became clear in retrospect, and Fugaku and the elders paid it far more attention than it was due. This was especially true since no actual worthwhile information about our eyes could be found anywhere on it. Still, I was curious about what else I could decipher with the eyes I had gained in the meantime. I wondered if those words would also keep me away from this place when I understood their true meaning. Seeking stability, one god was divided into yin and yang, these opposing two acting together to obtain all things in creation. When someone who possesses the power of samsara approaches the moon, an eye will open that is reflected on the moon in order to grant the eternal dream. These were the two lines that stood out among the new information I learned, and I had no idea what to make of them. Sighing, I cut the stream of chakra to my eyes, and they receded to their normal state. It was time to set the stage for phase 2 of my plan. I removed one sealing scroll from my obi and unrolled it to its full length on the floor perpendicular to the stone slab. Subsequently, I walked a few steps until I stood next to the first seal with one foot. Taking half a step with my other foot, I lowered myself down vertically, bending my knees until I could touch the array and unsealed its contents, all the while taking great care that my furuset didn't touch the ground. In front of me appeared a small chabudai, a pot filled with water, a kyusu, an assortment of different tea in small bowls, and a large tablet taking up half the space filled with teacups on top of chataku. With another touch, I activated the heating seal at the bottom of the water pot. I raised myself from my kneeling position and walked a few steps to the next seal and repeated the whole process 11 more times. By the time I was done, the first people had arrived. Most couldn't hide their surprise at seeing me here. Even so, no one approached me, trying to silently sat their curiosity until Yuka came down the ladder. She was the eldest granddaughter of Elder Kato, one of the most ardent supporters of my late progenitor's policies, and a close friend of Fugaku. Despite that, she, like my late brother, had cultivated a personality that offended the sensibilities of her family and most of the clan. How could she not, with her happy and bubbly personality? There was talk to replace her as the heir of her branch of the family with one of her younger siblings or cousins. It likely would have happened if not for her talent as a kunoichi and the prestige she had earned the clan by breezing through the opposition at the last Chunin exam held in Konoha, without showing the whole village that she had more than earned her promotion. She undoubtedly would have already lost her position. The girl, even though not quite at Izumi's level, was still one of the few bright sparks remaining within the clan. She was accompanied by her older friend Nagi, a stern and silent girl who, on more than one occasion, was called Yuka's shadow. It was an apt description since they were rarely seen apart even before Yuka had been promoted, and they had formed their own team with 2 other Chunin. "Mikoto-sama," she happily exclaimed, her bouncing step coming to a halt in front of me. "What are you doing here? Why am I not welcome?" I asked back in a no-nonsense manner that had her visibly recoil. Struggling for words, that's not what I was only teasing, I said, ending her struggle with a smile playing on my face. I am here because, after my father's death and the difficult situation we find ourselves in, I deemed it necessary to show my support to my husband and the clan. I kept my repulsion at calling Fugaku that to myself with practiced ease. Oh, she faltered. It was hard not to notice her disappointment. It was unsurprising, since she was one of the most likely candidates to oppose what the clan was attempting to do. That was a position that could be quite dangerous, because everything that was discussed here could easily be construed as treason. Thus, any dissenter, or even people who simply showed reluctance to get behind the proposed idea, were immediately suspect and faced with increased scrutiny. It required a careful balancing act. The instant she went over the line, she would be neutralized. The last thing this little conspiracy needed was someone tattling to the Hokage. It was too bad for Fugaku that if I was right, it had already happened, and directly under his nose, too. I could use your help with the tea, I said, of course. Mikoto-sama. We split up and went to a chabudai each. Kneeling in front of it, I placed tea into the kyusu and poured hot water over it. With the help of 2 other girls, each of us had to repeat this just 3 times. This was admittedly a good thing, because it allowed us to return to our first kyusu in a timely manner, since we were also practiced in pouring tea. Filling the cups of each chabudai didn't take any time at all, ensuring the tea didn't get too strong. Shortly after I finished and placed the last kyusu back on the table, murmuring went through the crowd announcing Fugaku's arrival. The people stepped aside to let him pass to the front of the room. Standing up, I took the tablet and took 2 steps to the nearest cluster of people and handed it to an older woman, and gestured for her and her companions to distribute the cups among the people. I didn't wait for them to start as I made my way to the stone slab. A cursory glance around the room revealed that while we had prepared tea, the rest of the clan had arrived, at least those of Chunin rank and above not on duty. Everyone else was supposed to be in their homes. A precaution Fugaku had put in place since the relationship with the village had gotten worse. I had personally verified that no one in our clan was currently outside the village, meaning that everyone should not only be accounted for, but could be found within the confines of the village. This would admittedly make my self-assigned mission far easier. When Fugaku emerged from the crowd and noticed me, he frowned, stepping closer right up to me, his back to the people well outside their hearing range. He, in a low voice, demanded to know, "What are you doing here?" My brother informed me that his duties would stop him from participating today, and I thought with the death of my father, someone from our side of the family should be present. He scoffed at that. "You thought wrong. This had better be the last time you interfere with clan business." As he turned around, Yuka was standing there, tablet in hand, offering him a cup of tea. Fugaku eyed it suspiciously. It took another prompt from Yuka until he reluctantly took a chitaka with a cup for himself. I followed his example when Yuka came to stand in front of me. Thanking her with a nod made her retreat back to the crowd with a smile on her face. She had done a good job. I wasn't able to spot a single person without their own cup of tea, not that this was saying much, since my view of the people at the far end was severely limited. Still, I didn't think many would decline a cup of expensive tea, not when their clan leader had gotten one himself. As custom dictated, it was discourteous to refuse to drink with your host, which for all intents and purposes was Fugaku. So when he moved the cup to his lips, the room followed. Out of the corner of my eyes, I noted that he didn't even wet his lips with the brew and just faked taking a sip. The shinobi paranoia at work. Not to drink or eat anything you didn't check for poison. Admittedly, I was sure he wasn't the only one in the room choosing not to drink anything, not that it would make a difference. Placing the cup back on the chataku, he called Yuka back to him with a wave of his hand and put it down on the tablet. Meanwhile, I was counting the seconds in my head. Fugaku was just about to open his mouth and begin with his speech when Yuka wobbled on her feet and was caught by Nagi before she could fall down. Before Nagi, in one of the rare instances she talked, could voice her concern, she, too, lost her balance, and with Yuka in her arms slumped to the ground. There was barely enough time for the alarm to show on the faces of the older and bigger shinobi when they followed after them to the ground, their bodies paralyzed. Next to me, Fugaku suffered the same fate as everyone else in the room, leaving me as the sole exception still on her feet. With my Sharingan active, I swept the room, expecting to be attacked any moment by someone who had avoided getting poisoned. When after several long moments it didn't happen, I brought my hands up in a cross seal and created 2 kage bunshin. Reaching into my obi, I took out another scroll, unfurled it, and released its contents, a large stack of palm-sized paralyzing seals. I split them up between my clones and myself, The seals in my hand were put in a breast pocket of my kimono. For ease of access, I resealed the scroll and put it back in my obi. My two clones immediately went to work and turned all the people onto their backs and then placed a seal on their foreheads. After they were applied, they emitted a faint blue glow signifying it was active and the recipient's chakra sealed off. A precautionary measure, since I simply couldn't rely on the poison to keep them incapacitated as long as required. Contact poisons were unreliable by nature. The amount that gets absorbed through the skin is dependent on too many variables. Someone simply wearing gloves, or the number of fingers used to hold the teacup, was enough to significantly impact the effectiveness and duration. It didn't help matters that the poison was applied to the outside of the cup as a thin film of colorless varnish, which would excrete the poison. When the cup temperature went over a certain level, taking into account different fill levels of the cups and water temperatures, it was impossible to tell how much poison was actually released from the varnish. There was also each individual's constitution to account for, with mass and resistance to poison being the two major factors. No, the poison alone wouldn't suffice. I followed behind my clones as they worked through the room and gave every person with a seal a cursory medical scan and sorted them accordingly into two categories before I stored them in my Kamui dimension. It was a risk I was taking. Despite Kamui being a very convenient storage space, I couldn't risk placing sensitive things in it for a prolonged amount of time. Not with Kakashi out there possessing Obito's other eye, which I suspected was connected to the one I possessed. Given the time constraints I was under, my options were limited. Working in tandem allowed us to go through all the people in a short amount of time despite their numbers. When the clones were done with their task, they began removing all the remaining evidence. The cups, spilled tea, and dropped items. They were still doing that when the last of the prisoners vanished in a swirl. There was just one last thing left to take. With measured steps, I made my way to the front of the room. In spite of my aversion and the questionable usefulness of the stone slab, it was still a relic of our clan, and without all the Sharingan firmly under my control, I couldn't risk leaving it behind. Someone might actually be able to make some sense of it. I vanished in a swirl. A moment later, I appeared right outside the Uchiha police force headquarters. It was an unsightly building in more than one regard. If I were to name the one thing that upset me the most, it would be the usage of the Uchiha clan symbol as part of the police force symbol. My grandfather and father had made a monumental mistake in allowing the clan to be openly tied to the police force, resulting in many believing our clan and the police force to be one and the same. This widened the divide, and was the root cause for many of our problems. People didn't like others policing them, and they liked it even less when it was lorded over them. Apparently, the Uchiha pride, which many of my kin seemed to have been born with, didn't allow for anything else. This created lasting resentment, and it certainly didn't help matters that the police force wasn't partial to wearing a mask like Anbu to protect their identities. With a smirk, I stepped into the building. At least severing those ties would help me release some stress. It had been some time since I had let loose, and straw dummies were a poor substitute for the smell of blood, the sound of breaking bones, and the sight of life leaving an enemy's eyes. Mikoto-sama, I was greeted by the Chunin, manning the large reception desk in the middle of the lobby. He served as a gatekeeper to the rest of the building through the corridors behind it. It's a pleasure to see you. How may I be of service? His name was Junichiro. He was a pleasant enough man, eager to please. Married, one kid, a 2-year-old girl by the name of Ryoko. He was the embodiment of what was wrong with our clan. By deciding to stagnate for the last 12 years, he solely relied on his eyes to get him through the drunken brawls his superiors sent him to stop instead of trying to become the best version of himself. I was convinced that anyone born with the advantages our heritage provided should be able to get themselves at least rated as an A-rank shinobi in the bingo books. At the end of the day, it wasn't that hard to do. Shuffling closer to him as quickly as my outfit permitted, I arrived at the front desk, giving him an alluring smile. One that I didn't even have to fake at the prospect of never again having to call Fugaku anything other than his name. I asked, "I am looking for my husband. He has not come home yet." It had the intended effect of lowering his guard, which was nearly non-existent to begin with. "Just a moment," he declared, the instant he took his eyes off me and looked down upon what I assumed was a list outside my field of vision. I struck. My hand darted forward faster than a normal eye could track and closed around his mouth, keeping him from making a sound, thus allowing for the senbon held between my index and middle finger to break his skin and flood his veins with toxins, which started to do their work. In one moment, his eyes widened when he realized what was going on, only for him to slump against my arm the next. Without him resisting, it was simple to flip him over the desk. he landed on his back, the dull thud accompanied by a faint grunt the only sound that could be heard. Reaching into my kimono, I took out one of the chakra suppression and paralyzing seals and tagged him with one on his forehead. Secured that way, I made him disappear with Kamui. The poison saturated in my senbons was incredibly fast-acting, but its effect was by no means instantaneous. Not that this would have changed the ultimate outcome if he would have managed to alarm his comrades. Given the state our clan was in, fighting 2, 20, or 100 wouldn't make much of a difference. The reason I still relied on subterfuge to take them out was simple. Having to hunt down kinsmen fleeing in all directions was not my definition of fun, especially not while wearing a kimono. And they would flee were they to witness me taking down a dozen of their comrades without a single scratch, so taking them out in small groups was definitely less of a headache. I walked around the desk and flipped through the duty roster, 26 on site and 12 two-man teams on patrol in the village. 50 altogether, so quite manageable. Fortunately, none of the teams was supposed to be back for another half hour, as their shifts were staggered to ensure there was always a police presence on the streets. After some rumination, I decided to go through the station one room at a time. In order to do so, I created 3 additional shadow clones, reducing the chakra at my disposal even further. The clones' help would save some time, allowing me to send one of me down each corridor. A quick henge later, we all assumed the likeliness of Junshiro. It wouldn't hold up to scrutiny. The Sharingan could effortlessly penetrate this academy-ranked jutsu. This was one of the reasons given, besides it being a good lie detector, that it had to be us who policed the village. For the Sharingan to matter, they would need to look at me with it activated. To the best of my knowledge, there was a standing order in place to flash your Sharingan at everyone approaching you that you had lost sight of for more than a moment in order to prevent the exact scenario I was about to implement. So, in theory, my approach should work. Then again, people grew complacent, doubly so when away from the battlefield. And if the Uchiha clan under Fugaku's leadership had become anything in spades, it was complacent. Walking down the corridor, I reached the first office. The door was slightly ajar, and the sound of a dipped pen scraping on paper could be heard. Without pause, I opened the door and stepped inside. 2 heads bent forward over their work turned my way, neither bothering with activating their Sharingan, reinforcing my decision not to rely on a stealthy approach. With the room only having 2 small windows and only one other way in, getting discovered at some point sneaking down the hallways was a foregone conclusion. "What is it?" one of them asked, irritated at his work being interrupted. The smile on the face of the person I pretended to be, not deterring the harsh response to my presence in the slightest. Not that it mattered, as 2 senbons sank into the neck of the chunin in the room the next instant. A surprised "what?" escaped the throat of the one who had addressed me as he slumped over in his seat. His female partner managed to close one hand around the senbon as she sprung from her seat. The other hand went to the kunai holster around her thigh. Never getting there, her hand stopped halfway as vertigo hit her, and she fell down onto the floor. I remained standing in the doorframe, keeping an eye on the corridor in case anyone had overheard something and came to investigate. After waiting a few seconds in which I intently listened and heard nothing to that effect, I fully entered the room, tagged them, and transported them to the rest. Back in the corridor, I made my way to the next room when a door further down opened, and someone stepped out. The man was balancing more than a dozen scrolls stacked on his arm, nearly impeding his vision. He walked towards me, most likely headed for the archives. A short nod my way was the only recognition I received. I waited for him to pass me by when my hand struck sideways and put a senbon into his neck, immediately turning on my heels and using chakra strings. A trick I learned from some Suna puppeteer during the Third Shinobi World War. I was able to prevent the scrolls from clattering onto the floor. With my other hand, I caught him and leaned him against the wall where he was slowly sagging into a heap. I secured the scrolls, tagged him, and made him and the scrolls join the others. It was getting boring, tedious really, to take them out. I didn't remember any mission ever being this mind-numbingly easy and repetitive. The thrill of battle that got my heart pumping with glee on many occasions was surprisingly absent. The whole thing started to feel more like a chore than an actual battle. By now, I fully expected to have gotten at least one fight out of this. There had been a persistent itch for one since the moment I had seen how the village had treated my Naruto, so I dropped the henge and took a few steps into the break room. 5 of my clansmen were spread throughout. 2 of them were standing near a table with a tea set atop it. One of them poured himself a cup of tea that I had smelled all the way back in the corridor. 2 more were engaged in a soft conversation sitting on chairs in one corner of the room. Then there was the last person, who, after just closing a cabinet and fetching himself a box of baka, turned back to the room only to see me standing there. "Mikoto-sama, what are you doing here?" he asked when he finally overcame his surprise after a protracted few seconds in which I could have ended him and everyone in this room a dozen times over. His words alerted the others to my presence, and their eyes landed on me nearly simultaneously. Inclining my head sideways, with a smile, I answered truthfully, "I am here to kill you. Please struggle to your heart's content." The one taking the first sip from his freshly poured tea nearly choked on it, as the one who had first addressed me said, "Surely, you are J-OK." That was as far as he got as the kunai I threw at him with a flick of my wrist was stopped just inches away from penetrating the skull of the sole girl in the room. Only the quick reflexes of her conversational partner, who caught the kunai midair, Sharingan ablaze, saved her from her brainstem being punctured. The shock of the rest was short-lived as they, too, flashed their Sharingan, and those already standing settled into a loose stance. Finally, I just hoped they wouldn't be too much of a disappointment. My kunai was returned to me in a vicious but well-aimed throw, which, to the chagrin of my adversaries, I had no trouble fishing out of the air, just in time to deflect the barrage of shuriken coming at me from the two at the tea counter. The girl tried to put me into a genjutsu as our eyes briefly met. It was a crude attempt that might have worked on Fugaku as untalented as he was at genjutsu. On me, the genjutsu didn't even take hold, washing over me without effect. Dropping the box, the last one in the room started a sequence of hand seals. It took him completing the first two to clue me in on what jutsu he was about to use. By then, the rest, sans the girl, were upon me, kunai in hand. Their initial attack wasn't half bad, perfectly timed, striking at different targets simultaneously. I met the attacks of two of them head-on, disrupting their timing. The kunai of the attacker to my right was blocked by my own, and I caught the kunai-wielding hand of the attacker to my left in an iron grip. This left only the one in the center, who, given the space constraints with the two allies beside him, had to rely on a thrust. Using the forward momentum of the attacker to my left, I slipped past his arm with a step to the side while simultaneously guiding him into the path of the thrust. It was only thanks to the Sharingan's insight that he could stop the thrust in time before the kunai was buried in his comrade's back. With that simple slip, I maneuvered them all into a line, right in front of me. It not only put a sudden stop to their plan of surrounding me should their first attack fail to bring me down, but also put them into a position where they couldn't help each other for just a moment. This was an opportunity I took full advantage of by severing the tendons in his arms before I let go of his hand. A kick to the side of his knee, accompanied by the familiar crunch of it breaking, was my parting gift before I retreated back another step. A glance toward the back of the room confirmed that my last opponent was still attempting to use a jutsu. Him spewing a fireball when he ended the sequence of hand seals was something I couldn't allow him to do, not because I had to fear the jutsu. Blocking or evading it wouldn't be that difficult, even in this confined space. It was the fire it would undoubtedly result in with all the combustible items around which would be the problem. I was not referring to the reduced visibility it would create. I could deal with that, and was used to it. To be honest, there was hardly anyone out there worth their headband who hadn't tried to take away the advantage the Sharingan provided during a fight, yet I doubted the same could be said about my adversaries. This didn't mean the smoke wouldn't be a problem. On the contrary, the smell would carry on the wind, and the smoke column, even at night with the scattered light coming from houses, might be visible and attract undue attention. I would be better off without it. Under normal circumstances, I would have used a genjutsu to take care of him, subtly influencing someone into believing he had opened his mouth when he hadn't, thereby confining the molded fire chakra trying to escape his mouth to the inside of his body. Would have been the most straightforward and efficient solution. Using the inherent danger that molding chakra within your body carried against him by burning his inside to a crisp. Unfortunately, doing this would most certainly kill him. It would be a far cry from the usual injuries Uchiha clansmen suffered trying to learn this jutsu, since even when they failed, most of the harmful chakra got expelled out of their bodies, and the burns were limited to the mouth, making a burn to the throat or lungs exceedingly rare. Even those with a way for the chakra to escape were nothing life-threatening, unlike my genjutsu, which had been devised for one purpose only: to kill opponents using their own jutsu against themselves. Since I needed them alive, for now, I chose a different way to deal with him, pulling at the chakra string extending from my finger to the shuriken sticking out of the walls behind me. They detached and were flung in wide arcs at the opponent in the back. Their numbers, despite their high speed, were nothing that anyone wielding a Sharingan should have a problem evading, which was precisely what I was counting on. For him to assume this to be a desperate attempt at stopping his jutsu from completion, he dodged the shuriken by the thinnest of margins. A small step to the side and inclining his head to the side was all it took to make them miss. In doing so, he positioned himself exactly where I wanted him to be. Thus, by the time he noticed the cage shuriken I had hidden in the shadow of the shuriken he had dodged, it was already too late to do anything about them. The widening of his eyes in surprise was immediately followed by a scream as his body was littered with metal stars. As a result, the control of his chakra wavered, and the jutsu was cancelled. The damage he suffered from my attack was concentrated on his arms stemming from his attempt to shield himself. His Konoha vest prevented the shuriken from inflicting more than superficial wounds on his torso, ensuring he would live while the ruined state of his arms would keep him out of the fight for good. All that was left was to make sure he wouldn't get any ideas like going looking for help. My other adversaries weren't idle while this happened and renewed their attack, jumping over their comrade, who was cradling his knee on the floor. They fanned out, trying to flank me. I parried a kunai from the left and then ducked under a high kick from the right as I circled left. It moved me out of the reach of the adversary to the right, forcing him to follow along as I defended against the increasingly frantic attacks of my leftmost adversary. He must have realized that I was out of his league. And the only reason I hadn't skewered him yet was because of his friend. Every attack I would commit to would inevitably put me right back within his reach. Faced with non-Uchiha, I wouldn't hesitate a second to do exactly that, but against them, even if the short exchange allowed me to determine that my eye for insight was superior to theirs, it didn't make enough of a difference to allow me to escape unscathed, not within the limits of what I was willing to utilize against them. Additionally, I was convinced I hadn't seen the full extent of what he could do. His speed had increased compared to his first attack sandwiched between the others. The high kick I had previously evaded had been without flaw, fast and powerful, an exact replica of what that guy kid showcased in his Jonin exam, and spoke volumes about his dedication, because without proper physical conditioning, not even copying from a master would replicate those attributes, if not for his partner, who was more a hindrance than a help. Taking him down in taijutsu might actually be a decent workout. Still, before that could happen, I needed to get rid of any potential interlopers. While the sparks flew left and right from my kunai clashing against those of my attackers, I noticed from the corner of my eyes that the girl was readying another attack as she went through some familiar hand seals. Bringer of Darkness. It was quite presumptuous to think Tobirama's anti-Uchiha genjutsu would work on the heiress of the clan. Still, it deserved credit for an Uchiha to make the effort in learning non-Sharingan-based genjutsu, and Shed had to learn it the hard way. Tobirama had gone to great lengths to guard his jutsus against being stolen with a glance from the Sharingan. It was exactly what I needed to create an opening for myself. Meeting the girl's eyes for an instant, I put a simple genjutsu on her a split second before she cast her own. I switched the position of me and her comrades in her perception, timed in such a way that even were she to notice the genjutsu and immediately flare her chakra to disperse it, it would inevitably disrupt her own. Doing both of those things simultaneously required a chakra control seen only in a select few each generation, a group she was not part of, given the minuscule amount of chakra I saw her waste in her first genjutsu. My opportunity to act arose the instant the eyes of the man in the back glazed over. Informing me that the genjutsu had taken hold, I deflected the kunai aimed at my chest to the side and, for the first time in this exchange, went on the offensive myself. A step forward put me right past my adversary's guard with his arm flung to the side and out of position, leaving him vulnerable. A fast cut near the armpits severed the tendons in his arm as he tried to retract it to his body, only for him to lose any control of the limb, and the kunai it held clattered uselessly onto the floor. Instead of hurting him further to remove him from the fight for good, I punctured his neck with one of my senbon. Now that I was free to do so, I also threw a senbon at both of the other men lying on the floor in agony. It took mere seconds for their moans to subside. As a result, there were only 3 people left standing in the room. As I looked them over, it became clear that their ability to continue was questionable. The man was stumbling around, blinded by the genjutsu he was hit with. As always, I took the greatest pleasure in using my enemy's jutsu against them. The girl had managed to break my illusion just in time to witness her comrades being taken down, condemned to facing me alone. She let her hands drop to her sides, finally coming to realize the futility of resisting, ready to accept her fate. It was not unheard of when people experienced an unsurmountable gap in ability that the will to fight left them, but I had expected better from an Uchiha. Obviously, I hadn't expected her to measure up to Kushina's lack of common sense, simply unable to comprehend the phrase give up. Nobody would. Seeing an Uchiha doing it didn't feel right, though. I was about to act on my irritation when something unexpected happened, and the girl fell to her knees and prostrated on all fours in front of me, beseeching. Mikoto-sama. This unworthy one begs for your mercy. Please allow me to swear myself to you. Understandably, I was taken aback by this. Was this girl so pathetic as to resort to begging for her life? At first, I thought this might have been a ploy to divert my attention to her. A cursory glance around the room confirmed the status of her comrades. Still, I didn't drop my guard. Using the reflective surfaces of the metal dishes this bout spread across the floor allowed me a nearly unbroken view of my surroundings, carefully moving in such a way that my body wouldn't obstruct the reflections of my blinded foe. In the unlikely case he managed to break the genjutsu, I closed the distance to the girl, coming to a stop right in front of her. Shigur, right? Look at me. I ordered to get a look at her eyes. When she complied, slowly lifting her head from the ground, the first thing that stood out was that she wasn't meeting my Sharingan with her own, and instead had chosen to deactivate them instead, adding to her vulnerability. I was searching her eyes for any hints of fear and deception and found none. She was genuine, which begged the question of why she had attacked me if she thought that way. She averted her eyes after a few moments in our staring contest with a faint blush on her cheeks and was staring at the ground as if it was the most interesting thing she had ever seen. My curiosity was piqued. I reached for the side of her head, placing my hand on her cheek, and gently forced her head to look at me again. As our eyes met once more, I advanced my eyes to the Mangekyu and took a look at her memories to confirm my suspicions. As it turned out, they were correct. From the moment I had made my intentions known, the girl had subtly tried to help me, painfully aware of taijutsu shortcomings that wouldn't allow her to do anything overt unless she wanted to risk being killed. She had known the first genjutsu she had used on me wouldn't even be enough to slow me down, and had used it, deliberately wasting chakra in the process. To invite my own genjutsu to stop her from using the second one, she had done all that to deceive her comrades into thinking she was fighting me with everything she had while, in truth, stacking the deck in my favor. She had the makings of a deep cover agent. It left a bad taste in my mouth that she could predict me this well, at least until I realized how she had done it. Not only had she consumed every single tidbit of information she could get her hands on about me, which had allowed her an understanding of me only a handful of people could match, and none of them still living, she also knew things about me no one should know, which was no surprise since she had cheated, quite hard at that. She had activated her Mangekyu Sharingan when she had witnessed the death of her mother, Seiko, my caretaker, who was only a few years my senior. She had been the only person within the clan I would have gone so far as to call a friend. She had been my sole link to the clan, a link that was severed when tragedy had struck and she died in childbirth of Shigur's younger brother. I had showed her kindness as we both mourned the same person and tried to get her out of her toxic home life. I knew it would only become worse without Seiko there to shield her from her father's worst impulses. He had been maimed in the Third Shinobi World War, and, unable to cope with the end of his shinobi career, had sought refuge in sake bottles. It hadn't helped matters that, just like Kagami, he had wished for a son as an heir, and, unlike Shisui, Shigur's brother hadn't turned out defective. Even though I had failed in getting Shigur away from her father, I had Kagami to thank for that yet again. She had started idolizing me, her late mother's friend, who had cared for and fought for her. She had never blamed me for breaking off contact with her, because she had known the truth. One of her Mangekyu allowed her to witness the past, and the other let her see the future, something I had thought impossible. The ability, as she understood it, was limited, triggering on its own seemingly at random and showing her short visions of her future from her own eyes. Her other eye didn't seem to have the same restrictions, and allowed her to view past events that took place at the location she used it. It explained why she was nearly blind in her right eye. Both abilities took a heavy toll on her eyes, and without being able to control her glimpses of the future, not daring to experiment with it, fearing she could accelerate her descent into darkness, blindness was inevitable. This was in contrast to the damage to her left eye, which was completely self-inflicted on her quest to learn more about me. It had been the only way she had thought she could give herself the illusion of being close to me after she had learned what Kagami had done to me. It had been heartwarming to see the despair she had felt for my sake, while at the same time, I should have felt resentment for her inaction, even though seeking me out would have changed nothing. The opposite was true. It could easily have made things worse for both of us. She also had a very convincing excuse. Having seen a glimpse of this exact moment, she had known I would eventually rid myself of the chains cast upon me. It was a curiosity that she had seen the vision of this moment years ago. It was an outlier that allowed her to look far further into the future than the mere days of any other vision she had ever. The common factor that every time it had happened, she had been forewarned about a situation in which her life was arguably in danger. This one didn't fit alongside the other premonitions. Not only did she remember her eye bleeding uncontrollably after receiving the vision, but she shortly thereafter felt indicated a far greater strain than all her previous and later visions, and strongly hinted at a correlation between the burden and how far into the future the event shown to her was located. Yet it also hadn't saved her life, at least not from me, since she fulfilled all the requirements I was looking for in members to rebuild the clan with. I had no intention of killing or inflict lasting harm on her. The same couldn't be said about the rest of my clan. On second thought, taking into account her emotional state when she had received that vision and what she was about to do, it became clear that it had saved her life, even though it didn't look like it at first glance. She had been given exactly the information needed to stay her hand from doing something desperate in trying to save me, and knowing I would free myself would do the trick. I could only assume the deck was stacked against her and that she would have inevitably failed. This obviously meant that those random snippets she was shown weren't truly that random, and her ability was more than just showing her the moments before death's cold embrace. It was influencing her decisions to get her to walk down a path that wouldn't kill. Was as if her visions had a mind of their own. Since the girl was still staring up at me, awaiting my decision, I finally said, "Do you even have to ask? As Seiko's daughter, there will always be a place at my side for you." A shy smile was the response I received. "Sleep," I said as I jabbed her with a senbon hidden in my hand, cupping her face. "We will talk once you awaken." Before she could form a reply, she lost consciousness and slumped against my hand. I gently lowered her to the floor and proceeded with her as I had with the others, putting a paralyzing seal on her and then storing her in my Kamui dimension. By the time I stood up from my crouched position on the floor, my last remaining adversary had stopped his stumbling around. He had his guard up, his head turned sideways, and was attentively listening to any sound in the room. I couldn't help but sigh at this pathetic display. Here I had held at least some hope regarding the skill of this one, only for him to also fall short of my expectations. While not immediately breaking out of the illusion he was caught in was forgivable, still being trapped in it after all this time was not. I granted him that Bringer of Darkness was undoubtedly a nasty piece of genjutsu designed to stop the brain from receiving signals from the optic nerve, thereby rendering the Sharingan useless. It also, unlike most other genjutsu, didn't just loosely attach itself to one's chakra network like a wet leaf to one's skin, so it couldn't be easily dislodged by simply stilling and flaring one's chakra. It instead encircled your chakra, functioning more like a bracelet. As a result, a chakra burst originating inside the body, extending outwards instead of blowing it away, would just put a strain on it and stretch it outwards, because the bracelet would experience an equal force in every direction, ultimately keeping it in place. In theory, it could be ripped apart by a single sufficiently sharp and powerful burst of chakra. But not many possessed the power or chakra control required for that, and even fewer possessed both. The more elegant method involved grabbing the bracelet with your chakra and essentially slipping out of it, or first cutting it off and then blasting it away. As a last resort, one could use a rhythmic burst to strain the bracelet until it eventually dissolved, which was impractical and, worse, time-intensive. Nonetheless, it was a method that any Chunin and above should at least be familiar with, and Uchiha with our clan leanings towards genjutsu and clear advantages in that regard had even less of an excuse. He was just another failure, and since in this day and age there was no Tobirama to expunge him from our bloodline, the duty fell to me. Yet first, I wanted to see how far he could go in his chosen specialty. Bringing my left hand up in a tiger seal, I cancelled the genjutsu. It was no easy feat to cancel someone else's genjutsu from a distance. Doing it to a high-level illusion even less so. So I had to resort to using a hand seal to succeed on my first try. This was a clear indication that my chakra control was slipping because of the eyes I had recently acquired. It was a problem to be solved at a later time. Readying myself to the extent my dress allowed me, I waited for my opponent to come out of his stupor so we could continue where we had left off. My adversary's face was displaying more than one question that my kunai aimed at his throat prevented from ever being voiced. He swatted it out of the air with his palm, and then he was upon me. I deflected his right fist while he was pivoting on his right foot. I slipped closer to him, and his left leg met my right leg, canceling each other out before it could gain any noteworthy momentum. Immediately upon his leg touching the ground, he tried to gain some distance to make room for another kick. Aware that this particular form of taijutsu was the most devastating when able to use its powerful spinning and flying kicks, I didn't let him get away. We ended up moving in unison. Every time he took a step back, I took a step forward. While our limbs were engaged in a violent exchange of blows, every attack was stopped by a block and followed up by another attack and another block. It went on that way for a few seconds with dozens and hundreds of attacks blocked, dodged, or deflected, fizzling uselessly. Neither of us was able to penetrate the other's defenses and land more than a glancing blow. Caught in a stalemate, I was considering rending my dress. The additional freedom of movement my legs would gain should give me the advantage. I was about to do just that when I noticed a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead, and his breathing grew more labored with every exchange. He was clearly having problems keeping up with our high-speed exchange. This was something he was acutely aware of if his increasingly more desperate attacks were any indicator. As I slipped beneath another of his punches and my blow aimed at his ribs was stopped by his elbow. I wondered how it could be that a clearly taijutsu favoring member of my clan was flagging after a short bout. It didn't make any sense unless he was another fraud who had only invested the time needed for his muscles to make use of the full range of Guy's taijutsu for a short duration at the expense of burning through his stamina. Combined with his Sharingan, it would easily carry him through every fight. Using them, I was sure, he consistently managed to win spars against Guy, thinking himself to be his superior. Yet that ignored the fact that a spar followed its own set of rules. Rules that in many cases disadvantaged certain characteristics like the ability to take blows while emphasizing technique and landing clean blows, which in a spar would never be executed at full power. Besides, if my impression of Guy's personality was accurate, I doubted he could even be convinced to take off those weights he hid in his leg warmers. It was people like him who gave our clan a bad name. In the past, we belittled members who merely copied the skills of others while resting on their laurels, but he was so inept that he couldn't even get that right. He had been unwilling or incapable of investing the work needed to make his copy equivalent to the original skill set he had observed, and was instead content with using an inferior one. Witnessing what I had over the years, a prisoner within my own home, I had resigned myself to the members of my clan wasting our gifts, and I no longer harbored any hope that members of our clan would improve upon something they picked up. Gone were the times when our clan strived for perfection, but this was just disgraceful. It wouldn't be long now, and there would be a noticeable drop in his speed. From there, winning the fight decisively could be done with relative ease. Not that I intended to give him the satisfaction of losing to me by being outlasted. No, for that display, for squandering our name, for not putting in the work to make that style truly his. He deserved to witness it being dismantled firsthand. He needed to fully experience the folly of his ways as he was crushed under my heel. In order to do that, I adjusted my strategy. Instead of continuing to deflect his attacks, I purposely blocked a blow. The force behind it was enough to momentarily halt my movement, an opportunity my adversary had desperately waited for. He didn't hesitate and created the desperately sought distance between us, taking the bait. Just as anticipated, he used the space he was presented with to launch a spinning kick aimed at my head. It, at first glance, was a perfectly executed attack, utilizing the full scope of his body's strength in addition to the centrifugal force of his half-spin. It was a kick. Sharp, fast, and more importantly powerful enough to break through a block with my hands. Possibly capable of breaking them, but definitely able to stagger me if it were to hit. It would keep me at bay, and would also enable follow-up attacks, which were why I didn't allow it to connect. I timed it in such a way that when his Sharingan would show him what I was about to do, he was already fully committed to his attack and unable to change its trajectory. Raising my elbows over my head, I slipped beneath his kick while redirecting his leg ever so slightly upwards. It was a minor deviation from its course that should not have affected a martial artist who had performed any move in his repertoire 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000 times against various dummies in the slightest. Their bodies were acutely aware of exactly how they had to react to a kick being slightly off target, what muscles they had to use to compensate when a kick just grazed an opponent. His body had never learned those lessons. It also didn't help matters that he wasn't wearing any weights on his legs, tainting the imitation of what he had witnessed by him trying to adapt it to his body, which had a vastly different distribution of mass compared to Guy's. So, it came as no surprise to me when his balance faltered before he had finished a half turn around his axis, being forced to consciously shift his balance, which only just barely allowed him to avoid crumbling into a heap. Readjusting his balance mid-spin came at a considerable cost, resulting in the loss of a great amount of momentum and speed. This turned an attack that was supposed to make it nearly impossible for anyone to close the distance between his kicks into a joke. Additionally, his near stumble also prevented him from building up more speed and momentum on its second round. It was a cakewalk to slip through the gap this created in his defense between his two attacks. It was unfathomable to me how someone could overlook such a fatal flaw that should have become obvious within the span of a few dozen serious spars. When I got within arm's reach of him, he had his back turned to me with one leg in the air. That allowed me to use my legs even within the constraints of my dress. With his whole weight situated on one leg, I swept his leg from under him with a kick against his ankle. The specific sound of a breaking bone was absent, my tightly fitting dress preventing me from putting the full power of my hips into the kick, but it was still more than enough to uproot him. His leg uncontrollably flew past his hip height, the effects of my kick and the remaining momentum of his attempted second kick twisting his body into something resembling an ugly art piece as he shifted in midair, trying to brace himself for his landing. My attack would have stopped here if I had managed to break his leg and thereby succeeded in removing his ability to use his kicks. Unfortunately, I couldn't rely on my little trick working again. I extended the knuckle of my right hand middle finger and struck his spine. A moment later, he hit the ground with a groan. He immediately used his arms to push himself up into the air, intending to flip himself upright before I could push my attack. It failed spectacularly. Instead of getting his legs under his torso, they just flailed uselessly through the air, without any tension in his lower appendages, let alone directed movement. They gave out the instant they touched the ground, and he collapsed into a mess of tangled limbs. With glee, I watched my perturbed adversary as he attempted to get his legs working again. It took him far longer than I would have thought possible to realize what I had done, and I could easily determine the exact instant he did, because the sweet fear he emanated throughout our encounter accompanying his life and death struggle turned into outright panic from one moment to the next. When his eye landed on me again, there was an unvoiced plea in his eye that sent a pleasant shiver down my spine. It was not what I had wanted to get out of this at all. I wanted a fight, an opportunity to ease myself back into things. Having lived the dull life of a trophy wife for the last few years, I had thought I could use this to get back my edge, something I knew would inevitably be lost without true challenges, and training by oneself can only do so much to retain it over such a long time. Admittedly, I hadn't expected much from them going into this, but for the whole group of them to prove unable to land a single clean hit on me while I was holding back fell short of even those expectations. As a result, I had to settle for reveling in the fear I could instill in my opponents. It was a bad habit to play with one's food, one I had picked up from my sensei. So just this once, I decided to indulge in it. It had been some time since the last person had looked at me like that. With measured steps, I followed my wounded prey, carefully keeping the distance between us the same. His short frantic escape came to a sudden end when his back hit the wall, his eyes widened, and when he looked away to see what was behind him, I moved. I had him pinned against the wall before he could turn his head back. "You have been found wanting," I whispered into his ear as I pricked his neck with one of my senbon. His body fell unconscious a few heartbeats later. Placing a seal on his forehead, I proceeded to store him with the others in my Kamui dimension. I took one last look around before I disappeared, too. My cage bunshin would take care of the patrolling Uchiha upon their return. Knowing myself, one would sit under a hinge at the front desk while the other would hang from the ceiling, right above the door, just waiting to fall on top of them. All that was left was Naruto. Author's note. Okay, there are a few things I think I might have to explain. First of all, as some of you might have noticed, Mikoto doesn't usually curse. So her way to insult someone is by belittling them. This is essentially the reason why in this chapter she assumes she can take 100 Uchiha clan members at the same time. She actually can't, and she knows it, make no mistake. This Mikoto's power, at the latest after gaining her MS, is definitely rooted solidly in the S rank range, with Kamui probably pushing it beyond that. However, unlike Minato or Onoki, the third Tsuchikage, she has no outright army killer capabilities like Hiraishin and Dust Release clearly are. I think I mentioned this, but Susanoo V3 is something that does not exist in this FIC, a jutsu allowing an Uchiha with an MS or EMS, even for a time, To wrestle with a Biju is just a no. Biju should always be the ultimate upper end of the power scale to justify their weaponization by the villages in the first place, and the sole existence of something like this emo begs quite a lot of questions, which I won't get into here. This means that taking on groups of people, especially if they are skilled, is a challenge, and Kamui, for all its apparent power, is no Hiraishin. Its strength stems from the intangibility, with just the one eye, and not from the ability to teleport, which compared with Hiraishin is a relatively slow process and can't be used in conjunction with the intangibility, meaning in the second or so it takes to suck you in, you are left vulnerable. Furthermore, we have seen what two competent shinobi can do against Kamui, see the Fu and Torun vs. Obito fight. It took them 2 exchanges to figure out he had to become tangible to attack and that they needed to focus on counter-attacking. Which they did quite effectively, and that was without having the acute perception a Sharingan provides. They even managed to land a blow, which, if not for Obito's detachable arm, would have been a fatal one, so a halfway competent Uchiha Jonin, which does exist, despite Mikoto's views on the topic, belittling equals insulting, should also be able to figure that out, presumably even faster because they have the advantage of a Sharingan, which would also have aided in the timing needed to land a hit. You probably see where I am going with this. I don't think Obito should have been able to take down the Uchiha as we were shown in the anime. Fighting more than one person has the inherent danger of being attacked from within your blind spots. Fighting a bunch of people guarantees it, and for all the Sharingan's great abilities. It doesn't give you eyes in the back of your head, meaning Obito should have lost a straight-up fight against a group of competent Chunin or Jonin, above a certain size just as Mikoto would. She would most likely fare better because she isn't a one-trick pony, and Genjutsu is an extremely powerful art in the right hands. But she would eventually die due to either chakra exhaustion from keeping a Susanoo running to protect her blind spot or being stabbed in the back, just like Obito should have. That doesn't mean that I think Obito and Itachi were unable to massacre the whole clan. I think it is possible, just not in the way the anime depicted. It also doesn't mean Obito couldn't do it alone. Just not in a straight-up fight, throughout the course of a whole night, picking them off one by one, killing them in their sleep, ambushing them, and at most fighting some small group and taking them out quickly like Mikoto did in this chapter. I think under such circumstances, it is entirely possible. 50 Uchiha on duty during the night might not seem to be much. Given the size of Konoha, the thing here is, as some of you might have noticed, I am very much convinced that for a construct like Konoha to work, the various clans need to have been given extensive rights of self-determination. The probably best example canon provides us with is the Hyuga caged bird seal. Its very existence means that a main branch member is allowed to torture or kill a side branch member whenever they feel like it. Most of them are probably shinobi, subordinate to Hiruzen, so any attack on his shinobi outside of training should be a punishable offense, but that apparently wasn't the case, and since the seal existed in canon we are left with just one reasonable explanation. The clans having far-reaching self-governing rights extending as far as being allowed to inflict capital punishments like death upon members if they feel like it. Those governing rights have to include the clan policing, protecting their own clan compounds, which should make up a majority of the village, and if we assume that regular troops and Anbu are responsible for defending the village from outside threats, I think the numbers are okay-ish. If all the Uchiha did was to guard, patrol the non-clan compounds and parts of the critical infrastructure. Despite my dislike for Naruto's living situation, with him having to live in a 2-room apartment on the eastern edge of the civilian district, I had to admit it made finding him that much easier for me. All I had to do was look for a lone Anbu member perched atop one of the abandoned warehouses, and by extension, I would find him, using Kamui to peek through the metaphoric keyhole of its dimension. It took me less than a minute to succeed. The Anbu operative didn't even bother hiding, solely relying on a simple genjutsu altering the slope of the roof he was on so that his crouched self comfortably fit under the fake roof. Even were I inclined to forgive him for the use of a genjutsu that any academy student in their 3rd year should be able to notice, I couldn't ignore the sheer hubris necessary to change the immediate vicinity of his charge's home. One that Naruto should know like the back of his hand, and think he would go unnoticed. This level of complacency should get him kicked out of Anbu immediately. On second thought, getting your charge abducted right under your nose might make that happen regardless. The next few days certainly wouldn't be enjoyable for him, And if I were a more agreeable person, I might have cared. As things stood, he should call himself lucky that he was wearing a Konoha headband, and I couldn't afford to alienate the village, for now. I materialized behind the rain barrel on Naruto's apartment roof, out of sight from the vantage point of the Anbu operative. Lifting one of my Zori while bending my knee, I reached for a small pebble embedded in the sole and removed it. It took me merely an instant to weave a complex sound-triggered genjutsu on the pebble, before I tossed it in a wide arc over the rain barrel at the place where the Anbu was hiding. Straining my ears, I could hear the pebble land and then skitter to a halt. Only then I stepped out from behind my cover and briefly peeked in his direction to ensure that my genjutsu had taken hold. For the next few minutes, the genjutsu would block anything out of the ordinary from his perception. The best part of the jutsu was that instead of just making him ignore something as much less complex genjutsu were capable of doing by altering the target's behavior, this one actually forced the target's mind to override the reality of what he perceived. As a result, his memories of that event were consistent with how he experienced it, preventing mind readers and the affected from recalling what actually occurred at a later time.
If there was one thing I was certain of, it was that the moment Naruto's absence would be discovered, this Anbu member would end up strapped to a table in T&I with half a dozen Yamanaka trawling through his memories, trying to find the one responsible. Naturally, the objective was not to obfuscate who was responsible for his abduction. On the contrary, my plans required me to own up to the fact eventually. However, I needed to buy some time and direct the focus of attention onto Naruto's retrieval rather than the sudden disappearance of the Uchiha clan, even though they would be hard-pressed to dismiss a connection between those two events out of hand. Nonetheless, my plan rested on the assumption that this would be enough to forestall the Uchiha clan being declared traitors to the village with kill-on-sight orders issued for all of us until I was finished and could present the village with a fait accompli. With a one-handed cartwheel on the ledge of Naruto's roof, I softly landed on his terrace beneath, directly in front of his glass door. It took a moment to straighten out my kimono and cheeking for any tears the fabric might have suffered despite my best efforts to prevent it from being stained by keeping my legs together for most of the cartwheel. I was about to reach for the door handle when I caught a whiff of pepper. It immediately prompted me to freeze, and my mind went back to the conversation with my brother just a few hours ago in which he had described my Naruto as a trap genius. It was hard to deny that he had made a good point when I nearly ran into one of them just now, although I had to admit I might be a bit rusty and hadn't been expecting any trouble at this stage of the mission. Even so, crafting a trap that nearly escaped my notice until it was too late was no easy feat. Far from it, in fact, considering that I only noticed it because he had used a component with a strong smell within a faulty packaging spoke volumes in itself. For a moment, I pondered just using Kamui, making myself intangible, and stepping through the glass door, circumventing his traps, but where would be the fun in that? So, I took my time and inspected the door thoroughly.
Two things stood out. A barely visible trail of a powdery substance on the upper doorframe, and two small bulges close to each other, one above the door handle and the other at the same height on the frame of the inwards opening door. My initial assumption placed what I assumed to be a pepper powder concoction on top of the doorframe. It was supposed to rain down on anyone crossing the threshold. I also suspected the bulge on the door was the result of something like an anchor to tie a rope around, whereas the bulge in the frame had to be a hook to guide the same rope through. In most cases, this meant the rope would be wound around the trigger of a cocked crossbow or something similar, just waiting for the moment the rope was pulled taut. It wasn't a bad trap, simple, while still effective.
Not in regards to killing an intruder. The pepper powder was an irritant at best if you allowed yourself to get covered in it. Some watery eyes and a runny nose were not suited to stop someone for good. Besides, the conveyor bolt released from a contraption was hardly anything a run-of-the-mill chunin should NT have any problems evading. Still, I doubted that was even the intended goal. I found it far more likely it had been designed as an alarm system. A bolt or kunai being blocked, or hitting glass or wood, was hardly a silent affair, and pepper powder had the nasty habit of making people sneeze. The apparent way to avoid those traps by simply breaking the glass door would still end up serving the purpose of the trap by waking a sleeping Naruto, despite leaving the door untouched with neither the rope being pulled nor the pepper powder falling on the intruder. The dispersal pattern from the thin trail of pepper powder I could make out on the door frame suggested that he had placed some kind of container on the door, which was most likely leaning against the frame. I was confident that if I opened the door slowly that I would be able to locate the exact position of the container and attach a chakra string to it to keep it and its contents in place.
that left only the rope, and what was attached to it, to disable. I figured that by opening the door a tiny crack, I should be able to squeeze a kunai in between and cut the rope before it went taut and could trigger the mechanism. Traps like this required a small margin of error so that they wouldn't be tripped accidentally via thermal expansion or the occasional vibration. Picking the lock with a senbon barely took a second. I then slowly opened the door, just far enough that I could identify exactly where the pepper powder was located. Just as predicted, there was a cylindrical container leaning against the doorframe. Mentally, I congratulated my Naruto for his choice of the container, because the round surface area would make any attempt to keep it in place with mundane means more difficult. Not so with a chakra string, considering the fact that outside of Suna it was considered an obscure, and mostly useless, art. I could excuse this oversight. With the threat of the container spilling its contents over me contained, I redirected my attention to the door handle and the cord I found there. Just as I had expected, lacking a kunai, I formed a short chakra scalpel at the end of my finger and was about to cut when I noticed a nearly transparent ninja wire running alongside the cord. I might have missed it without possessing a Sharingan and the superior eyesight that came with it, even when not active. Curious, I closed the door a bit more as I watched the cord and wire intently. In response, the cord slackened. However, the wire stayed taut. Ingenious. There was something hanging off the wire. This meant that were I to cut it together with the cord, thereby disarming the mechanism attached to the cord, it would spring the wire mechanism. If I had to guess from what I had seen so far, it might be something as simple as a bell suspended in the air from which, if the wire were to be cut, whatever hung would fall to the floor, most likely in a noisy fashion. With a comprehensive understanding of what I was facing, I cut the cord and then proceeded, slowly opening the door until the pepper powder container above fit through the crack and could be guided safely into my right hand. By now, the door was far enough ajar that I could comfortably stick my left hand inside and close it around the wire. I cut it, too, holding the wire in place. I was finally able to open the door, and I slipped inside. As it turned out, my assumptions about Naruto's traps were relatively spot on, with some minor deviations. Instead of a crossbow, the cord led to a taut slingshot attached to a trigger mechanism, and the wire to a baby rattle. With narrowed eyes, I lowered the baby rattle, painted with toad motifs, to the floor. If that was all Jiraiya could bring himself to do for his godson, he had utterly failed my already low expectations of him, and had just confirmed that it had been the right decision to lock him out of the Uzumaki compound. I allowed my gaze to wander, in part wary of an additional layer of traps, and in part to get a comprehensive impression of his living conditions. To say I didn't like what I saw was an understatement, if there ever was one. I was downright furious that anyone would allow any child to live like that, and the fact that it was Naruto only made it worse. The supposed living room was nothing more than a garbage dump. There was no way to sugarcoat it, because that is what it was. Dirty laundry carelessly discarded was strewn about the entire floor. The small table in the middle of the room was stacked with dirty dishes with food remnants still clinging to them in various stages of going stale. With the spread of spoiled food not limited to just the table, all manner of bugs were skittering around. It was a result of Kushina's sense of chaos turned up to 11 combined with the distinct lack of common sense only a child could have. Someone had obviously failed to teach him that leaving perishable goods lying around wasn't exactly conducive to his health. It took taking a tentative step into that mess for my nose to be assaulted by the abominable stink of all of this, which was magnitudes worse than any battlefield stained by blood and human excrement could ever hope to be.
Crushing a cockroach beneath my tori, it became balefully obvious that everything my brother said, explicitly or merely implied, turned out to be true. I knew that things had been bad for him, but I had never imagined he would have been left to his own devices to such a degree. This went far beyond the attempted conditioning he mentioned. What had the Hokage been thinking?
I cut off my train of thought. There was no point in pondering that question, because it wouldn't matter after today. I wouldn't allow it to.
Entering the bedroom, the situation didn't noticeably improve. The only difference was that the floor was mostly littered with clothes piled up in 3 large mounds, one in each corner of the room not occupied by a bed, instead of old food. Sprawled on it, with his blanket only covering one of his legs, was my Naruto. His left hand was laying on his stomach within his partly undone kimono. Seeing him like this, soundly asleep, his frizzly hair buried in his pillow, and a thin trail of saliva running down the corner of his mouth, the resemblance, short of the color of his hair, to Kushina was undeniable.
I would have liked nothing better than to watch him sleep like this for hours, but I regrettably didn't have the time. I was just about to cross the small distance separating me from Naruto when my instincts were suddenly screaming at me. Having escaped the clutches of death more than once by listening to them, I didn't hesitate for an instant and immediately became intangible using Kamui. I had acted not a moment too late, because a lightning-clad hand emerged from between the valleys of my breast, followed by the rest of a body. The uninterrupted momentum carried my attacker straight toward the wall next to Naruto's sleeping form, not offering any meaningful resistance. It simply shattered on contact with the jutsu held in my attacker's hand, leaving a huge hole in his wake. A heartbeat later, the sound of the impact, mixed with what sounded like hundreds of chirping birds, coming from behind reached me. Mid-air, surrounded by dust and debris, my attacker twisted his body around so that his head, hidden behind an animal mask, ended up facing my way. He hit the ground on all fours, digging small trenches with his limbs into it as he skidded to a halt. By the time he looked back up from the glance he spared to make sure he hadn't screwed up his landing, he found Naruto's room empty of my presence, as I had reappeared right behind him. This granted him barely enough time for the muscles in his neck to stiffen in alarm before the senbon between my fingers were plunged into them. To my astonishment, he somehow managed to start pushing his body off the ground and away from me. Before the poison took effect mid-motion and his legs gave out under him, he collapsed immediately thereafter with his face hitting the dirt, dislodging his mask in the process. Lying unmoving and staring up at me with a Sharingan in his left eye was none other than Hitaki Kakashi. It was such a fortuitous encounter running into him here, saving me the trouble of having to hunt him down later on. Tilting my head, I kneeled next to him. I am glad you decided to return my clan's property of your own volition. His eyes widened in response to my words, but there was nothing he could do as my hand descended on his left eye and plucked it right out of its socket. I took a moment to carefully examine the eye for any damage its prolonged stay in a non-Uchiha body might have caused. It was only when I was satisfied with its pristine condition that I called forth my Susanoo and added it to my collection. Although I had expected Obito's left eye to be connected to his right eye's Kamui dimension in some fashion, the ability to open up a portal of varying size at range still came as a surprise. However, it by no means redeems your action concerning your treatment of Naruto, and there will be a price to pay for your neglect, I informed him while tagging him with a paralyzing seal. With Kakashi taken care of, I surveyed the damage he had just done. With just a cursory glance, I realized that my plan to abscond with Naruto without anyone noticing his absence for some time had just gone up in smoke. What's more, I had my suspicion that the use of that signature jutsu of his might have left some characteristic traces. Since I would ultimately have to own up to Naruto's abduction, I absolutely couldn't afford being suspected of any involvement in Kakashi's sudden disappearance. There was a marked difference between attacking your kin compared to attacking someone outside your clan donning a Konoha headband. As a result, I was confronted with the question of what to do with him. I couldn't default to my first instinct to simply kill him and leave his body here to rot. Altering his memories was also not an option, considering I had no intention whatsoever of returning Obito's eye to him. So, regardless of what memory I decided to implant in his mind to explain the loss of his eye, suspicion would still fall upon me. Not to mention that it might tip people that someone was capable of altering memories. There was also a nagging question I desperately wanted an answer to. Why didn't he take care of Naruto? To obtain an answer, I would prefer being able to take my sweet time to find it, by sifting through all of his memories. Something that was best done in the relative peace of the Uzumaki compound, away from prying eyes. Moreover, chances were I wouldn't like what I would find in his memories and, as a result, would have to dispose of Kakashi. The particulars only mattered insofar as to determine how much pain I would inflict upon him before granting him the mercy of death. Then there was Naruto to consider. I would rather not have to alter his memories. And since Naruto had been watching the proceedings through the hole in the wall ever since my Susanoo disappeared, it was a warranted precaution. He should be confronted with death and the realities of life as shinobi for a few years yet. The less he knew, the better. Especially if he shared Kushina's tendency to blab out secrets. Looking back, it had been a wonder her status as a Jinchuriki had never leaked out. Reaching into Kakashi's tool pouch, I retrieved an explosive note before I activated Kamui to make him disappear. It seemed my introduction would have to wait. I then stood up and looked right into Naruto's eyes. Casting a simple genjutsu was all it took to put him to sleep. A moment later, I appeared next to him and caught his body as it was sliding to the floor. I carefully lifted Naruto up into my arms. I created another cage bunshin and handed over the explosive note to her. She would wait here until my other clones succeeded in bringing in the stragglers of the Uchiha police force, and would then make sure to erase all traces of us ever being here. Given Kakashi's actions, nothing short of blowing up the hovel they had made Naruto live in would suffice. That would alert the village higher-ups to the disappearance of the Uchiha police force when not one of them showed up to investigate despite the destruction of civilian property falling within their jurisdiction. It would definitely shorten the time I had at my disposal, which was why I didn't linger. With one last nod to my clone, Naruto and I were swallowed up by Kamui. We reappeared in the ritual room deep in the belly of the Uzumaki compound. I softly laid Naruto down near the first patch of the Uchiha prisoners littering the floor. To my delight, 2 of my clones were already present and had begun with the preparations of the room and the prisoners. The small children and the few elderly at their feet alluded to which of my clones they were. With one of my clones still in the process of drawing the life transfer seal in the center of the room, I decided to take advantage of the waiting time. First, I popped a soldier pill, undoubtedly not the last I would need to get through this night. The chakra expenditure of half a dozen kage bunshin for an extended period of time and the few small jutsu I had used up to this point were already taking their toll on my body. Age and relative inaction over the last few years were not doing me any favors either, although, if those seals I took from Kushina's room worked as advertised, I just might be able to reach new, previously thought impossible, heights. While a warm sensation was spreading throughout my body as the soldier pill did its job, I went ahead and began securing Kakashi's limbs. Unlike my kinsman, I couldn't kill him just yet, regardless of the outcome of probing his mind. For one, I had to give his body the time to flush the poison out of his system. It was more than unlikely that anyone could tie the concoction back to me, but as one of the foremost poison experts in the village, I would end up a suspect regardless. This was especially true since my actions today would remind the village that I was still very much alive and more than a forgotten footnote in the annals of history. Kakashi, despite all his faults, was a resourceful shinobi, and it would be foolish to trust a paralyzing seal to keep a student of Minato Namikaze immobilized. There was also the problem of the decomposition of his body to consider. It would allow drawing an accurate conclusion of his time of death, and unfortunately, there were means to determine if a body had been put into stasis. For this very reason, I couldn't rely on sealing his body to obfuscate the time of his demise. Still, I was getting ahead of myself. First, I needed to see Kakashi's memories in order to determine the extent of his guilt. With Kakashi's hands and feet bound, I turned him onto his back and forced his remaining eye open. Kakashi's memories provided me with some very interesting events. From everything I learned, 2 things stood out to me. Kakashi joining Root and the subsequent assassination attempt on the 3rd Hokage at Danzo's behest. In that instance, it wasn't the attempt that was unexpected, but that he had gotten away with it, as did the one who had given the order when both should have been executed. They weren't because Kakashi had changed his mind at the last minute and showed some remorse. This was a clear indication, if there ever was one, that the 3rd's sentimental side was a weakness, and this was only the most recent instance in which enemies had managed to exploit it. Still, what had my blood boiling was learning that Danzo had held a Mokuton user within his ranks during the Kyuubi attack. He had held the means to protect the village, to protect Kushina and Minato, and chose not to utilize them. It was because of him that Naruto had grown up an orphan. It was an unforgivable sin, one I would make sure he paid for in full. Yet as much as I would like nothing more than to march right into his lair and find ways to redefine the phrase torture to death with him as the guinea pig, a role he had more than just volunteered for with his actions, I couldn't. It was not right moment to do so, nor would it be for some time. It all came back to us needing to rely on Konoha for protection. I couldn't afford to weaken Konoha any further than I already had, otherwise, it might invite attacks from the other major villages and put Naruto at risk. No, I had to bide my time and gather more strength for Naruto's sake. The first step towards that goal was to increase the quality of the members I had deemed had some future use for Naruto by promoting their eyes to the next level. I had wondered for years about the particulars of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Not much was known about the requirements for gaining a specific ability. Even reading the stone slab after gaining an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan hadn't provided me with a satisfying answer to the question. The absence of detailed records, most likely out of fear that they could be stolen and end up in the hands of our enemies, didn't help matters. My forefathers, if they had bothered at all, had been content with writing down the names of those who had managed to unlock their eyes. Over the years, a small number of people had achieved it. Contrary to popular belief, Madara had not been the first to do so, far from it. In fact, it really should not have come as a surprise. as it was impossible to constantly wage wars against other clans without someone here and there going through the preconditions of witnessing despair to awaken them, which I now knew to be an inaccurate transcription. Yet those who had, just like Madara, were infamous, reviled even by the Uchiha clan. And many had died at the hands of their kin, either slain for their crimes or their lost sanity, which had faded along with the light of their eyes or both. The difference between them and Madara, who had irrefutably carved himself a place in history by founding Konoha together with Hashirama and Mito, was they could easily be extinguished from recorded memory and subsequently forgotten, unless, of course, you knew where to look, and happened to be the clan head's daughter. What I intended to find out was if there was some kind of underlying rule set, such that it would allow me to influence or outright affect which ability one would gain when their eyes awoke. What was it that determined it? Personality, blood, or something else entirely? Kakashi's memories provided me with the last piece of the puzzle to form a coherent theory. It was based upon two events, to be exact. Obito's presumed death, witnessed by Kakashi, made it clear that at the time his body had been crushed, my cousin hadn't had access to Kamui yet. It was absolutely inconceivable for any shinobi to hazard taking that kind of damage to their bodies if it could be avoided, and there was no doubt about it. His body was a mangled mess. Kakashi saw enough for me to be sure of it. The second event was the death of Rin. With the sole exception of what happened to Obito, it was the only other event providing the required level of despair to advance a Sharingan to its next stage.
It was only a guess, but, given the situation they found themselves in when Rin threw herself in the path of Kakashi's jutsu, Obito also might have been present.
Because I really had a hard time coming up with an explanation as to how Kakashi, after he had plunged his hand through her heart, could survive that encounter surrounded by enemies as he had been. Someone must have taken care of them mere moments after he had fainted from the shock of his actions. Disregarding teleportation, this meant that someone had to have been close by, within sight of Kakashi and Rin, in order to be able to interfere in time. If I factored in the state of the battlefield after he woke up, with the whole Kiri platoon butchered to the last shinobi, their blood and intestines littering the area, it all looked more like the work of a savage beast than that of a skilled shinobi. The restraint and precision that came with proficiency at killing were conspicuously absent. Instead, I noted an undercurrent of unrestrained rage. The lack of variation or distinguishable patterns suggested a single perpetrator drunk on power great enough to casually overwhelm his opposition. It was exactly what I would expect the aftermath of Cousin Obito enacting bloody vengeance on those responsible for the death of his beloved Rin to look like. The conclusion I drew from this was that the requirements for achieving a Mangekyo Sharingan with the ability of Kamui boiled down to the following. One set of Sharingan eyes had to be spatially separated, and both wearers needed to witness the death of a person they both cared about. At the same time, it was possible the person had to die at the hand of one of them. This, in turn, meant that my running theory boiled down to the idea that the abilities granted by achieving a Mangekyo Sharingan were solely dependent on the specific triggering conditions. The small sample size wasn't conclusive, and as much as I would have liked to view the memories of both my father and my brother, the risk of falling under their sway wasn't worth it. This left putting that theory to practice, and as it happened, I had a whole clan of Sharingan-bearing shinobi lying at my feet. There was only one thing left to do before I could begin in earnest. I needed one last tool. Luckily I knew exactly where to get it. A short walk over the paralyzed bodies brought me to my destination. Where Fugaku's bound body was lying on the ground, I momentarily paused, savoring the knowledge that the last thing he would ever see was me looking down on him. Bending down next to him, I plucked his eyes right out of his fear-stricken skull, thus sentencing him to spend his last moments in absolute darkness. I couldn't think of a more fitting punishment for someone who worshipped our eyes. Calling forth my Susanoo, one of its many limbs reached for Fugaku's eyes resting in the palm of my hand and inserted them into one of the countless empty eye slots it possessed across its body. The effects, just as they had been in the previous instances, were immediate, and I instinctively learned the basics of his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities Tsukuyomi and Amanama Nakanushi. At the moment, I didn't care much for the latter, and just acknowledged it being added to my repertoire. Tsukuyomi, on the other hand, was exactly the tool I needed. A jutsu able to trap the target after eye contact into an illusion of the user's design, powerful enough to make them experience days' worth of torture within a single moment, and able to inflict a tremendous amount of psychological damage to the recipient, putting them into a comatose state. It was next to impossible to escape the effects of Tsukuyomi because of the nearly instantaneous speed it worked at, rendering the usual methods to combat genjutsu useless. All these qualities made it one of the most powerful genjutsu in existence. However, I wasn't interested in the damage the jutsu could cause in a fight. I was far more interested in the limits of the illusions themselves, especially in regards to how convincing they could be made, because if I could manage to make them indistinguishable from reality, they then could be used to make the chosen ones of my kin go through their customized experiences of despair. Hopefully, this would allow me to trigger their Mangekyo Sharingan. This would also allow me to test my theory about the same trigger conditions being responsible for the same powers. Conditions that, in the case of recreating Kamui, weren't easily met. There was no shortage of Sharingan, allowing for plenty of transplants, but I only had one pair of people I could be reasonably sure had the same deep-rooted feelings for the same person. Unfortunately, those feelings were not of the romantic nature as I suspected was the case when it came to Obito and Kakashi's feelings for Rin, even though the latter was in denial about them.
Akane and Aoi were identical twins. Their father had gotten himself killed a few years back shortly after the twins' birth, leaving their mother with the responsibility of raising them both on her own. He was one of the few fatalities we suffered outside war, which took a special kind of incompetence. Luckily, the children showed no signs of inheriting any of their father's less desirable traits.
Their mother had been a relatively competent Tokubetsu Jonin until her retirement following her husband's death. She was the only person the 4-year-old girls had any sort of close relationship with, so by creating an illusionary repeat of the event that led to Obito and Kakashi obtaining Kamui, they just might end up with the same eyes. Should the illusion fail to be convincing, in the worst case, I would have to make them reenacted in reality. It would be a waste of a perfectly healthy body, but at the end of the day, it would be worth it. I found the two girls one of my clones had stolen from their beds and deposited on the ground. Akane, in her genjutsu-induced sleep, was still clutching her stuffed cat to her chest. They both looked the same since I last saw them, wearing their Uchiha black hair in mirrored asymmetrical lobes, with a bang running alongside their cheeks to help anyone who wasn't their mother tell them apart. I went down onto my knees and moved Akane's bang out of the way to allow me better unimpeded access to her right eye, using my left hand. I parted her eyelids, severed the optic nerve, and removed her eye. I then proceeded to Aoi and repeated the process of removing her right eye and began the arduous and time-consuming process of implanting the eye in my hand. It required the careful reconnection of every single strand of the eye's optic nerves to their corresponding counterparts. This was no easy task, because a single mistake could have devastating effects on the eye's abilities. It was the first time my self-taught medical knowledge was actually put to use. I had originally started to dabble into it a few weeks ahead of Izumi's due date. Given the scar this left me with, I had intensified my efforts ever since. When I finally finished after half an hour, I repeated the process and subsequently implanted Aoi's right eye into Akane. It would usually take at least a week until a medic would allow someone the use of a transplanted eye. The nerve strings, even with the help of Iryo ninjutsu, were raw and brittle until they had the time to fully heal, and any premature use could hamper the healing process and increase the chances of an infection. This was an undeniable fact that wasn't helped by the anti-rejection medicamentation the recipients of transplants had to use for the rest of their lives. The medication was wholly unnecessary in their case, with them being identical twins, and another reason why I chose them for the procedure despite their admittedly young ages. Depending on the outcome of this experiment and the Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities each eye would manifest, they might have to keep an eye on their sister. Even if my theory turned out to be correct, it was formulated upon the observations made regarding one pair of Sharingan split between two people and not two pairs as was the case with them. Regardless of the outcome of my experiment, I would rather avoid burdening them with medication that would weaken their immune systems, which might have an undeniable impact on their general health and endurance, amongst other things, preventing them from fully realizing their combat capabilities down the line. Even so, it would still leave them with two injured eyes, which should be strained in the foreseeable future to prevent damaging them. Raiding Kushina's room provided the perfect solution to this problem. A solution which, as the telltale sound of a cage bunshin dispelling and the memories that came along with, informed me, was ready to be used since the ceiling array was finished being drawn. Each of my hands reached around the twins' small hips and lifted them from the ground when I stood up on my way to the center of the room. I placed Akane within the bounds of the recipient circle of the sealing array while the currently last remaining clone of me present in the room unceremoniously threw down Fugaku into the donor one. I took a step back, moving well outside the bounds of the seal, holding onto Aoi while my clone went for the control array of the seal. It was located between the two circular transfer endpoints and activated the seal by channeling some chakra through her feet into it. The array lit up, and what looked like a yellow ethereal substance was making its way through the sealing array on the ground from Fugaku's side to the twin. It showed a remarkable resemblance to blood traversing a vein. The difference was that instead of sustaining a body with oxygen, this one transported the life force from one side to the other. It took just a few moments of the seal running at a low setting for the effects to become notable. I watched with bated breath as, in slow motion, Fugaku's hale and hearty body turned feeble, his hair turned white, and the few small wrinkles on his face multiplied and became deep gouges littering his face as the life was literally sucked out of him. He more and more resembled a raisin than a grape. On the other side, the effects weren't as pronounced. From where I was standing, all I could tell was that Akane had gained an increasingly healthy complexion. I would have to wait for this to be over before I could do a thorough examination of the twin to say more, but it seemed the seal was working as advertised. I turned my attention back to Fugaku, not wanting to miss a single second of his demise. He ultimately didn't last long, and if not for my Sharingan burning every gruesome detail to my memory, I would have been vexed at how fast it was, not giving me the time to truly savor the process. My clone went to the lifeless husk that had once been the man I had been forced to marry and sealed it away. The clone replaced it with a female roughly the same age as Fugaku and removed her eyes with surgical precision. Meanwhile, I switched out Akane with her sister, and we started the process again. Mere moments later, we had a second body that was also sealed away and had to be disposed of later, just like Fugaku and the many others who would follow him into death. I would probably resort to the use of fire, not because it was tradition for the clan to burn our dead. I couldn't care less about that. But the tinge of poetic justice it invoked was a different matter. Burning the old and decrepit and building something new, nurtured by the fertile ground provided by the dispensed ash of their bones, seemed like a fitting end to my father's legacy in more than one sense. Crouching down next to the twins, I took stock of their condition. The diagnostic scan of their bodies not only told me that their implanted eyes were fully incorporated and ready to be used, but that there were other changes. At first glance, they might seem inconsequential. Improved blood circulation throughout their bodies, an increase in red blood cells and muscle fiber density, and bone hardness. For now, those changes were small, their bodies facilitating them by burning through their stored resources. I could only assume that those changes wouldn't be fully finished for another few weeks, depending on their food intake during that time frame. It was truly astonishing. Seeing these effects, it became clear that the prolonged life expectancy was only a side effect of an overall improvement of the recipient's bodily health. This would undoubtedly be reflected in their overall combat power, since those changes would ultimately help boost their endurance, speed, and chakra. It was more than I could have hoped for and made me wish, for the first time in my life, that my clan was bigger than it currently was, with more bodies to spare. My musings were interrupted when another of my clones appeared via Kamui inside the room and deposited another batch of people in a scroll containing the assets of the raided homes on the ground before dispelling immediately afterward. This was the last of my clones to successfully return from collecting clan members from their homes. Only those in the Uchiha police station and the one I left behind to blow up Naruto's living accommodations had yet to accomplish their tasks. Stimulating the eyelids of the twins with a bit of chakra ensured that they would stay open for the next few minutes, even in their unconscious state. With the final step of my preparations done, all that was left was figuring out if Tsukuyomi was up to the task. The vast experience in using genjutsu and manipulating memories I had accumulated helped a great deal in crafting the illusion. The first part of the illusion was a short fight against a faster opponent relying on barrages of countless senbon, projectiles that were notoriously hard to make out, thereby straining their eyes while also putting them under emotional pressure with their sibling present and in need of protection. Did the trick of awakening the Sharingan in both of them. Designing a scenario to awaken the Sharingan was simple enough if you had no regard for the child's well-being. It had been a common practice back in clan-era days for parents to force the issue. The clan had numerous instructional guides regarding the topic stashed away. Each method seemingly tried to outdo the other in cruelty that could be inflicted upon the children with varying success rates. It was the second part of the illusion I was anxious about. I kept the details mostly the same as what Kakashi could remember from the encounter. I only replaced Rin with the twins' mother, and then put them both into the illusion. I was careful to ensure that they then went through the events concurrently, just from different points of view. Akane was the one to accidentally kill her mother with a kunai while her sister Aoi observed it from nearby. The whole proceeding didn't even take a second. The very instant I cast Tsukuyomi, it was already over, both of the twins' eyes advancing to Mangekyo Sharingan state. The appearance of all four of them was identical to the pinwheel pattern of Obito's eyes. The activation and subsequent advancement took a lot out of both of them, leaving their bodies at the very brink of exhaustion and severely depleting their chakra. It was difficult to imagine how they would have fared before they had received Fugaku's life force, strengthening their own. It didn't bode well for the other younger girls, but that was a consideration for later. At present I was more interested in learning more about their eyes. Diving into their memories and listening to the exact moment their eyes advanced, and whispered to their subconscious what they are capable of, confirmed my theory. In addition, it became apparent with their eyes, not only possessing the same ability as Obito's, but also possessing the same distinguished pinwheel pattern, that those two things went hand in hand, and were solely dependent on the triggering conditions. This allowed someone familiar with all possible permutations to be fully aware of what they were facing with just a glance at the eyes, unless, of course, that glance turned out to be a fatal mistake. Even Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan wouldn't be exempt from this phenomenon since their pattern was a simple fusion of the two respective Mangekyo Sharingan patterns making it up. There was another interesting tidbit of information I gleaned from this. Both the twins manifested only one ability each. Akane got the ranged Kamui attack in her original left and the implanted right eye. Her sister got the intangibility touch version of Kamui in her original left and the implanted right eye, and neither could manifest a Susanoo, which I assumed could only be done with eyes belonging together. In order to prove or disprove that theory, which should help deepen my understanding of our bloodline, the twins needed their original eyes back. The process of carefully removing and retransplanting them barely took me a minute. As a result, each of the twins, once again, ended up with one eye that was in no condition to be used. Luckily, I knew how to solve that problem, and so did my clone, who correctly deduced what I was planning and anticipating my needs had prepared another two of my male kin. The only use any of them had in the Uchiha clan I envisioned, subordinate to my Naruto. Laid in their eyes and the life force they could offer to strengthen those worthy, I would strip them of both until nothing remained. After my clone placed the first body stripped of his eyes into the sealing array, I activated it. The effects it had on the donor were exactly the same as Fugaku and the woman suffered before. His shriveling to a lifeless husk within mere moments. The effects on the twins compared to the first time were negligible. Their bodies visibly recovered from what I had put them through, but this time there was no immediate change in their complexion. It wasn't unexpected. There had to be a limit to the amount this seal could help a recipient already in peak physical condition. When the array shut down with the death of the donor, I went to both of them and conducted another examination of their bodies. As it turned out, receiving a second dose of life force expanded upon the changes from the first, increasing most bodily functions even further. This confirmed that the sealing effect was indeed cumulative. Unfortunately, I had no way to tell what impact the ritual had on the twins' life expectancy. It might have added 10, 20, 30, or even more years to their lives. Or in the best case might have added the donor's entire lifespan as advertised. It was unlikely I would ever be given the opportunity to find out for sure. Because not would I have to outlive them, but also given the danger of our profession, neither of us dying a violent death at some point was an unrealistic expectation. The only thing I could say with any certainty was that it most definitely wouldn't shorten it, and it gave them an edge, which was a more than sufficient reward for a resource that I would otherwise be squandered, since I would have killed them all anyway. With that question answered, I turned my attention back to the twins and once more dived into their memories, looking for another whisper. It took me a while to find it, as it was quieter and buried deeper than when their eyes had first advanced. Even more so than whenever a Mangekyo Sharingan gets added to my collection. But it was unmistakably there. Once again, I was proven right, and each of the twins was now equipped with a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan able to perform both Kamui Jutsu and the ability to conjure Susanoo. The latter being a necessary requirement in order to gain an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. No matter how powerful Kamui was, it wasn't worth being stuck with eyes that would eventually lose their light. The conundrum was how to proceed from here. I was reluctant to advance their Mangekyo Sharingan to eternal Mangekyo Sharingan using someone else's Mangekyo Sharingan. Despite the abundance of people with Sharingan all around me whose eyes could be put toward that purpose, something was stopping me. It wasn't the time it would take me to achieve it that was the problem. Since I wasn't under any time constraints, at best. It was a soft one rather than a hard one, since it would politically hurt me to delay owning up to my deeds, and it would make negotiations about the clan's future more difficult. Other than that, and the added risk of someone escaping, either through an ability advancing their eyes might grant them or during one of the breaks I inadvertently would have to take to do so for the over 500 members of the clan. There was no logical reason not to do it. All I had was a gut feeling. No, it was more than that. Ever since I had implanted Naruto's eyes into my Susanoo, there had been a connection between us. It was faint, and without all the other eyes as a comparison, it was doubtful I would have been able to tell it was even there, to begin with. Still, for there to be some kind of link made sense, as Obito's case had made clear. A pair of Sharingan remained connected to each other even if spatially separate, so it stood to reason that since his regeneration made sure he wasn't limited to just one pair of eyes throughout his life, that all his eyes were connected. His eyes were special, just like he was. I had known that from the moment I had first laid my eyes upon them. The raw power they had emanated had been beyond even my late father's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It was hard to imagine what they would be like should they ever evolve, so I was more than just confident they would more than suffice to preserve the twins' light, even though it would come at the price of their eyes not gaining any additional abilities, instead of the possible 5 jutsu remaining at just the current 3. Then again, it was 3 extremely powerful jutsu. Most, if not all, of them would never have unlocked them, if not for me, and perhaps something would come of this, while I had to admit the chances were slim that the twins would somehow benefit from this in the future beyond not going blind. The same couldn't be said about Naruto. After all, there were some undeniable similarities to the triggering condition of Kamui. In the grand scheme of things, if limiting all their eyes to just 3 Mangekyo Sharingan abilities instead of the possible 5 held the potential, regardless of how slim, that Naruto would profit from this in some way, I would always consider it a price more than worth paying, and would gladly do so 1,000 times over. My mind made up, I ventured over to a sleeping Naruto. After steeling myself, I began the grueling task with the help of my clone of harvesting his eyes. By the time I had collected both of his eyes and had handed them to my clone, one of his eyes had already fully regenerated, allowing me to extract the second pair without any downtime. I didn't linger next to him for long and only allowed myself to briefly caress his cheek, fearing that if I did, I wouldn't have the heart to do this, over and over again, until all of the chosen were seated with his eyes. Both my clone and I returned to back the twins with our respective bounties, carefully prying open one of the twins' eyes each with my index and middle finger. I used Amenominakanushi on them both. Their eyes immediately became milky, and their pupil was overlaid with a shadowy resemblance of the Mangekyo Sharingan pinwheel the jutsu originated from, displaying its use for everyone to see. Unlike Koto Amasakami, the jutsu didn't subtly manipulate the target's mind, and instead suppressed most of the conscious mind, thereby turning them into nothing more than puppets whose strings were held by the user of the jutsu. They were forced to obey every command given to them. It really shined when it came to combat applications. Being able to hijack an opponent's body with a glance was nothing to scoff at. Even though the jutsu could be dispelled, it was easier said than done. After all, there was a huge difference between disrupting the chakra of a willing ally and that of an enemy. Especially if that enemy had access to nearly their full range of abilities and was constantly hurling jutsu at you. The added disregard the hijacked had for their own bodies only added to the danger. That it was most likely this jutsu which was ultimately responsible for the Kyuubi attack was only of academic interest at this point, because by the time the day was over, nobody with access to the jutsu, or the potential to awaken it, would be in any state to threaten Naruto ever again. At least it appeared that way, because with this, I had added the eyes of 2 of the 3 known users of the jutsu to my collection, and Madara had been dead for decades. Still, there was some lingering doubt. I had only been able to retrieve 1 usable eye from cousin Obito, with the other one closed from what I assumed was the use of Izanagi. The eye which had to be the one to cast Amenominakanushi on the Kyuubi, because his other eye was only able to use Kamui. Not that it stopped me from implanting it into my Susanoo in the hopes of getting something out of it, which to this day hadn't happened, and after nearly 8 years of nothing, I doubted that would ever change. Nevertheless, with Obito's other eye having been gifted to Kakashi, it begged the question as to where he got his second eye from, and what happened to its counterpart. Quite a shame, since it prevented me from finding out who it originally belonged to. Minato must have really done a number on him if he was forced to rely on that jutsu to sacrifice what at the very least must have been a Mangekyo Sharingan, and still lost. Still, Fugaku, the only other wielder I knew of, was no longer an issue. With control over their bodies, I forced them to summon the first stage of their Susanoo and directed the chakra construct to implant a pair of Naruto's eyes into the empty eye sockets each. The whole process barely took a full minute, but when I relinquished my control over their bodies, they conked out, and their small bodies trembled uncontrollably. I didn't even have to examine them to identify the symptoms of acute chakra exhaustion. My clone didn't waste time, and went to prepare another few bodies to relieve their suffering. I, however, just stood there replaying the exact moment they reached the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in my mind. The glimpse I caught in their eyes was not something that should have happened. From my research over the years poring over old dusty scrolls, I knew that when two Mangekyo Sharingan were combined to create an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, their respective patterns merged into a new one signifying their evolution. They didn't talk about the three pinwheels. The tomo of the Sharingan turned into multiplying into 6 and then 3 of them spinning until they overlaid the 3 original arms and became one. I would have expected to see a 6-armed pinwheel Sharingan if I had given the eyes of one of the twins to the other in order to create one pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but that was not what happened, and even if it had, it wouldn't have explained the subsequent merger. I waited with bated breath for another transfer of life force into Aoi to be over and Akane's turn before I began my investigation. Diving into their minds, I nearly missed it. Only the thought of what the eternal Mangekyo would have turned out to be had the twins' eyes been combined lingering in my mind allowed me to notice the subtle differences in the whispers of their eyes. They didn't tell of any additional jutsu they were now capable of, but they did mirror each other's capabilities. This meant that both of their eyes were able to utilize each of the 2 Kamui jutsu. Naruto's eyes creating the exact same result I would have gotten had I combined both the twins' eyes into one. Suddenly, using his eyes didn't seem like such a bad idea. Sure, it was still a reduction in options open to the wielder with only having 3 instead of 5 jutsu. Still, considering that losing an eye, which was a real possibility in a battle, would reduce 5 to 2 and 3 to 2 made the trade-off seem was a wantonly underestimated concept. I reached for the scrolls one had taken from Kushina's study and unsealed their contents. And 2 cylindrical objects appeared. I picked up the first one and imprinted it with my blood. Object in hand, I went over to Naruto. A small incision on his thumb provided me with a few drops of blood, which I used to imprint him as the second user of the tool supposed to apply the seal to our eyes. The rest of the blood I applied to the stamp carrying the seal to ensure that only his seed would ever take hold in the womb of any Uchiha woman. For the finishing touches, I applied both seals to safeguard our bloodline to the twins. After one final examination of their bodies, in which I found no cause for concern regarding the seals, I used the first tool while looking up and applied it to both my eyes. Then I unwound my kimono to get access to my stomach and applied the second seal on top of my navel. Unlike the seal to my eye, this time I felt something. A warmth spreading throughout my lower torso that grew increasingly unpleasant. It was as if my insides had been lit on fire, curling up in the fetal position because of the pain. I couldn't stop cursing myself for my utter stupidity, overlooking the fact that I had given birth, and, despite my virginity technically intact, I was not untainted. Of course, a seal from a patriarchal society that treated women as nothing more than cattle would take issue with that. Just before the pain grew unbearable and I thought I might die, the pain stopped, and the heat in my guts disappeared as suddenly as it had begun. Righting myself, I grudgingly acknowledged that I had been lucky. This mistake could have cost me, and Naruto, everything. As the sole person standing between him and the village, I had to do better. I owed that to him and his parents. This realization made me reconsider messing with the last seal from Kushina's room before I had the chance to completely look it over. With that taken care of, the only thing left was ensuring their unquestionable loyalty to Naruto. Given that every clan indoctrinated their children to various degrees, it wouldn't take much to achieve that. A few minor tweaks to their memories here and there would suffice. Some added narrative painting Fugaku and the elders in a bad light trying to usurp me would answer the question of why they had needed to die, and we had aligned ourselves with Naruto. I also erased the unsavory memories of what I had put them through. Under normal circumstances, this would be as far as I would go, but this was not about my sensibilities. This was about Naruto's safety, and for that, there was nothing I wouldn't do, no line I wouldn't cross. This was why I tapped into Koto Amatsukami. Unlike my late father, I wasn't content with relying on some badly worded suggestion to force their compliance. Loopholes and unforeseen circumstances conflicting with the orders given were just too much of a risk. Instead, I chose to go with what my father should have used on me, even though I was glad that he hadn't, and made the twins love Naruto with everything they had. This was not entirely without danger either. Obsession had the potential to become a problem on its own. For that reason, I went to great lengths and curbed their capacity for feelings like jealousy as much as reasonable, and added loyalty towards the clan, and especially towards Naruto, in equal measure. This should prevent any unforeseen accidents, and since I had every intention to monitor those changes and adjust what I did to each individual girl as needed, I didn't expect any real problems to occur. Wiping away the sweat on my brow, I let my eyes wander around the room. 50 more to go, meaning another 50 more Tsukiyomi to trigger their eyes, another 50 more Amanami-Nakanushi to call forth their eyes, another 50 more uses of Koto Amatsukami, Aminata Kotachi, and Kamimusubi to alter their minds. I had a long and exhausting night ahead of me. I was reluctant to do the same to the youngest children. The strain of a Susanoo forcefully conjured would likely be enough to potentially harm them permanently, if not outright kill them. Even in the best-case scenario, I expected a severe case of chakra exhaustion, and as a result of that for them to fall into comas. Their chakra networks and tenketsu were just not mature enough to sustain such a highly demanding jutsu. Their deaths, should they occur, would be a heavy hit given what I had planned. My plans made every single girl a valuable and rare resource, and squandering them lightly was the last thing on my mind. Nonetheless, it couldn't be helped. I had to do this now, fully aware of the risks. With our clan's strength diminished, we found ourselves in a very perilous position. Fugaku and the elders were known traitors to the Hokage at minimum. This could mean that rather than allowing me, an associate of theirs, to stay in charge, they might decide to simply dispose of me and start over themselves and rebuild the Uchiha clan how they saw fit. This was a possibility I couldn't simply discount, but it was a course of action I was certain I could dissuade them from even considering by placing as many hurdles as possible in their way. To the point that dealing with me would be far less of a headache for them. Among other things, it meant not a single Uchiha would have unprotected eyes, ensuring that no one besides those born with them could ever make use of them. This alone would go a long way toward making us a less tempting target for their machinations. This was especially true since a woman or girl used as a breeding stock had no need for eyes, which made protecting our eyes a valid concern. Danzo, in particular, struck me as someone who wouldn't be above such methods if they furthered his goals. Then there was the fact that leaving the girls with just a Mangekyo Sharingan heavily limited the use of their eyes throughout their lifetimes, and sentencing them to a slow descent into blindness was something that left a bad taste in my mouth. The existence of a key to the seals protecting our eyes meant that it could easily be fixed at a later date, allowing me to unlock Naruto's, or anyone else's, eyes should the need arise for some intact eyes to advance a Mangekyo Sharingan to an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. So the logical thing would have been to postpone the procedure until they were older and their bodies were able to take the strain. The problem was that I had noticed when I had gained Obito's eye, and later my father's, that the hold Koto Amatsukami had over me slipped ever so slightly in response to the power of their eyes being added to my own. Given the power held within Naruto's eyes, there was a chance that by advancing their Mangekyo Sharingan to an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that the sudden boost to their power might weaken or remove the adjustments I had made to their minds and memories. It was a risk I simply couldn't take. My hold on them needed to be absolute, otherwise, they could become a potential threat to my Naruto. Hopefully, by strengthening the younger girls beforehand by transferring the life force of one or two people, the worst might be avoided. The Uchiha clan, as of yesterday, had 598 members. Minus my father and brother, we were left with 596, yet only 56, including myself, were of any future use to my Naruto. That left me with 540 spare bodies. If I fed the life force of 7 others to each of my 56, that would leave me with 148. It would probably be prudent to give the more talented members like Izumi and Shigure a few more to strengthen them further, perhaps even to Satsuki. She was in Naruto's class, and if I couldn't pry him out of the academy, she would be all the protection he had for most of the day. Given her mediocre talent, she would need all the help she could get to not slow him down. So, if I gave those 3 an additional 3, that left another 39 for me, and the rest I would use on Naruto. it should more than make up for what I would have put him through by the end of the night by extracting 56 pairs of eyes from him. Just imagining what heights this might allow him to reach had me lick my lips with excitement. Author's note. The idea of different triggering conditions resulting in different MS abilities was something I first came across in the story Time Braid by Shaper V. A Sakura-centric and very interesting and enjoyable take on the Groundhog Day trope. I found the whole thing a great idea, especially since it neatly fit with pretty much everything we learned throughout canon about the MS. As you might have noticed reading this chapter, I am not a fan of the plug-and-play Sharingan mechanic that was depicted in Naruto canon, where you could just grab an eye, put it in your eye socket, and it was ready to go. One has to wonder why Sasuke had to run around for a couple of chapters with his eyes bandaged after getting his brother's eye. Then again, Kakashi also didn't need any downtime after he got Obito's after an operation that couldn't have taken hardly any time. Sure, there is their supernatural healing Iryo ninjutsu and such, but that was outright ridiculous. It is the same with having a foreign organ in your body not having other consequences like the need for immune suppressant medication and everything that entails, in addition to the other downside of the Sharingan sucking up more chakra when in use. Still, the whole thing just rubbed me the wrong way. I mean, if there are seemingly hardly any downsides with the Uchiha not bothering to safeguard their eyes, why weren't there more Aoi just with Sharingan running around, long before the Uchiha massacre? Surely Uchihas weren't unkillable, it just didn't make any sense. And with this, I at least tried to offer what I think is a plausible explanation that no matter how good a Sharingan is, implanting one could actually make you weaker than you were without one. This would also explain why Orochimaru wanted an Uchiha host, because an additional chakra cost of a Sharingan implant never seemed to be that much of a hindrance in a world with cursed and chakra storing seals. Worst case, Orochimaru would just have to grab himself some host body that had great chakra reserves, like an Uzumaki. Amanama Nakanushi. Since this jutsu has the potential to start a controversy, let me explain my reasoning for why I saw the need to introduce it into the setting. As we learn throughout canon, every pair of MS grants the wielder 3 abilities, Susanoo, and then an additional one for each eye, yet somehow, additionally, they are able to control Biju. This never sat right with me. I mean, why? How does it work? What makes the Biju so unique that this jutsu only seemingly works on them? Yagura was apparently controlled via his Biju. This is another strange occurrence, since B states that a perfect Jinchuriki, which Yagura is said to be, should be immune to the effects of Genjutsu, unless, of course, he was only ever a perfect Jinchuriki because of the Genjutsu he was under. There wasn't a single answer, despite because that's how it works, which essentially goes against everything else we are told of the MS, and therefore was not something I could just accept. It always felt like that hinted at 4th ability that someone who managed to get an EMS was supposed to get, which was sort of forgotten later on, probably after Kishimoto finally settled on the lackluster Sharingan mechanics we saw throughout canon. The means to control Biju obviously couldn't have been something like Koto Amatsukami, which was stated to be unbreakable, I mean, if it worked on Edo Tensei Itachi, and was considered as a solution to the Uchiha coup. It sort of had to be Emo. Then again, Mifune was freed from its effect, if that was even the real Koto Amatsukami that was used on him, because the Kyuubi could be freed from its effect. Furthermore, it created a very distinct Sharingan pattern in the eyes of those under its sway, so instead of just attributing that to a nameless MS ability that only worked on 9 beings in existence, I decided to streamline it and made it into a full MS ability in and of itself. As the chapter explained, it is a jutsu that instead of manipulating or controlling the mind of someone, simply takes over their bodies and, to a certain extent, their subconscious, thereby allowing the puppeteer to make use of the full range of the puppet's abilities. Among other things, this means that one of Madara's M's abilities was Amanama Nakanushi, and that Obito must have not only used this ability on the Kyuubi, but also must have had 2 eyes when he confronted Minato and Kushina. Bear in mind that I consider the Rinnegan to not be the final stage in the Sharingan's development, but its very own dojutsu. I probably should also explain Mikoto's reaction to learning of Tenzo here, which some of you might call unreasonable, mostly because Tenzo, during the Kyuubi attack, was around 8. At least according to one timeline. Canon contradicts itself in that regard, so how could he have made a difference? It had taken me the entire night and half a dozen soldier pills interspersed with absorbing the life force of my kin, but I had managed to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in every female maiden of the clan, Even though it had been touch and go for some of them, the young, underdeveloped bodies had borne considerable trouble standing up to the stresses the procedure put them through, despite the precautions I had taken. The need to call forth their Susanoo so that I could use Naruto's eyes to advance their eyes to the eternal state had been especially taxing. Regardless, in the end, it had been worth it, because now there were 55 young female Uchiha maidens. Every single one of them wielding the power of an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Even though they still had a long way to go, they were already a force to be reckoned with. I had done everything in my power to ensure they were loyal, obedient, and above all, deeply in love with one Uzumaki Naruto. Every single one of them would happily die for him if the need would ever arise, or if he ordered them to. Just as it should be. I had also managed to make some sense of the 2 other seals I had taken from Kushina's room. The life transfer seal Uzushio used on prisoners was straightforward. It had been designed with more than one guard having the control seal of several prisoners in mind, so all I had to do was apply the prisoner seals to the girls while Naruto and I received a control seal. Thus, if required, we could kill each of them with a simple hand seal and a bit of chakra. Or they would die if anyone triggered one of the fail-safes I added. What I came to call the locator seal was a bit more tricky. It had been designed for a parent to find their wayward child. The scroll came with only 2 variants. One allowed more than one seal on children to be keyed to the parent seal. And another variant allowed to key one child seal to 2 parent ones. Neither was what I was truly after. I wanted a seal that would allow us to locate each other. The basic concept and building blocks were there, but getting them to work the way I wanted had taken all the knowledge I had about seals, a lot of trial and error, and half the night of working in tandem with 2 Kage Bunshin to get it right. Those 2 and the ones safeguarding our eyes were the only ones I had dared to put on my Naruto. I would have loved nothing more than to add to my little Naruto's protection. However, applying seals on someone, especially someone who already had a seal deeply entwined with their chakra network, like all Biju-containing seals were by their very nature, was a very delicate and extremely dangerous process. The things that could go wrong were just too numerous to count. I also knew that the seals I put on him wouldn't be a lasting protection for his eyes. Because once they were removed, the seal was gone, and his newly regenerated eye was without protection from that moment onward. Still, the seal's existence without knowledge of his healing factor should still be a viable deterrent, and even the most determined might not try again after it failed once, at least if they had to fight for it. I dismissed that thought before it could go anywhere, just in time for the massive double doors leading to the council chambers to come into view. Dressed for the occasion, I walked right into the meeting past the Chunin guarding the door. My battle attire consisted of a long-sleeved, form-fitting black keep-out dress. The hem reaching past my knees was slit at the sides and tapered off so as not to hinder leg movement. Beneath it, I wore long-legged pants. Above it, I wore my customized flak jacket, jet black without pockets and held in place by 2 shoulder straps. The last time I had been in this room had been at my father's heels. It had been more about presenting myself to the other clans than for me to learn how to lead a clan. I had been told not to even think about speaking during the meeting, only to sit there and look pretty as it was expected of me. Back then, no one had so much as paid me more attention than a curious glance. The contrast to today couldn't be more extreme. All eyes were on me. Although not openly staring, which would have been unbecoming, while still managing to always keep me in their field of vision. Some even possessed the audacity to allow their hands to hover over their weapon pouches. I only hoped the last half hour spent before a mirror would stand up to scrutiny and conceal the rejuvenating side effects the life transfer seal had imposed upon my body. Under normal circumstances, this would be a cause for celebration. The few marks I had accumulated over the years marring my body had disappeared without a trace. This would have been a welcome change to any woman self-conscious about her looks. It had been especially gratifying losing the scar from the first C-section I performed on myself, with my lackluster understanding of Iryojutsu at that time, as it had been a constant reminder of having carried Fugaku's children to term, in a shinobi village. Time was one of the enemies we'd yet to find means to defeat. De-aging me to my very early 20s was not something that could easily be explained, nor did I have the slightest inclination to do so. Fortunately, I had paid particularly close attention to the mandatory Anbu classes regarding disguises not requiring using chakra. It was overall a safer method than relying on a simple henge, a jutsu known to fail the most superficial inspections. It also helped matters that it had been years since I had met any of them face to face, so it was more than likely that any discrepancy they might notice would be attributed to me aging gracefully. Ignoring their evident enmity, I walked to the chair reserved for the Uchiha clan leader at one of the ends of the three-quarter circle table and seated myself. No one dared to protest. My eyes lingered for a moment on the Uzumaki seat. Next to the Senju seat right across from me at the other end of the table, which had been vacant far too long. Mito had been the last person to sit in it. According to the stories, she had never so much as spoken a single word, let alone voted in those sessions. Remaining impartial, only silently observing, Kushina had never had any interest in governing, never even participating a single time. It had never seemed to occur to her that Hokage was, for the most part, an administrative position. She wasn't the only one with a seed to never show her face. It was a behavior shared by many, such as the Hitaki clan, for one. People had been joking for years that they should stop sending him invitations, because even if he were to choose to attend, he would arrive only after the meeting was concluded. Not that he was in a position to do so any longer.
I took a glance at the people present. The first thing I noticed was they hadn't changed much. Besides some deepening wrinkles, most looked precisely the same as when I had last seen them. Soon remained true to her animalistic nature. Her untamed spiky brown hair was as much an indication as her long nails and sharp teeth. She completed her looks with the Inuzuka clan's traditional fang markings on her cheeks. Inochi kept his ash blonde hair so long that it reached his lower back. His green eyes and well-defined jawline made him appear like a discount Minato. It was no wonder prim and proper Akina had settled for him after Minato had rebuffed her advances. She probably had no idea how lucky she had been that it had not been Kushina to break her heart, which would have been just one thing among many she would have shattered for someone making moon eyes at him. The less said about Akamichi Choza, the better. The redhead had somehow managed to become even more plump, begging the question as to whether the samurai armor he squeezed himself into was a new one or if it had been reworked. I would fear for his wife if she did not fill out her clothes just as well as he did. Out of the three that made up the original Ino Shika show, only Shikaku looked different. The two scars diagonally marring his face were a new addition. Knowing Yoshino, she would have given him hell for this brush with death. She had always been self-conscious about her husband's looks, always lamenting the fact that he had not been more handsome. Long black hair and milky white eyes and an expressionless face that said "I am better than you," unmistakably belonged to Hyuga Hiyashi, the last from our vaunted generation of clan heads. He was the other one besides Choza who forewent wearing a slightly modified Konoha standard uniform along with the flak jacket. Instead, he wore loose-fitting long-sleeved robes beneath his brown haori. There was a murmur going through those gathered in the room when the Hokage entered, flanked by two masked and cloaked Anbu members. Hidden beneath the small stature, the traditional white haori, a red hat and kimono, and an aged and wrinkled face was one of the most deadly individuals in the village. He failed in hiding a minuscule break in his stride and a slight widening of his eyes when he noticed my presence. Trying his best to appear unbothered, he took his seat behind a small table that was prominently located in the empty space left by the missing part of the three-quarter circle table the rest of us were sitting at. He sat still for a moment that seemed to stretch endlessly, going by the increased fidgeting as they waited for him to start the meeting. I greet all those gathered here. Let us start with discussing what I assume most of you are dying to know. It was a poor choice of words as far as I was concerned. On the other hand, as all eyes fell on me, the assembled clan leaders gave up all pretense of hiding their stares. Mikoto-san, would you care to enlighten us as to what happened last night in the Uchiha compound and where your clansmen disappeared off to? And while we are at it, his tone suddenly lost his grandfatherly gentleness, leaving a dangerous edge. I would like to know the whereabouts of one Uzumaki Naruto. Despite his words framing it as a request, his tone left no doubt that it was anything but. It was an order, one that carried the very real threat of consequences for non-compliance. Left unspoken was that Naruto, the village's precious weapon, had better be unhurt. It was hard not to outright laugh in his face at this fake concern about my Naruto and to tell him exactly what I thought of him and the ones responsible for his treatment. I would have liked nothing more than to grab Naruto and the few survivors from my clan and leave this cesspit behind, to give my Naruto a chance at a life away from all this. Unfortunately, I was painfully aware of the sheer impossibility of such an endeavor succeeding. While it would have been easy, using Kamui, to flee the village, the problems would have only started from there. They would never allow the Uchiha clan to break their allegiance to Konoha, despite the Konoha Charter explicitly allowing for it. With the secrets we harbored, the fear of our potential, that our bloodline could be added to strengthen another village, We were simply too much of a threat. Then there was also the hit in reputation to consider if 2 of the 3 founding clans were to wash their hands of Konoha. Shimura Danzo especially would never stop haunting us for that perceived slight alone. He was also present, a former acquaintance and friend of my late father, although that might be a step too far since I doubted either one of them did friends. Despite his stoic face, the utter disdain in his eyes as he visually tried to dissect me was hard to miss. Not that he was capable of anything more substantial than glaring with his body in this broken state, one-eyed, one-armed, and requiring a cane to walk. The old man with the X-shaped scar on his chin would have trouble surviving a single bout with anyone present. The danger lurks in the Anbu faction called Root under his control and the free rein he was given to utilize them to the best of Konoha's interest. There were numerous rumors back when I was in Anbu about what the people under his command got up to. Some, I managed to confirm after the fact, he was not one to be trifled with. Given the current strength of the clan, after I had separated the chaff from the seeds that might eventually grow into wheat, the outcome was never in question. I could not hope to protect them by myself, since it wouldn't be just Konoha that would come looking for us. The moment word spread, no village would leave a stone unturned to secure our services, willing or unwilling wouldn't matter, and that was without taking Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki into account. He was still a malleable young boy, even if they were to fail to put him into whatever mold they saw fit to put him into. He had other uses beyond that. Some enemies might be satisfied with denying Konoha a military asset. Ensuring their Jinchuriki would be unopposed in future confrontations with Konoha, Iwa would be more interested in ending the Namikaze line than anything else. Then there was Kumo. From Naruto's status as the jailer of a Biju alone, they would infer him being the carrier of at least one bloodline, one that was nearly extinct. They wouldn't hesitate a moment to put him into some kind of breeding program. Should anyone ever learn about his Sharingan and the fact that he could create a near-endless supply of them, there was no doubt in my mind that wars would be fought over him. This meant the only way forward was to accumulate power, to raise the Uchiha clan to what it should have always been, to deter anyone from sending a wrong look my Naruto's way. The problem was that building up that power was something that took time, therefore it was in our best interest to stay under the protective umbrella of the village, for the time being. Once we had replenished our strength, we would have options. By then, it would be for Naruto to determine what to do with it. For now, I had to play the part of the loyal Konoha shinobi, biding our time. I don't, I curtly responded. The Hokage was taken aback. Excuse me, he said, trying to make sense of my words. The particulars of last night's events are of no concern to you, I clarified. Preposterous, Taketori Nezumi loudly proclaimed. The Hokage gave you an order, and you would do well to comply with it. He was the only other person besides Hyuga Hiyashi, not counting the retired shinobi who were in attendance, wearing a kimono instead of something more suited for combat. He did no such thing, I calmly responded to the little upstart who barely made Tokubetsu Jonin and seemingly helped himself to a few of Hiyashi's outfits. Or are you saying he is a fool? He blustered, tumbling over his own words, and then, after he regained his composure, firmly declared, I am not. In the direction of the Hokage, what are you talking about? He then asked with renewed vitriol, only to decide it did not really matter and instead demanded, stop deflecting and answer the question. Sighing with members of his clan's customary troublesome, Nara Shikaku took over. What she meant was that only a fool would give an order knowing it wouldn't be followed. And as we are all clan leaders with, according to the Konoha Charter, full rights to rule our respective clans as we see fit. Therefore we are not required to justify our actions to the village or its governing body, nor is the village allowed to interfere in clan matters in any way whatsoever. This means the Hokage may inquire about them, but she has every right to refuse to answer, and he most certainly can't force her to answer without violating the foundation this village was built upon, thereby setting a very dangerous precedent. More than one of the other clan leaders nodded along with his explanation. Following the prompt Hiyashi gave him, one would only notice if you knew what you were looking for. He pressed further, surely that's not the case, Taketori Nezumi said, addressing the Hokage, who stayed silent. It was followed up by an angry, we have a right to know. Didn't you listen to a word Shikaku said? Inochi interjected, no, we don't. However, what the Hokage can ask and force an answer on is in regards to Uzumaki Naruto, the Nara clan leader clarified. Are you sure about that? I wondered aloud, and our eyes met. It took him just a moment to connect the dots, and another troublesome escaped his lips. To forestall any more of this waste of time, I withdrew a scroll from beneath my flak jacket and held it out for one of the two Anbu operatives who accompanied the Hokage into the room to take it. He scanned the scroll for a moment looking for any noticeable traps, and when he was satisfied handed it over to the Hokage. He opened the scroll and scanned its contents. When he was done he retrieved his pipe, which he lit up with a flick of his finger, and then leaned back into his seat, mulling over the information. Meanwhile, the room was eagerly waiting for him to disclose what he had learned. It was an intriguing way to remind the people assembled of his status as the Hokage, without outright proclaiming it, and it also allowed the flayed tempers of some to settle. He kept to himself for 3 deep drags of his pipe before he shared the contents of the scroll with the others. This document states that one Uchiha Mikoto is the godmother of one Uzumaki Naruto, and in case of the demise of his parents shall be named his guardian with all rights and duties that entails. Impossible, sounded through the hall. It has to be a forgery. I can assure you, the Hokage answered, this is no forgery. I can confirm the seals of both of Naruto's parents are genuine, as are the seals of the witnesses. It was a good thing I had insisted on witnesses back when we had signed it, knowing all too well that with just the 2 affected parties signing a contract that some might contest it if it served their own interests. Considering they were all politicians, most would contest it hoping to get a concession out of me. Who are those witnesses? Hyuga Hiyashi demanded to know. This time he actually voiced the question himself instead of using his patsy. Naruto's parents. It was curious the way he tried to avoid saying their names. Uchiha Mikoto. Taketori Nezumi scoffed at that and mumbled, of course she is. Jiraiya of the Sannin was the next name the Hokage read out, which shut any protest he had on his tongue down hard. Hitaki Kakashi and Senju Tsunade. It is true then. Inochi asked for confirmation. Indeed, it is, the Hokage answered. That's it. No more information, no nothing. For all we know, she has killed the boy, or sold him to Kumo, Taketori Nezumi accused me. Surely you have evidence to substantiate your insinuations. If not, I would strongly recommend not wasting any more of this body's time with your, I paused for effect, delusions. Specifically, if you are insinuating treason, the offended party might take offense. Are you threatening me? You tell me, I said. I turned my head and looked directly at him for the first time since entering the room, seeking his eyes. Do you feel threatened? Within moments he looked away, not having the stomach to hold my gaze. I was not even trying. His entire attitude was simply empty blustering from a man who hadn't been old enough to have fought in the last war. Enough. The Hokage's voice boomed through the room. You are Konoha shinobi, act like it. After the Hokage's words, a silence settled upon the room. Chastised like children, most of those present nervously fidgeted in their seats, some even evaded looking him in the eyes. The only occasional sound was the Hokage drabbing from his pipe, deeply in thought. Why now? If you don't mind me asking, Inoichi broke the silence, why wait this long to claim Naruto? Contemplating whether I should answer, I admitted, it was not by choice. What changed? He followed up on his original question. That was not too shabby. People always said Shikaku was the brain of Ino Shikacho and underestimated the other two, who were not stupid by any stretch of the imagination. I am in charge of the Uchiha now. Why? There had been a minor difference of opinion on how the clan should be run, since I happened to make the better arguments. Determining the Uchiha clan's fate is now up to me. In my new capacity as head of the clan, I hereby officially notify the village of every change affecting it. A nod from the Hokage signaled me the go-ahead. I retrieved another scroll and handed it to one of the Anbu operatives. Those are the completely filed fatality reports of 542 members of my clan. I ask you to remove them from the active service roster. As a result of the drop in my clan's numbers, I also inform you that the Uchiha clan is longer able to perform its duties policing the village. Because of this, effective immediately, I dissolve the Uchiha police force and return any privileges that were granted to the Uchiha clan for that purpose. For the immediate future, I recommend Anbu take our place, and for the village to consider options for a permanent replacement. At my proclamation, there were many shocked expressions. 542 dead, Choza Akamichi mumbled. That is unfortunate, was the extent of the Hokage's reaction. She killed them. Taketori Nezumi cried out. jumping out of his seat. That is no simple misunderstanding. Seemingly surprised at the lack of people proclaiming their support for his condemnation, he looked around for someone he could sway. She murdered her own clan, her family, we can't just ignore that. That is exactly what we are going to do, the Hokage's stern voice said. But, Taketori Nezumi started anew. No, the Hokage firmly ordered. The Uchiha clan leader declared this as an internal clan matter, as Shikaku took it upon himself to remind us all. This means we will stay out of it, or do you want me to look into practices of other clans which have resulted in fatalities over the years? Such as the Hyuga caged bird seal, or the Kikaichu infusion of the Aburame, because that is what you are asking for by violating the Konoha Charter and setting a precedent. There isn't a single clan within Konoha that hasn't had accidents that lost Konoha shinobi, not one. Admittedly, a fatality number this high in number is unprecedented, nevertheless, it is within the bounds of what is permitted. Having said that, I trust there won't be a repeat. Unlikely, I responded. Good, the Hokage said, pleased, if that is all. It is not, I interjected, please excuse my interruption. Hokage-sama, I apologized, not only showing deference to the position he held but also maintaining the proper courtesies the Uchiha Mikoto known to them was well known for. They would ascribe my rather curt and direct way from earlier, littered with a short burst of hesitation and pauses, to a mask I put on to make an impression. A too sudden shift in behavior would be detrimental to my plans, so the occasional instance of me falling back to old patterns would help sell my transformation from housewife to stern clan leader, as would be the adherence to protocol. But the combination of the reduction in our numbers and the vastness of the Uchiha compound makes it no longer a viable place for us to stay, I explained. Because of this, I decided to relocate the remaining members of my clan to the Uzumaki compound. Since this means there will be no one living in the Uchiha compound for the foreseeable future, I hereby allow the replacement of what was known as the Uchiha police force unrestricted access to the premises and request for them to patrol it. With some luck, the added incentive of unrestricted access to our clan compound might result in some clans vying to replace the Uchiha police force. Hoping to find and claim some treasure that I might have left behind. Not that I had made sure nothing of value was left. One of the advantages of being able to read someone's memories was that you got to see all their secrets, including hidden stashes. I considered the number of those lost to time negligible. For one, we shinobi knew about the risk of dying, so putting methods in place for pointing someone to your stash was simply common sense. Those who had not were either too stupid, which meant whatever they had hidden probably wasn't worth looking for either, or too smart, or paranoid, to write the location down, in which case, I doubted a simple search would be enough to locate it. Not that we Uchiha, in general, were prone to writing things down with our photographic memories. Besides, the information was the only thing I was concerned about. To begin with, let them keep all the money and weapons they could find, I could not possibly care less. Personally, I hoped the Hyuga would offer their services and allow themselves to be shackled down this way, but I doubted Hiyashi would go for it. He wasn't nearly stupid enough, unlike Taketori Nezumi, and if Hiyashi had anything to say about it, he would not allow that either. Most would ascribe this decision to the difficulties of guarding the Uchiha compound henceforth would prove. Given our reduced numbers, taking my words at face value, it had definitely played a part in my consideration. But the main reason for this decision was that I wanted Naruto to grow up where his parents had lived, and in a way they would have wished for. The complex was filled with his family, all living under one roof and not spread among dozens of houses over a large area of space, a place of warmth, not cold. I see, the Hokage mused. Does this mean by claiming the guardianship of the child, she also gets control over the Uzumaki clan assets? Taketori Nezumi asked out of nowhere. It does, Shukaku said, for better or worse. We can't allow that to happen. Taketori Nezumi demanded. Sighing, the Hokage answered, what is it you suggest we do? Ignore the will of people this village holds in high esteem like no other and rob their child of his inheritance. How do you think that would go down with the shinobi population if we even entertained that notion? They would ask themselves what would stop us from doing the same to them when dying as war heroes and being the heir of a clan offered no protection. Shaking his head, he affirmed, no, we will do no such thing, not just because of the law, which is clear in this case, but because it is the right thing to do. Naruto's parents entrusted their most precious possession, their son, Into the care of Mikoto-san. If they trusted her enough with that, who are we to argue with her about a few scrolls and some money? Hokage-sama, if I may, Hyuga Hiyashi spoke up for the first time during this meeting. A nod signaled him to continue. It is not just a few scrolls we are talking about in this case. Namikaze-sama was a sitting Hokage. The village secrets that could be found among his belongings cannot just be ignored. It was interesting that he played that card. I wondered what he was after. I doubted it was some secret document as he claimed. A cursory glance revealed that more than one person was mulling over the implications of his words. A very good point, the Hokage conceded. It certainly cannot be ruled out that such documents might exist among the assets. I do have to wonder though, to whom of us such a suspicion could not be applied. I, in my long years, on more than one occasion, have taken my work home. I am sure most of you have done the same, which is the crux of the matter, is it not? The Hokage let those words sink in until even the last understood the implied threat his words posed. I hope with this we can finally lay this line of questioning to rest. It was deeply satisfying seeing those clan leaders having a tough time circumventing the laws their forefathers devised with the explicit intention for them not to be circumvented at any cost. After scanning the faces of the people present, convincing himself that his words didn't fall on deaf ears, his eyes landed on me again. He raised an eyebrow in a questioning manner. There is more, I declared. The Uchiha clan no longer intends to send our children to attend the Ninja Academy. Recent events have shown that the combat strength of our members has greatly suffered at the hands of the instructors. In order to rectify that, from now on, they will receive their education from the clan until they are deemed sufficiently prepared to receive the provisional rank of genin, at which point we will send them to the academy to take part in the finals. No, the Hokage firmly disagreed. While not outright stated in the Konoha charter that children have to attend the academy in order to become shinobi of the village, mostly to accommodate for exceptions, it is still expected of children living in the village to do so.
In that case, consider this year's graduating class the last one with an Uchiha graduate. You can't be serious, Inoichi interjected. I am, I affirmed. This is my prerogative as a clan leader. What about the Jinchuriki? Takitori Nezumi asked.
Naruto. His name is Naruto, I emphasized. If I deemed the academy unsuitable for members of my clan, what gave you the impression I would consider it anything else for Naruto? He has too. Eventually, when the shinobi to civilian ratio drops below 50% among the adult population, it would mean the loss of the status as a shinobi clan, resulting in forfeiture of their lands, among other things, Shikaku informed. I ignored their objections, as if I would care about such. Hokage, realizing I wouldn't budge, said, how about a compromise?
I wasn't really interested in getting my clan members into the Konoha forces. On the one hand, it would mean they would be sent on a mission away from the clan. It would make them vulnerable. On the other hand, I couldn't give off the impression that I didn't care about the village. I am listening.
In exchange for Naruto attending the academy, I will allow you to train the rest of your children as you see fit, and as long as they pass the final exam, allow them to join the Konoha shinobi forces.
In perpetuity, including any future Uzumaki children.
I added, as much as I would have liked to remove Naruto from the academy too, I knew that would never happen. Believing otherwise would merely have been wishful thinking on my part. Worse, I had every reason to believe the Hokage would go to war over this, so I took what I could get. I would make sure Naruto wouldn't suffer in the academy, neither in his progress nor emotionally. Kage Bunshin and Satsuki would make sure of that. For once, her existence seemed to be a boon.
In perpetuity, the Hokage agreed. I want that in writing. I had no interest in the village rescinding that offer the instant Naruto graduated. I also want assurances that Naruto will be on the same genin team as my second daughter, and for either a jonin of my choosing or myself to lead that team. That is highly irregular, and it goes against the stated purpose of genin teams. Furthering interclan cooperation and team versatility, a purpose that could hardly be achieved if we allowed families to stay together. How else could they learn to accept their team and ultimately the whole village as their extended family? Then it is a good thing I am not Naruto's parent, I interjected. Additionally, it is only uncommon for a parent and child to be on the same team, and this has happened on numerous occasions in the past, as Aburame-san can attest to. Indeed, was his curt response. Those were special circumstances. Takitori Nezumi objected. TS's special circumstances, don't make me laugh, Sume scoffed. I can't remember there was ever any issue whenever someone else wanted their pups on their teams, So why don't you man up and come out and say what you really mean, or shut the fuck up? I've got better things to do than listen to your rumblings and watching you embarrass yourself all day long. You don't like Mikoto-chan, we got it, but that is no basis to hassle her on every single issue. Frankly, I am more than fed up with it, and I am sure I am not the only one. There were some hesitant nods at her words. Language. Kaharu chided sternly while a small smile played on the Hokage's lips. That is no behavior befit a woman of your standing, Sume-san. I do not see a reason to deny Mikoto her request, the Hokage allowed. Neither is she Naruto's parent, nor would it be the first time we allowed a mother and a daughter to be on the same team. And as long as the village is free to decide upon the last member of the team, it would still, albeit to a lesser degree, further interclan cooperation. Knowing this would be the best deal I would get, I voiced an agreed, and before he could respond, I pushed on. All remaining Uchiha clan members hereby request a leave of absence. Given the recent deaths, I think they badly need to stay with their family to mourn and come to terms with what happened. I placed another scroll on the desk in front of me containing the paperwork to that effect.
Included was Izumi's withdrawal from Anbu, the risk of the village, especially Danzo, making one of my girls disappear was just too great. This was doubly true for Izumi, considering that most missions she would be sent on would be classified, and, therefore, no follow-up investigations I could easily gain access to despite my newfound status as a clan leader. Given that she was one of the few left with a modicum of talent, I couldn't afford to waste her in that manner. The intel that she might gain by remaining part of Anbu didn't justify the risk. After what I had done, they would be very careful as to what intel she would get access to. In the end, it just meant I would have to rely on different methods to stay informed of what was going on in the shadows of the tree. Additionally, this would mean no revenue from clan members taking missions for some time. Since I fully intended to rent out the Uchiha compound, the financial strain of removing the members of my clan from active duty would not be at the expense of the Uchiha clan's savings. Not that it would matter, as while we were nowhere near as rich as the Uzumaki, given Midas' genius business sense, it would still easily last us for decades.
I am also correcting a long-existing oversight from the previous clan leader, who didn't see the necessity to safeguard our eyes, to that effect.
Seals designed by the late Uzumaki seal mistress serving that purpose were applied to all our members,
henceforth making it impossible to steal our bloodline no matter the means. Hopefully, this measure will make us more eligible for missions outside the village. I unnecessarily added a reason for this change, in an attempt to make the gathered people believe that I considered this to be the reason for us being confined to the village. It was a layer diverting them from the true goal of disclosing this. Giving the assembled people a motive to go after Kakashi, all that was left was giving them a short reminder that there existed one Sharingan outside the Uchiha purview. Hokage-sama, since I see it as my responsibility to safeguard the Sharingan, could you please relay to Hitaki-san that if he is willing, the seal can also be applied to his eye? I will endeavor to inform him, the Hokage said. While I said that, I paid close attention to the faces of everyone present. As expected, nobody's features gave anything away. Every single one of them was too well trained in schooling their features.
It would have taken the Sharingan to perhaps make out something, even though I was confident in my proficiency when it came to Genjutsu and, therefore, my ability to successfully mask my use of the Sharingan. It was ultimately not a risk I was willing to take surrounded by all those highly skilled shinobi on the hunch that there was more to the rumors surrounding my clan. This whole affair was already a balancing act, and all the goodwill of those in the know for taking care of my treacherous clan members might evaporate into nothing by such a blatant breach of etiquette. I was the last who would blame them. The Sharingan was a dangerous weapon that could do more damage than any kunai with just a single glance. Because of the less than stellar decision-making of my predecessors, there will also be a change in status. The Uchiha clan has decided to become retainers of the Uzumaki clan. Several surprised outcries occurred at my proclamation. Admittedly, it was a significant step, but one I deemed necessary. Regardless, relying on some potentially existing goodwill wouldn't be enough. I needed to officially reassert our allegiance to the village in such a way that it was clear not only to those in the know about the planned coup that I did so, but also without broadcasting to the rest of the world that it was ever in doubt. This should dissuade everyone from the idea that the Uchiha clan would pursue anything similar under my leadership, because as a retainer to the Uzumaki, we simply wouldn't be in any position to do so unless ordered by Naruto. That was unlikely to happen since the Hokage got his way with Naruto having to attend the academy to get him fully indoctrinated. Not that I had any plans of letting that happen, but they didn't need to know that. It should also help with clearing up our intentions regarding Naruto. By placing him in a position of dominion over the Uchiha, nobody would be able to plausibly accuse us of anything but having Naruto's best interest at heart. Anything to the contrary would simply be considered a stretch of the imagination. It also added another layer of protection to my boy, besides his Jinchuriki status, because without him, we, the Uchiha, would regain our freedom. I don't understand, why would you want to give up your clan's self-determination and become subordinate to someone else? Sume questioned. I was always close to the last Uzumaki scion within Konoha. Before her untimely death, we had planned to deepen that bond, I answered in part as a consideration for her earlier help. Puzzled over my words, she reiterated her argument. You've 2 daughters, there is nothing stopping you from implementing those plans. I didn't correct her misconception and instead reinforced it. The future of the Uchiha clan has always lied with Naruto. All I did with this step was make it official, I said, thus fueling the conclusion that Naruto was set to marry my heir, essentially giving him control of the clan either way. That no one questioned that by doing so I was robbing one of my daughters of her inheritance didn't seem to occur to anyone besides Sume. I noticed her demeanor slightly shifting to a somber undertone with a hint of sympathy in her eyes. If the rumors about her daughter were to be believed, she was seen as unfit to succeed her, lacking the temperament necessary to establish her dominance over the rest of the pack. The rest took it in stride, but what else was there to expect of a woman whose father chose her husband over her to succeed him? It wouldn't surprise me if some thought that because of that, something had to be wrong with me, assuming I was simply filling in for the clan leader position and that the bias of my upbringing was the reason I would imitate my father's actions while at the same time giving into the romantically inclined mind of a woman and wanting to fulfill her dead friend's wishes. The Hokage's widened for just a fraction of a second before he clamped down on his reaction and schooled his features again. Unsurprisingly, he was the sole person not only aware of my exploits in Anbu and that I wasn't the meek woman people got to know me as, but also that there were only females left in my clan. He undoubtedly suspected the true meaning of my words. I see, the Hokage managed to press out. Preposterous.
Takitori Nezumi shouted, you can't be okay with one of the 2 founding clans becoming the retainer of the broken remnants of a clan that has long lost any significance in the world. And you all are allowing it. He addressed everyone around only to refocus on me as he spat. You're not only shaming what your father created, but outright spitting on the village as an institution. How can you even entertain the notion of foisting one of your daughters, who by all reports are geniuses, onto the dead last of his whole year? If the Jinchuriki wouldn't have been a village asset, had have been expelled by now, he doesn't deserve either of them. I have to wonder who you think would be more deserving to marry my daughters, Takitori-san? Wholly ignoring my words as if I had never voiced them, he continued, don't you see? She's just trying to create a voting bloc. If her goal, as she claims, was to get her and her friend's family closer together, she would dissolve the Uzumaki clan, a clan of 1, and merely adopt him into her clan. Please, as if such a thing doesn't already exist, Sume chimed in, her gaze directed to where the Ino Shikacho trio sat, only to return to him to mockingly add, you should know. I can't remember the last time you didn't vote the same as Hiyashi.
A lasting one, he added. Sume just sneered at that. While I don't like where Takitori seems to be going with starting to question when a clan should no longer be recognized as a proper clan, he brings up an interesting point. The Uzumaki clan has at currently just 1 member, a male, which makes him eligible for the Clan Restoration Act. He's still a child for some years yet. It's far too early to discuss any of this. The sensible thing would be to let him enjoy his childhood. The reality of being a shinobi, being an adult, will crash down onto him early enough, Inoichi pointed out. Now is exactly the right time to discuss this matter. Shimura Danzo spoke for the first time. Wasn't it his own godmother who hinted at his marriage when she said a deepening of the bond between his and her clan was intended? It hadn't been easy to keep my expression blank simply being in the same room as him. The Mokuden user under his command he deliberately chose not to use was only partly responsible, and I couldn't care less about what I had learned from the memories of one of the Uchiha elders. It had been Danzo who had instigated their little coup by promising his root support. It had always struck me as odd that Fugaku and the elders had believed they could somehow succeed. Less than 600 of us, which included the elderly and children, against a village with more than 40 times that number in active duty shinobi. Anyone with a working brain should have realized it was a doomed undertaking right from the start. Not even Fugaku or the elders were out of touch enough with reality to believe otherwise. If, however, others were supporting it, and if they managed a decisive decapitation strike with a successor that many clans might have supported at hand, it actually might have worked. What those memories couldn't answer was the question if Danzo had always intended to double-cross the Uchiha. Or if it was Shisui and Izumi coming forward that forced his hand since he didn't want to end up right next to Fugaku on the chopping block. I wouldn't mind picking his brain to find out precisely what kind of traitor he was. Specifically given some peculiar coincidences that pushed the Uchiha to consider this course of action, like the Kyuubi attack followed by our ostracization and the passing of numerous laws that if not outright aimed at the Uchiha, disadvantaged us the most, laws that he and his faction had introduced and pushed through. For a moment, I was tempted to drag that elder to T&I if it wouldn't have soiled the Uchiha's public reputation even more and could have other repercussions.
No, the far more important reason for my increasing irritation at hearing his emotionless voice drone on was that he dared to get involved in my Naruto's future. The urge to bury my hand deep within his intestines got harder to resist with every word from his mouth. Which should suffice to put your concerns to rest, old friend, the Hokage intervened.
In fact, it does not, Danzo responded. There was no mention of whom he is supposed to marry, when, or how many children we can expect. According to the CRA, 3 spouses are required with a minimum of 2 children each before he reaches his 20th birthday, and I think the continued existence of one of our premier clans is a reason for concern, for all of us.
I don't remember you showing a similar concern when it came to the Hitaki clan, Kaharu Utatane the Hokage late female teammate said.
The Hitaki clan is no premier clan of Konoha, he argued. I don't think you will find many who would agree with that sentiment. Hitaki Sakuma was one man, who just so happened to carry the clan's name. It was Sakuma who instilled respect into our enemies.
You mean fear, right? Inoichi joked. Those are 2 different feelings that should be confused with each other. Ignoring his objection with a straight face, Danzo continued to say, quite unlike what a premier clan name can do, the second Hokage implemented this rule for a reason. And I bet, knowing that it would one day affect his grandniece, he would be the first wanting to abolish it, Sume said. In response, Danzo glared at her. Unperturbed she continued, a law that has never been used. Sighing, the Hokage removed the pipe from his mouth. I have no interest to rehash that old argument, so, for now, I say we follow Inoichi's suggestion and take up that topic at a later date. Since some tempers were roused, I think it would be best to adjourn this meeting and discuss the other non-pressing matters on another day to give each of you the chance to wind down. So, until we reconvene next week, dismissed. I stood up, but not without giving Sume a nod of appreciation before I left.
Mindful of the fact that the prior exchange had not been my win, but Danzo's, while I was sure Sume's reaction was genuine, I had every reason to believe she was played. The Hokage's words clued me in. This obviously wasn't the first time they had debated this, meaning her arguments and the Hokage's views should be well known. The fading interest of the other clan leaders, when they had started, had been another clear indication of that.
Since a decision had been forestalled, not prevented, or cast in my Naruto's best interest, he had essentially tried to establish leverage by revealing that threat scenario. There was no doubt in my mind that he or one of his puppets would bring it up again in the future, and getting him to agree to sway the decision in my favor wouldn't be free. I had a feeling that I would not like what he would want in exchange. But he had made a mistake today. He had overplayed his hand and forewarned me. There was no way I would allow this to go down the way he imagined. I knew enough of his secrets to give me a good idea of where to start to dig to get some leverage in the form of irrefutable proof of my own. Author's note. With Mikoto being Naruto's legal guardian, I added another reason why Danzo might have wanted the Uchiha massacre to happen. There are some theories that Danzo might originally have offered the Uchiha support in their coup attempt, with either him being named Hokage, a candidate the other clans might have accepted after everything was over and done with, him planning to double-cross the Uchiha after they eliminated the Hokage, or just for getting concessions, no oversight, children with the Sharingan, when it came to his route, him being content with his position at that time. And only Itachi and Shisui coming forward dissuaded Danzo to commit, and made him back out, considering it a lost cause or the whole thing being his plan all along. There are quite a few ways to play around with the details to make every option a possibility. It also would add an additional layer to the actions of Kagami, Mikoto's father, as to why he would mind rape her, that she wouldn't go blab about it. The Takitori clan is a clan that makes its appearance in the anime. A filler episode if I remember right, in the anime. They have close ties to the Hyuga. For this story, it'll expand on that a bit and have the clan reside within the village, not outside. They are essentially subservient to the Hyuga, relying a great deal on them economically etc. But despite the Takitori essentially being the retainers of the Hyuga, they don't carry that label and for all intents and purposes are independent, at least on paper. Which Mikoto by declaring her clan subservient to the Uzumaki set a precedent for. Dazzling rays of sunshine woke me from my slumber just when my dream got to the best part, as I became Hokage, with the whole village proclaiming my greatness. Even Sakura-chan was there, fawning over me with her pretty pink hair dancing in the wind. Without opening my eyes, I rolled over to the right side of my bed, away from the window. I knew from experience this would buy me at least half an hour of sleep before the sunshine could reach me again, which was enough time for my dream to finish. I was about to burrow my head into the pillow again and for sleep to overtake me when I noticed the sun hadn't gone away. Worse, it got even brighter. With a groan, still half asleep, I buried my head into my arms to shield them from the sun that should be there. It wasn't the only strange thing I noticed. No matter how hard I racked my sleep-addled brain, I couldn't remember my pillow ever feeling this soft against my skin. It felt really nice. I wound up burrowing my face deeper into the pillow and slowly drifted back to sleep. "Good morning, Naruto," I heard an angelic voice say. That must have been my imagination playing a trick on me, except nobody played tricks on the prankster king of Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto. Not even his own mind. I slowly opened my eyes and risked a peek from under my arm. I blinked away the black spots from looking into the light. It was all coming in through a massive window that hadn't been there when I went to bed last night. Surely, I would remember such a huge window. Or the white marble walls to the left and right of it. Where did that wall and window come from? Tracing my fingers over the blanket confirmed its softness. It was so very unlike my scratchy old one. Suddenly I was wide awake, and sleeping was a distant afterthought. I did my best to keep my racing heart under control. I sat up and came face to face with some lady. My body instantly froze up at seeing her. The lady was sitting in an armchair next to the bed I'd woken up in. I couldn't help but stare at her. Pretty escaped my mouth before I could clamp it shut. She wasn't as pretty as Sakura-chan with her beautiful pink hair. Nobody was. I'd bet Sakura-chan would be even prettier in a white kimono with red flowers like the one the lady was wearing. I nodded along while chastising myself for straying. Gigi once told me a man should look at other women and admire them. Because it's the first step to betraying them, and I'd never betray Sakura-chan, although I didn't understand how thinking a girl was pretty would lead to betraying her. When I asked Gigi what he meant, he nearly choked on the nasty-smelling smoke of his pipe and said I would understand when I am older. He says that a lot when I ask him something. Come to think of it now, it was odd that he wouldn't meet my eyes for some time after it happened. When he eventually answered, he got really serious, even using his Hokage voice, and told me some strange story about flowers and bees. The soft chuckling at my antics from the lady reminded me that I wasn't alone. It seems I was correct in choosing my attire. "Who are you, and what are you doing in my?" I screeched to a halt in the middle of my outburst, only now realizing that this wasn't my room. It was huge, larger than my whole apartment. In fact, the things I could see in the room also looked so nice and expensive. "Are you rich, lady?" was the next thing coming out of my mouth before I could stop myself. This really wasn't what I should be asking her after waking up somewhere unfamiliar. She thought so too. Judging by the glee in her expression, it was different, somehow, though, lacking the dismissiveness and condescension I was used to from adults. Glaring at her with crossed arms in front of my chest, I asked, "Where are we?" Instead of answering, she only chuckled harder. With the heat rising to my cheeks, I continued, "I shall let you know that the great Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage of Konoha, won't be intimidated by likes of you, you villain." "A villain am I?" she questioned with a playfully offended glint in her eyes. "Yeah, you know, with kidnapping me and all, isn't that what villains do? Although, should you have kidnapped a princess so the hero could save her and live happily ever after? Perhaps I should have. The problem with that is princesses are hard to come by these days. Leaning forward in her chair, she wondered, but a beautiful girl might do just as well. Do you know of any I could use for my insidious plans? Nope, I won't tell you anything about Sakura-chan, not even if you do bad things to me. Sakura-chan, she repeated in a saccharine manner while I blanched, realizing what I had let slip. Who is that? Instead of answering, I used both hands to keep myself from telling anything else. You remind me a lot of your mother. She also had trouble keeping a secret, and she was just as easy to fluster and tease. Yehipnignov, I pressed out, with my hands still clasped over my mouth. I didn't catch that. Can you repeat it? I said I am not falling for your tricks again, I told her, lifting the hands off my mouth. You won't get another word out of me. But I just did, she said, smiling. I tried my hardest to glare at her in response and pressed down harder on the hands covering my mouth. That's such a shame. I was about to tell you about your mother, since your self-imposed silence will prevent you from asking any questions, of which I am sure you have many. It might be for the best to adjourn talking about her until you change your mind. Even us villains have limits to the evils we are willing to commit. She knew things about my mother. I repeated her words in my mind. No, wait, I desperately shouted and then cautiously asked, you really knew her? This is no trick? Because I won't forgive you if it is? It is not a trick, Naruto. I really knew her and your father. In fact, I was their best friend. How? I questioned. Hokage Gigi said he doesn't know who my mother was, and that I am just an orphan. Oh, did he now? That's very interesting. Somehow, her words made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Before we come back to this, I should probably start by introducing myself. My name is Uchiha Mikoto. You might know me as Sayuri's mother. Huh, I huffed. I've seen her mom, and you aren't her. Are you perhaps referring to a young woman with black hair worn in a ponytail? Yeah, I nodded. That was Kasumi, our housekeeper. Housekeeper, I repeated after her. You mean she lives here, too? Why are you asking, Naruto? She is mean and always glares at me, I huffed. Don't worry, she won't bother you again, she said. Her voice had a peculiar undertone that sent a cold shiver down my spine. Since nobody saw fit to tell you the truth about your mother, let's start with the basics. Your mother, Kushina, was sent from her home, the island of Uzushio, to Konoha. She was to take the aging Uzumaki Midas' place in her function as Konoha's Jinchuriki. There's another Uzumaki in the village. How come I don't know her? And what's a Shushuriki Dadbeo? Jinchuriki, the lady automatically corrected. After a long pause, she added, they did not deem it necessary to tell you? Tell me what? I wondered. Apparently, the village did not just keep information about your mother from you. With a heavy sigh, she asked, what do you know about the Kyuubi attack? Oh, I know everything about it, Dadbeo, I said, jittery. It's about that evil nine-tailed fox that attacked the village, the one the fourth Hokage killed, right? He is a hero. I think that makes him the best of all the Hokage, and when I am all grown up, he'll be even stronger than him. I wasn't sure what it was, but something I said made the lady smile a bit, which made me smile back. That is not wrong, but it is not the whole truth either. Sometimes omitting something can be just as bad as lying. Huh? I wondered aloud. I don't get it. It might become clearer if I use an example, so bear please with me. Imagine one of your classmates insults your dream of becoming Hokage and doesn't stop even after you have asked him to. Instead, he only gets meaner, and he shoves you around to make his point, telling your other classmates that you are too weak to succeed. Wow, that's nearly exactly what happened a few weeks ago when that jerk Kiba made fun of me. Imagine that it eventually got to be too much, no longer able to contain your anger. You go after him. Unfortunately, you only get one hit in before your teacher comes into the classroom and separates you. The first thing the other kid does is snitch to the teacher that you attacked him. His words are not wrong, but they aren't the entire truth either, because he withheld everything that led up to that point, which prompted your attack in the first place, obscuring by omission what really happened. As a result, you are the only one who gets punished, because you aren't allowed to explain your side of the story. Yeah, Iruka-sensei wouldn't even want to listen to what I had to say. So unfair. It is essentially the same as what you know about the Kyuubi attack. You only know half the story. Less even and superficial knowledge can be dangerous, she explained. I wonder why the Hokage would do that, she added as an afterthought. Yeah, why would Gigi not tell me? Regardless, she said with renewed focus. The word Jinchuriki literally means power of human sacrifice. When Uchiha Madara, one of the founders of Konoha, tried to destroy Konoha over a difference in opinion on how to run the village, the first Hokage and his wife Uzumaki Mito, the other two founders, met him in battle. Madara, aware of Hashirama being more than his equal in battle, didn't come alone. He brought the most powerful being he could get his hands on with him. The Kyuubi, I mumbled, in that confrontation, which reshaped the entire landscape. It was Mito who ultimately defeated that beast by sealing it into herself, thereby becoming the first Jinchuriki. Ultimately, it was Mito's sacrifice that allowed Hashirama to triumph over Madara. What's sealing? I wondered. The lady just looked at me unblinking. They did not, of course they did not. Why should they allow an Uzumaki to know about, let alone learn? Fuinjutsu, she grouched. Your mother used to say sealing, or fuinjutsu, is the art of bending the universe to your whim with paint and a brush. I am sure you have seen a few shinobi use scrolls that they used to make items appear out of or disappear. I nodded. Those were simple sealing scrolls. It is one of the most basic and widespread applications of fuinjutsu. And just like nin, tai, and genjutsu, only those pursuing to master it get an idea of what can be truly done with it. Both your father and mother were considered seal masters. Not many of those remained after the fall of Uzushio, and the resulting near extinction of the Uzumaki clan. It's an art. One I am sure you will excel at, as it is in your blood, and before you know it, you will call yourself a master, too. Really? So they were great shinobi? I asked, fearful of the answer. The greatest, Naruto, I mean, even you said so already. Huh, with a chuckle, she said, mere moments ago, you said, and I quote, the fourth was the greatest, or did I mishear you? No, I said that, but what, I asked when it clicked, the fourth is my. Yes, he is, she confirmed. Your mother was his wife. I can assure you they loved you very much. How'd I know? She repeated, because I knew them better than anyone else. Perhaps it is better to show you to make you believe. Right next to you, on your nightstand, are some old pictures they made me draw of them. Blinking, I turned my head, just like she said. There were 3 picture frames facing sideways on the nightstand. Shuffling under the blanket, I moved closer and reached for the first frame within range. They did that all the time. I was out of the village on a mission. A really boring one, escorting some merchant and his wares. To alleviate that boredom, I ended up strolling through one of the villages we stopped at. It was there I came across an artist. He was sitting in the town square and painted portraits of the people for a fee. With nothing better to do and those eyes we have, I spent the afternoon watching him. So, when your mother literally dragged me to Tucci for some ramen immediately upon my return to the village, she ended up rummaging through my backpack, looking for money, because she had forgotten to bring her wallet. What she found instead were my first paintings. From then on, it was always Mikoto-chan. Can you paint me doing this or that? The lengths she went to. One time she even tried to bribe me with. I tuned her out the instant I laid eyes on the picture. It showed a man resting his head on a red-headed woman's big stomach. Ah, I drew the one you were holding a week before your birth when you were still in your mother's belly. It is the only existing drawing with all 3 of you in it. I took it from her nightstand. She would have wanted you to have it. They look happy, I croaked out, wondering what was wrong with my voice as teardrops landed on the glass covering the picture. Oh, that is a huge understatement if ever there was one. They weren't just happy, they were insufferably sweet to each other. Just being around them posed the risk of dying from sugar poisoning. Trailing the woman's, my mother's, hair, I was mesmerized by how beautiful she was. Her hair was even prettier than Sakura-chan's. No wonder my father fell for her. He looked just like the face on the mountain, just in color, and then there was me. Compared to this, the other 2 drawings are nothing special. Just 2 portraits of both your parents. Finally able to tear my eyes away from the picture and back to the lady, I managed to gasp out, thank you so much. Wait until I show you their rooms. Their rooms? I shouted, unable to contain my excitement, and I tried to get out of bed, only to get tangled up in the blanket. Slow down, Naruto. Their rooms aren't running away. We have plenty of time to visit them later, but first, let me finish telling you about them. You promise? I asked while wiping away my tears. She sounded sincere when she said, I would never lie to you. They are dead, I mumbled. Yes, that is the one thing they did not lie to you about. They were killed the night you were born. By the Kyuubi, not exactly. The fox was the tool used to kill your parents, and, like any other tool, someone wielded it. This is the reason why I told you about Jinchuriki. Those people with monsters, sealed into them, right? Yes, she agreed. You see, when a Jinchuriki nears the end of their life, something has to be done about their Biju, since they can't be killed. Either they would break free upon the death of their host, or reform a few years later. Both are not outcomes that would be in the village's best interest. In one case, the Kyuubi might take exception to having been imprisoned for decades and take it out on the Konoha. And in the other case, it would rob the village of its weapon of war for at least the duration it takes the Kyuubi to reform. With your parents gone, the chances of recapturing the beast without the help of the first Hokage's Mokuton or a seal mistress of Mito Uzumaki caliber at hand would be slim to none, so the village's precious weapon could be lost for good or, what is considered worse, end up in the hands of our enemies. Weapon? You lost me, lady. I thought the Jin whatever was a woman and the Kyuubi was a fox. Ah, sorry, I should have explained that better, she apologized. You see, a Jinchuriki doesn't just effectively work as a prison for the beast. They can also draw upon its power. This can make even a mediocre shinobi into one that can, at least for some time, go toe-to-toe with a village elite. Whoa, so these Jinchuriki, she interrupted, are super strong? You could say that, yes, usually. The more experienced the Jinchuriki, the more power they can draw upon. An example of this is B, the eight-tailed Jinchuriki of Kumo. He is able to fully utilize the power of his Biju, making him one of the most formidable shinobi of our time. This should come as a surprise, as while the other Biju are generally considered weaker than the Kyuubi, they are the lesser version of a creature that nearly single-handedly wiped out the whole village. Thus, every Jinchuriki is considered a strategic military asset because they are potential army killers, and since every one of the 5 great villages is in possession of at least one of them, you can see why Konoha wouldn't want to lose theirs. Admittedly, Konoha has never had to rely on their Jinchuriki to win their wars in the entirety of its history, but that might not always be the case. I mulled over what I had heard. So, how come the Kyuubi got free, then? Did this Mito lady die? Mito did die, but that was years before the Kyuubi attack. Then how? I was confused. There are other situations in which the seals holding Biju are at risk of collapsing. Generally speaking, whenever the Jinchuriki is severely weakened, the seals keeping the Biju at bay weaken alongside them. After all, their seals are primarily sustained by the Jinchuriki's chakra. For a woman, this occurs whenever she gives birth to a child. Naruto, your mother Kushina was brought to Konoha for the explicit purpose of becoming Mito's successor as the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. In other words, she was the second Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed demon fox, and you are its third. What was she saying? That couldn't be true, right? I understand that my word alone might not be enough to believe me. Open your kimono and mold some chakra, and then look at your belly. I did what she asked, and some strange scribblings appeared on my stomach. What you are seeing is the Hake no Fuin Shiki, the seal your father used to seal the Kyuubi inside of you. That means it was my fault so that's why nobody likes me. It was not your fault, never, and I mean never let anyone tell you anything different. If it was anyone's fault, it was the Mons who attacked your parents when the seal was at its weakest in an attempt to weaponize the Kyuubi. Somebody attacked them? I asked, aghast. Why didn't anybody tell me? There is no easy answer to that, so bear with me for a minute. The man who attacked your parents was named Obito, and he was a cousin of mine. Remember when I told you how Uchiha Madara used the Kyuubi in his fight against the first Hokage? The reason he could do that was because of his special eyes that allowed him to control it. I nodded along. Obito had the same eyes as Madara. He used them to rip the Kyuubi from your mother's seal and pit it against the village. Meanwhile, your father was fighting him. By chance, I arrived just when your father won and went to battle against the Kyuubi. Of course he did. The fourth was the strongest, but the Kyuubi was not the only one acting at someone else's bidding. My cousin was not the only one with special eyes. My father, Kagami, also had special eyes, and he made me hide Obito's body. Why would he do that? The lady grimaced. Were you ever falsely accused of something you didn't do? I nodded enthusiastically. All the time. Just because I pranked a few classmates, they always say it's me who did something even though I didn't. Honest. I believe you, she reassured. It is sort of the same when it comes to my clan. Some people think that because Uchiha Madara attacked the village, everyone related to him is the same. So if the village would have found out that someone sharing our surname had tried to destroy the village using the Kyuubi and was responsible for all the deaths, the rest of us, although innocent, like you were, would have been blamed. I see, I nodded along. This lady was really good at explaining things. I wish the teachers in the academy would be just as good. Not that it stopped them, she bemoaned. But you hid that bad mon's body. I did. However, there are only 2 people known to have had the ability to exert control over the Biju. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and only the latter has people sharing those traits that allowed him to do that, while Hashirama's descendants lost that ability. Hence the Uchiha clan, as a whole, has been a prime suspect this entire time. The people who thought the rest of us had something to do with the attack didn't exactly make a secret out of it. People glared at you, too, I asked. They did, she said. The difference being the members of my clan have always been proud and arrogant to a fault. A volatile combination of ingredients, of course. They couldn't let those accusations stand. Neither would I told her. So, you pranked them? Chuckling, she said, perhaps they should have tried that. It might have worked out better in the end, but no, that is not what they did. I won't bore you with the details, but all they did over the last few years made everything worse. Eventually, they were fed up and reached the conclusion that the only way out was to kill everyone involved in their treatment. Wait, are you telling me this because? No, she denied before I could finish. I didn't allow it to get that far. Pooh, I exclaimed. Sajiji and Ayame are. They're okay and enjoying their good health, but I digress. We were talking about Jinchuriki and the fact that you are following in Mito and your mother's footsteps, keeping the monster at bay. You are the reason that the village and everybody within it is safe. You are a hero, and you deserve to be treated as such. You really think so, lady? Yes, I do, she insisted. I promised to always be truthful with you, and I keep my promises. As do I declared. It is important to keep your promises. It is, she agreed. So, you can believe me when I say that even if every breath you take would not ultimately be responsible for the village's continued existence, who your parents were should have ensured an entirely different upbringing. The least they should have done was tell you about your parents and allow you to live in your own home. Home? I own a house. You are in it, and it is not just the house. The surrounding area is yours, too. Boa. I immediately tried to scramble to my feet to take a look outside. Somehow the blanket I threw off was still there, and my feet got tangled up in it. Before I knew what was happening, I fell off the bed, and the ground was coming closer really fast. I barely had time to think, this is gonna hurt, when I stopped in midair, inches away from face planting into the floor. Careful, you might hurt yourself, the lady warned as she carefully sat me down on the bed. She then awkwardly crouched down because her dress was getting in the way. Worriedly, she looked me over for injuries, I think, just like I had watched moms do to their children when they fell on the playground. Don't worry, I am tough, I nervously told her. For some reason, she spontaneously hugged me. Of course you are. After my surprise wore off, I melted into her embrace. It felt really nice, being held like that. Nonetheless, as your godmother, it is my responsibility to protect you. Wiggling out of her grasp, I wondered, godmother, what's that? Pulling back from the embrace, with one hand placed on my shoulder, she explained, a godmother, or a godfather, respectively, is a woman or man your parents choose to trust with the care of their, in case something happens to them. Like death? Yes, like death. I shrug off her loose touch. You can think of it like a substitute mother and father. Then where were you all my life? When people told me no one would ever love me, that no one would care if I died. Where were you through all of that? I shouted at her, holding back tears. I am sorry, Naruto. I would have liked nothing more than to have been there for you from the moment your parents were ripped from this world and both of our lives, but there were people, bad people, who didn't allow me to. What is that lady saying? I could have had a mother all this time, but didn't because of some jackasses. Where are they now? I asked with a hard edge to my voice. Keeping you away from me deserves a thrashing from yours truly, Uzumaki Naruto. Chuckling she said, indeed it does. She then softly caressed my cheek. Rest assured, I have taken care of them. They will not bother anyone ever again. A cold shiver ran down my spine at the glint in her eyes as she said those words, and only a meek okay made it past my lips. Now, I understood why Shikamaru says moms are scary, because they absolutely are. So, you are my new Oka-san? She was taken aback by my question for an instant. Yes, if you want me to be. I tackled her and didn't start sobbing uncontrollably in the crane of her neck. Shinobi don't cry. And I will become the greatest shinobi there ever was. Like my mom and dad, I will become everything you need me to be. I didn't pay attention to what she said after that. I just held onto her for what felt like forever. I couldn't really believe anything she said. It was too good to be true. All of my wishes coming true. I pinched my cheek, making sure that this wasn't a dream or some gunjutsu the old man told me about. Although he never did tell me how to get out of one. I just have to hope for it not to be one then. Not that I wanted this to stop, to the contrary, I loved this, whatever this was, even if the lady sometimes gave me the creeps, yet I couldn't live with waking up knowing that this was all just my imagination playing tricks on me, having my deepest wish fulfilled, only for it to be taken away from me again, would crush me. There were so many precious moments I have missed. Your first step, your first words, so many things irrevocably lost to us. I'll do my best to make up for every single one of them. That was when my stomach grumbled, with a chuckle. My new mother freed herself from my embrace and put me down on the ground beside her. Standing up, she put out her hand. Shall we take a look and see if we can find you something to eat? Your mother would come and haunt me if I allowed you to go hungry. I took her outstretched hand, and she led me through the vast house. I could only stare in silent wonder at the tapestries and portraits the hallways were decorated with. It was while looking at a painting of some huge whirlpool in front of an island that an otherworldly smell reached my nose and my mouth began to water. Following the scent of food, I heard the fussing sounds of a child before we stepped through a huge double door into a room full of people. I froze on the spot, totally taken by surprise. The room stilled, and all the black-haired and beautiful girls turned to us as one fell to their knees and chanted, "Welcome home, Naruto-sama." The Uchiha clan greets their lord. Even the toddlers held in the arms of the older girls joined in with them. Let me formally introduce myself again, Naruto-sama. The lady said as she released my hand from her grip and rounded on me until she came to a stop in front of me. My name is Uchiha Mikoto, daughter of the deceased Uchiha Kagami. Named your godmother by my best friend, your late mother Uzumaki Kushina, and your late father. Namikaze Minato. My friends call me Miko. My enemies call me Raven, and you may call me Oka-san. She then fell to her knees. I, as the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, hereby swear myself and my clan to you. Her next words were echoed by everybody present. May your will become our will, your allies our allies, and your enemies our enemies. We swear to never act against you, whether by thought, action, or inaction. Let us be the sword that strikes at your enemies and the shield that guards your back. We pledge our lives, minds, and bodies to you. May our servitude last for all eternity. Author's note. The reason Yagura wasn't mentioned as a perfect Jinchuriki is twofold. Given that we learn from B, a perfect Jinchuriki is effectively immune to any form of Genjutsu including Tsukuyomi whose effects take hold near instantly. I found it highly implausible for Obito or Madara to have managed to put them in one. Not without it essentially being a contradiction, of course. Plain-out immunities are usually a bad concept, so in game terms, it's more like an incredibly high resistance, but the fact remains. If that was possible to do with an S-rank shinobi with perfect control over a Biju, why wasn't it possible with any of the other Jinchuriki? To solve this conundrum and to make sense of the situation, I always assumed that Yagura was in fact not a perfect Jinchuriki. Instead, Madara, and later Obito, used Aminominakanushi or the unnamed and unexplained canon equivalent and put both Yagura and the Three Tails in two separate Genjutsu, and then forced to work together, thereby creating a perfect Jinchuriki in the first place. It solves a few issues I have with the whole thing, although admittedly adding or more precisely expanding on the fact that Sharingan or Mangekyo Sharingan users can enter the inner world of a Jinchuriki is something I also have strong reservations about. Since I won't make use of that mechanic, either assume that Yagura drew on the Three Tails chakra and at least partially manifested Isobu for Madara or Obito to even have a chance to use a Genjutsu on him so that I stop here today friends see next video thanks for watching.